as I proposed, at 7% of a family's income making less than 125 grand a year, it could cut in half the cost of child care, saving thousands of dollars and freeing so many people to be able to go back to work, particularly these women who are totally qualified but have no alternative but to stay home. Or take prescription drugs like insulin. Many of you know people who have this war could continue for a long time, but the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the fight for freedom.
President Biden unveiled a new round of sanctions against Russia Wednesday. These sanctions target Russian banking and financial institutions, plus members of the government and their families, including Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2 adult daughters. The president also banned any new investments in Russia.
We're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation. We're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come.
The sanctions come following the atrocities that have occurred in Bucha, Ukraine.
How many have we collected? Around 300.
Watching live now from Fox on this Thursday, April 7th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for starting your day with us as we bring you raw, unfiltered, nonstop news and a look at all of the top stories that we are following this morning. And that is exactly what I am going to run you through right now. So here's a look at what we've got going on today. One of the major things that we are following regarding the Russian invasion into Ukraine officially entering its 6th week is the fact that the UN General Assembly will vote today on whether to suspend Russia from the UN's premier human rights body. Now, this move was initiated by the United States in response to the discovery of hundreds of dead civilians after Russian troops withdrew from towns near the Ukrainian capital of Kiev, sparking calls for its forces to be tried for war crimes. This was actually a call made specifically by U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield for Russia to be stripped of its seat on the 47-member Human Rights Council in the wake of all the videos and photos that we have shown you here for the last several days on Live Now from Fox, specifically coming out of the town of Bucha, where corpses of what appeared to be civilians were scattered all across the city. They were seen burned, bound, really heartbreaking and gut-wrenching scenes there. The videos and reporting from the town sparked global revulsion and calls for tougher sanctions on Russia, which we did hear President Biden announce more just yesterday. And we also heard from the Department of Justice on them charging and investigating Russian oligarchs. And we'll get to that information in just a second. Now, we do know that the Assembly's emergency special session will resume at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We are not sure at this very moment whether or not we will get feeds from inside of that hearing, but if we do, we will certainly bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. To be approved, the resolution requires a 2/3 majority of Assembly members that vote yes or no. Abstentions don't count. So the General Assembly voted 140 to 5 with 38 abstentions on March 24th on a resolution blaming Russia for the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and urging an immediate ceasefire and protection for millions of civilians and the homes, schools, and hospitals that are critical to their survival. So we've heard from President Volodymyr Zelensky a lot, literally on a daily basis since this invasion began. He said if people are not dying because Russians have struck their areas or attacked them, they are dying from hunger and starvation. Not only have 4 million and counting refugees fled Ukraine, but we do know that millions are displaced within Ukraine. So we also have Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels, Belgium, for a NATO ministerial meeting. They are talking about the Russian invasion into Ukraine, and we actually do know that we're expected to hear from NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg at around 7 a.m. Eastern time here from Belgium. So we'll be sure to bring that to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. Meanwhile, as you can also see on your screen there, we are awaiting some news on Capitol Hill. A replacement for the Supreme Court is set to be confirmed today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be put before the Senate to officially be confirmed to the Supreme Court. She'll be replacing Justice Stephen Breyer, who will be retiring at the end of the Supreme Court term this summer. Now, 3 Republican senators, who are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah, have all said that they will vote in favor of Jackson's nomination. Now, Jackson is a 51-year-old federal appeals court judge, and she would be just the 3rd black justice after Thurgood Marshall and Clarence Thomas, and the 6th woman. She would join 2 other women, Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan, on the liberal side of a 6-3 conservative court. With Justice Amy Coney Barrett sitting at the other end of the bench, 4 of the 9 justices would be women for the first time in history. And of course, she would be the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. Now, before the Senate Judiciary Committee last month, it was something that we brought you here on LiveNOW from Fox the entire week. Jackson said her life was shaped by her parents' experiences with lawful racial segregation and civil rights laws that were enacted a decade before she was born. And we've also gotten a little glimpse into what she has been up to this week. This is her meeting with Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown, and this is ahead of her confirmation vote. The Democratic senator met with her. She was given it looks like she was given a book about Martin Luther King Jr. And as mentioned, Democratic lawmakers were able to advance Jackson's nomination out of the Senate Judiciary Committee Monday. So we're going to keep a close eye on this for you here, and we will bring you full coverage later on when we have it for you here on LiveNOW from Fox. Meanwhile, it is a big day for baseball fans. Get your peanuts, Cracker Jacks, hot dogs. I'm a big hot dog person myself. After a very rocky offseason, Major League Baseball's opening day is today. Now, several games have been rained out or delayed to weather, and we'll have that information for you a little bit later in our show. But as you know, the Players Union and owners were stuck in a 99-day lockout before reaching an agreement, and the MLB will still have a 162-game schedule with 30 doubleheaders to make up for postponed games. So that is just a glimpse at the top stories that we've got for you here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're also going to get to other news in just a minute, but we wanted to let you know we are keeping a very close eye on all of these stories. As we head to the latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, I actually do want to head out to the White House in our nation's capital. That is because the Biden administration is continuing to monitor the war in Ukraine very closely. Just yesterday, the president announced another round of sanctions targeting those closest to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Several lawmakers in Congress believe the Ukrainian military can outlast the Russian invasion of their country, and many are calling for additional weapons to be sent over. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard. She's got more details from Washington this morning.
This war could continue for a long time, but the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the fight for freedom.
President Biden unveiled a new round of sanctions against Russia Wednesday. These sanctions target Russian banking and financial institutions, plus members of the government and their families, including Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2 adult daughters. The president also banned any new investments in Russia.
We're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation. We're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come.
The sanctions come following the atrocities that have occurred in Bucha, Ukraine.
How many have we collected? Around 300. Many are still buried in gardens, in yards. I think it will take a while to know the exact number.
While in Congress, lawmakers also reacting to the violence.
When these people are shot simply because of their nationality, they don't have arms, that's genocide.
However, critics of the administration say there needs to be more strength from the Oval Office to get through to Putin.
Why are there any new sanctions to announce at all on Russia? We should have thrown the kitchen sink at Russia and imposed every sanction we could weeks ago.
The Pentagon has said they are supplying vehicle-destroying Switchblade drones to Ukraine and have trained some Ukrainian soldiers on them here in the U.S. before they return home. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. Be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox, because at 6:40 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be touching base live with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. He's followed the very latest on this invasion since the very beginning, so we're going to get all of the updates you need this morning from him here. And we do want to show you some more video that we've got coming from the ground in Ukraine, as always, and we do want to let you know that viewer discretion is advised. These videos and images have certainly been graphic, to say the least. I'm going to lower the volume here for just a minute. This is extensive damage seen in Borodyanka, Ukraine, following the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Kiev region. This footage by Ukrainian witness showing widespread destruction to residential areas, a commuter town outside of the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. That is what this is. Some residents were visibly upset, as you just saw, as they spoke about the situation and what they have witnessed within the last couple of weeks. The emergence of images and videos showing dead civilians in the town of Bucha led to a global outcry and accusations that Russia committed war crimes. Yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the death toll in Borodyanka may be even higher than Bucha. So, really just bringing you the raw depictions of what they are seeing and the information that they don't even know. At this point, there have been mass graves dug in certain neighborhoods, and, they really do believe that the death count from this invasion could be much higher than the numbers that they know right now. I also want to bring you this video here this morning. This is footage captured by a Ukrainian military drone, and it shows a Ukrainian tank carrying out an ambush on a Russian column as it moved through Nova Basan, which is east of Kiev, and recaptured by Ukrainian forces back on April 1st. Much of the battle to retake the town took place on March 31st and involved members of a certain battalion. Releasing this footage on April 5th with Russian and Ukrainian flag images added over the vehicles. At least 8 vehicles are marked Russian and just 1 is marked Ukrainian, as you can see here. Following the attack, images of damaged and burned out Russian vehicles littering the town were posted online by residents and photographers traveling with the battalion, and by Ukrainian reporters who visited Nova Basan after the Russian withdrawal. Now, this battalion was formed on February 24th by a fringe political figure and writer based in Kiev. In a video announcing the formation of the battalion, he said it was accepting recruits to participate in the defense of Ukraine. So important to mention, at the beginning of this invasion, Volodymyr Zelensky ordered all men ages 18 to 60 to basically stay put in the country and fight against Russian forces. So on March 31st, we do know that this gentleman posted a video of troops being welcomed by residents of Nova Basan as they entered the town on foot. So again, just bringing you some of the video and images coming out there from different parts of the country on the ground. You can see this vehicle on fire, all of this smoke rising in the air. Just again, a raw depiction of what this war is causing on the ground there in Ukraine. We've also been focusing on the port city town of Mariupol. This is one of the hardest hit areas of Ukraine. And actually, when we heard from Volodymyr Zelensky this week, he said Mariupol is basically 90% destroyed. This besieged southern port city has endured ceaseless shellings and bombings, and they're continuing. It's been nearly a month, and many residential buildings are lying in ruins. As you can see in this video, the city has been a key target of Russia's campaign against the sovereign nation, and British defense officials say 160,000 people remain trapped due to the fighting. So Again, we have just been getting more and more video of the damage, of the destruction, of the humanitarian crisis that this war has caused each and every day here on Live Now from Fox. And we want to bring it to you to really just show you what is going on out there. Also continuing on with how this is impacting our economy back home. Now, it was something that we brought to you live, raw and unfiltered just yesterday. The heads of 6 oil and gas companies argued that they're not price gouging as the cost of gas is continuing to skyrocket. This actually happened on Capitol Hill. Here's a live now look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. as the sun is beginning to rise. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington, where these industry executives testified at a hearing before Congress.
People shell out more money for gas. The heads of 6 oil companies remain adamant that prices at the pump are largely out of their hands.
The price of oil, gasoline, and other refined products are driven by international markets. Energy markets are complex and global in nature.
Airing their frustrations to the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, oil executives are laying the blame on several other factors, including supply constraints,
a labor shortage due to 3 downturns in 12 years, shortages of drilling rigs, frac fleets, frac sand, steel pipe, and other equipment and materials, and the need for pipelines and LNG facilities.
And the federal government.
The Interior Department should end its pause on federal oil and gas leasing, especially in the Gulf of Mexico, which is among the lowest greenhouse gas intensive productions in the world.
At a time when gas prices have become a political flashpoint, Democrats are accusing big oil of looking out for their shareholders rather than American consumers.
Do you think that you should be treated separately and get the kind of tax breaks that you're getting now, even when the profits are high?
I think, and what we advocate for is a level playing field.
Republicans say the real problem is the president's policies.
There is a way to produce more American energy. There is a way to be able to bring prices down. They're just not willing to do it.
Several Democrats are calling on oil executives to ramp up production while working towards clean energy, a balance that industry heads say they're also trying to strike. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Heading back out to Washington, D.C., overlooking the White House on this Thursday morning. That is because we also got an announcement from President Biden regarding the economy, except when it comes to the economy recovering from COVID-19. Despite some of the progress, there are still concerns about the impact that the virus will have on future growth. The Biden administration recently announcing also another pause on student loans. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
I know people are still hurting.
More than 2 years after the coronavirus pandemic began, President Biden is optimistic about where the economy is headed, even as he acknowledged at a union event in D.C. that Americans' wallets are still being squeezed.
And it's been a long, tough stretch, but Americans are back to work. Our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move.
There are signs the road to recovery will not be smooth. Deutsche Bank is the first major bank to predict the U.S. will face a recession in the next 2 years.
Should Americans be preparing for a recession? Deutsche Bank is forecasting one.
The Treasury Secretary shaking her head no. Still, the bank's analysts believe the recession will be triggered as the Federal Reserve continues to hike rates to bring down historic inflation.
You know who pays the most from Joe Biden's inflation? It's lower and middle income families. They are getting crushed by these higher prices.
In an effort to help, the administration announced student loan payments will be frozen until the end of August.
This continued pause will help Americans breathe a little easier.
But some say the pause doesn't go far enough.
You can either kick the can down the road, which is what's happened now, or just say we're going to face up to this. We're going to cancel student loan debt for a lot of folks.
If you were hoping for any relief at the grocery store or while dining out, no luck. The USDA predicts food prices will continue to rise for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. When it comes to COVID-19, stick with us because in a little bit we're going to tell you all about a new variant that has now been detected as this pandemic has been going on for more than 2 years. But don't go anywhere. We're going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to get into some crime-related news. Interesting story out of Washington, D.C. 2 men are behind bars after the FBI raided an apartment complex and arrested 2 men accused of impersonating federal law enforcement officers. We're also going to bring you an update on the mass shooting that happened in the bar restaurant district of Sacramento. We've got new information from police, and then we're also going to bring you the latest on some breaking news we brought to you just yesterday. The Minneapolis police officer who shot and killed Amir Locke will not face charges. We're going to have a reaction from his family and breaking down the situation from attorneys. So stay with us. All that coming up after this quick break. Now from Fox, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida, as we continue to bring you all of the updates on the top stories that you want and need to know about as you get your Thursday morning started. And as we get into some crime-related news, we've got an interesting one for you out of Washington, D.C. So 2 men are behind bars after the FBI raided an apartment complex in southeast D.C. Yesterday afternoon. Now, according to court documents and some information from our Fox 5 D.C. team, 40-year-old Ariane Teherzda and a 36-year-old Haider Ali have spent more than 2 years pretending to be officers or employees of the federal government. Now, the FBI was actually tipped off after a U.S. Postal Service inspector interviewed the pair as potential witnesses to an unrelated assault just weeks ago in the same building where they live. Now, federal prosecutors allege the men presented themselves as law enforcement officers, including to the DHS, according to court documents. And the documents also state that one of the men purchased a $2,000 assault rifle for a Secret Service agent assigned to the First Lady's protective detail. 4 members of the Secret Service have been put on administrative leave pending an investigation related to this case. So we're going to continue touching base with our Fox 5 DC team for any more information regarding this investigation. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to the West Coast for an update on a major story we've been following since the weekend. Sacramento police say there were 5 shooters involved in the early morning mass shooting in downtown Sacramento that happened on Sunday. Police also say the shooting involved 2 groups of men and was gang related. 6 people were killed and 12 others were hurt. So far, police have arrested 3 men, 26-year-old Dondre Martin, his brother, 27-year-old Smiley Martin, and and now 31-year-old Devontae Martin are all charged with weapons-related crimes. Smiley Martin was also one of the people injured in the shooting, and authorities have yet to charge anyone with murder in the case. So we have literally gotten new details about this mass shooting every single day since it happened. So be sure to stick with us for any new developments as this investigation is still in the very early stages. Meanwhile, I do want to head out live to Minneapolis, Minnesota right now. Very low visibility as they are expecting some inclement weather. You can even see this camera shaking. A little windy out there, but some big news that we broke to you here on Live Now from Fox just yesterday. The Minneapolis police officer who shot and killed Amir Locke, this was that body cam video that was released when the incident first happened. He's not going to face charges. Prosecutors say there was not enough evidence of a crime. Locke was killed during a no-knock raid back in February at a downtown apartment building. Prosecutors say the body camera video shows Locke point a gun in the direction of Officer Mark Hanneman, justifying his use of deadly force. Locke was not listed on the warrant that they were using, and his family argues he was startled awake and grabbed a gun that he was licensed to carry. So we're going to bring you two stories related to this case because our Fox Minneapolis team obviously keeping a close eye on this when this information broke yesterday. We're first going to bring you the nuts and bolts and what attorneys have to say about this, and then we're going to bring you some reaction from Amir Locke's family.
We're not allowed to evaluate the case from the perspective of the victim.
Attorney General Keith Ellison and Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman with the final call. There will be no jury, no trial, no criminal charges for Minneapolis Police SWAT team member Mark Hanneman for killing Amir Locke during the execution of this no-knock search warrant early the morning of February 2nd.
It would be unethical for us to file charges in a case in which we know that we will not be able to prevail because the law does not support the charges.
Records show MPD demanded the use of the no-knock warrant to assist St. Paul police with what was then an open murder investigation, concerned about a high-risk entry while looking for potentially armed suspects. Previously released body camera footage capturing SWAT quietly using a key fob to gain entry to the 7th floor Bolero Flats unit, where it appeared Locke was sleeping on the couch. The officers announcing their presence and shouting commands as they pressed inside. The encounter lasting just seconds, with Locke raising a gun from under a blanket. The 22-year-old was not named in the warrant, nor was he ever considered a suspect in the murder, but prosecutors concluded he pointed the firearm towards Officer Hanneman, who then was legally justified to shoot.
The term pointing might imply a level of intentionality that we don't know whether Amir Locke had or not. We don't know what was on his mind.
In a joint report filed with their charging decision, the top prosecutors pointed to an independent outside expert who reviewed all of the evidence and signed off on the legal assessment. Ellison and Freeman now urging policymakers to take a long, hard look at the use of no-knock warrants.
We need to interrogate whether no-knock warrants are ever really needed. There are inherent risks for everyone involved, including civilians and officers.
And one final note here about Officer Mark Hanneman. The department confirmed on Wednesday Hanneman has returned to active duty with MPD, though he is not assigned to the SWAT unit. Reporting from the newsroom, Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
The spirit of my baby is going to haunt you for the rest of your life.
Karen Wells, Amir Locke's mother, fired up and angry after learning the Minneapolis police officer who killed her son will not be charged with a crime.
I am not disappointed. I am disgusted with the city of Minneapolis. Very disgusted.
Wells was in New York City with attorney Ben Crump and Reverend Al Sharpton for a conference when she got word of the decision. She said today she believes racism played a role in Officer Mark Hanneman's shooting Locke.
So maybe if it was a little lighter melanin, maybe they would have gave him a de-escalation stages of a chance to drop the weapon. But you had enough time before my baby went and reached for his weapon.
Although not verified, Locke's family says their son had a permit to carry and had the gun he reached for to protect himself from the rising violence in Minneapolis. Wells using the moment to take a shot at Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
My son was protecting himself, thinking he had to protect himself from all the crime that is out of control, Mayor Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis. that you can't control.
Locke was killed while SWAT members executed a no-knock warrant. Attorney Ben Crump also going after Fry for claiming that he banned no-knock warrants when he did not.
I think when they say they have policies, that they should follow the policies. There shouldn't have been any no-knock warrants being executed.
Even with today's decision, Karen Wells says this isn't over and vowed that she would not just quietly go away.
We're coming. We're coming full force. And I'm not going to stop racing this race and running the race until I cross that finish line.
And in just a little bit, we are going to bring you an interview segment from our very own Andrew Kraft regarding that case. He did speak with an attorney about this decision and how this will impact the family, the very emotional and disappointed family that you just saw moving forward. Meanwhile, here is a live now look at our XRAD radar. All week long, we've been talking about a severe system that has just caused tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, damaging wind to move all across the south. We've been bringing you videos of the damage for the last several days. We do know today, and as you can see, this system is starting to shift eastward and making its way towards the Atlantic, and it's going to bring severe weather over the Florida peninsula today, as well as you could see much of the East Coast, Virginia Beach, up to Boston, and even Philadelphia and New York. North Florida, here where we are in Orlando, is going to see storms develop between now and 9 a.m. Eastern time, while Orlando and Central Florida will see storms kick up around noon and linger into the afternoon. The Space Coast will feel the brunt of the severe weather late afternoon. And then Georgia, the Virginia, I said the Virginias, yeah, West Virginia and Virginia, the Carolinas, and all the way up to the north are also going to see some severe weather, potentially damaging winds. There's a lot of flood watches out there, so definitely be careful as you get started on that morning commute to work and go about your day. But talking about the South, people across the South in many states are now assessing the damage from this line of storms that tore through the region. And important to mention, these are areas that already saw damage from storms that made its way through just weeks ago. So our Fox weather team has been out there speaking with impacted residents and assessing damage themselves. So let's get the latest from Fox Weather's Will Nunley.
Cornerstone of the family for, well, I guess since the 1800s.
Devastating scenes playing out across the South. People finding their homes and buildings destroyed after another round of severe storms. Millions remained under weather watches today as more thunderstorms hit the region.
Take cover! Take cover!
The National Weather Service confirmed a tornado touchdown in Bryant County, Georgia on Tuesday, killing at least one person and injuring nearly a dozen more. Residents came outside to find trees toppled onto homes and streets, winds tearing apart parts of this courthouse roof. Georgia officials say the damage could have been even worse.
It didn't stay on the ground. It went up and down, bouncing, if you will. But where it did hit, it is complete devastation.
The cleanup also beginning in East Texas. Winds as high as 100 miles per hour damaged several homes in the White House neighborhood that's southeast of Dallas. Many of these people are still getting back on their feet after weeks of storms.
It sounded like a train there for about 30 seconds, you know, and then we got up and started looking.
Crews are also working to restore power in harder hit neighborhoods. Thousands of customers in Georgia and Texas remain without electricity today after the severe weather knocked out numerous power lines.
None of us could see because the lights were out, and we were running into the walls, hitting each other.
Forecasters say more severe weather will impact the Central Plains and Southeast next week. In Atlanta, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
All right, thank you to Will Nunley for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, as promised, we're going to touch base live with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. He's in Washington, D.C. with more on the fact that today the UN General Assembly is expected to vote on whether or not to suspend Russia from the UN's premier human rights bodies. Stay with us for that live report. Live now from Fox on this Thursday, April 7th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. But we are live outside of the White House in Washington, D.C. right now as the sun is rising here on the East Coast. The United Nations could just be hours away from kicking Russia off of the UN Human Rights Council. Now, this vote is coming just as Congress is poised to revoke normal trade relations with Russia. So Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater, he's been covering the invasion since the very beginning, and he is joining us live with more on this big day. So, Doug, good morning to you. Really, my question to you off the bat is, what does it mean for Russia if they are kicked off of this Human Rights Council? Why is today so significant?
Well, it may not mean a whole lot. You know, this is kind of an embarrassment of the world stage were it to happen, but let's be honest, it's a little bit of an embarrassment to the United Nations that Russia is on the Human Rights Council. But this is just kind of the nature of the United Nations. This Human Rights Council is pretty big. A lot of, nations with questionable credentials have been part of this council. It takes a 2/3 vote of the General Assembly to remove a nation from the Human Rights Council, and that's what we're going to see play out today, an effort to get those 2/3 in the U.S. corner. If that happens, Russia's not part of the Human Rights Council anymore, but it kind of stops there. There's no indication that the UN is going to go much further than that. It's just kind of a symbolic effort.
And, Doug, this is all happening as the world is continuing to issue more sanctions against Russia. Yesterday, we got more from President Biden. Can you break down for our viewers how these sanctions really target those close to Russian President Vladimir Putin?
Well, the idea for a while has been to really go after Putin's inner circle. Part of this methodology is to kind of create more pressure around Putin. And this is especially true of some of the earlier sanctions that really went after some of the big oligarchs who might be able to lean on Putin. There's no indication that really worked. Now we have some effort to go after, family members and so on. We'll see whether there's much of an impact there. I mean, what it would really take to be effective would be an all-out global refusal to purchase energy from Russia, but there's just no indication that that's going to happen. A number of countries, particularly those in Europe, are heavily dependent on Russian energy. That's especially true of a country like Germany, for instance. And while they may make some efforts to cut off coal purchases, beyond that, it's going to be tough to very quickly wean a continent like Europe off of Russian energy.
Yeah, and Doug, when you talk about those Russian oligarchs, can we talk about the fact that yesterday we also heard from Attorney General Merrick Garland talking about how the DOJ actually unveiled charges against one of them. Can you dig more deeper into that right now?
Yeah, I mean, these are kind of all efforts around the edges. I mean, none of these are going to have a significant impact. A lot of this was done in response to the news that we've seen, coming out of some of these areas outside of the capital of Kiev, where it's clear some atrocities were committed, or at least there's growing evidence that that's the case, and it's going to be part, no doubt, of multiple war crimes investigations into Russia. So we had the U.S. very quickly, put together some additional sanctions and so on, and efforts to go after specific Russians. But that's not the kind of thing that seemingly will prevail upon Putin to change his course of action in Ukraine. And if anything, he may redouble his efforts in the eastern part of the country, in the Donbass region in particular, to really hold and maybe expand some of his positions there.
Yeah, and this is all coming, Doug, as we've seen chilling, that's not even the word, disturbing images out of Bucha and really surrounding suburbs out of the capital of Kiev.
Well, these have really, led to some global outrage, and I think that's helping add to some of the impetus here to take some action, be it economic or, as we're seeing in the United Nations today, symbolic, to really, counter this Russian aggression. In a lot of ways, this just has not played out the way that Putin must have certainly imagined that it would. I mean, there are a number of indications that he expected to kind of waltz into Ukraine with something of a fight, but not too much of one, to kind of wrap that up quickly, get a new government installed, and then move on and be able to weather a certain amount of international outrage. But the fight on the ground in Ukraine was much more substantial than Putin reckoned for, and the international outrage has been a lot louder than I think anyone at the Kremlin expected.
Yeah, and all of this happening as Russia is continuing to keep up the patriotic spirit. We did hear from some of the officials out there yesterday talking about how they were liberating cities like Mariupol. So it was interesting to hear their side of the story yesterday. But Doug, we thank you for getting our viewers up to speed on this situation. We appreciate your time. You have a great day.
Thanks so much. You too.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, be sure to stick with our team for any developments on the UN's vote to suspend Russia from its Human Rights Council. We do know that this meeting is set to resume at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. We have not confirmed with our Fox team on whether or not we will get feeds from inside of that meeting, but if we do, we will certainly bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to keep at our coverage on this invasion. We are slowly approaching the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We've got several of our owned and operated stations, not only bringing us up to speed on all of the sanctions and reaction from the world to this war in Ukraine, but we've also got our owned and operated stations speaking with people directly impacted by this invasion, either on the ground out there or here in the United States. So stick with us. We'll be right back with more coverage. With you here on Live Now from Fox from Orlando, Florida. It is Thursday, April 7th, and as promised before that quick break, we are continuing some coverage as the Russian invasion into Ukraine has officially entered week 6, day 43. We do want to bring you actually a live feed coming to us right now from the World Health Organization, talking about the health crisis that this invasion has caused, not only on the ground, but in bordering countries that have taken in millions of refugees. President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing parliaments around the world, saying if people are not dying from Russian strikes or damage to their hometowns, they're dying from starvation. The fact that there is no water, that there is very little food. So this is exactly what they are talking about with the World Health Organization right now. So let's listen in here live, raw, and unfiltered.
Coordinating with the European Union to triage patients arriving, to make sure that they are received in an EU country that is best placed to treat them. We are channeling support from further afield. The Asia-Europe Foundation has provided $9.5 million from Japan to procure much-needed equipment and provide services to manage COVID-19 as well as communicable diseases, including measles and polio, for Ukraine and its neighbors. Thirdly, we are supporting the Ministry of Health to rebuild Ukraine's health system back better. WHO has had a presence on the ground in Ukraine since 1994, supporting the country to strengthen its health system, especially in primary healthcare and health financing. Since 2015 and until the 24th February this year, the government of Ukraine had been in the process of reforming the entire health system, moving towards universal health coverage. The country had been making excellent progress on specific challenges, turning the corner in its fight against tuberculosis and HIV. Ukraine was a beacon of best practice in Eastern Europe, with TB incidents falling by almost half in the past 15 years, thanks to the investment in modern diagnostic technologies to rapidly identify TB infection and effective treatment regimens for multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Despite the war, we are determined to support Ukraine and not to lose this momentum. WHO is preparing now to redeploy teams throughout the countries as access and security improves. We are committed to work through a strong, decentralized footprint, both during the current humanitarian response, but also to be there with local and national authorities to rebuild the war-torn health system. Health requires peace. Well-being requires hope, and healing requires time. I speak on behalf of the entire WHO family when I say that it is my deepest wish that this war comes to an end swiftly, without further loss of life. Tragically, this is not the reality we see. As of today, WHO has verified 91 attacks on health. Routine immunization coverage for polio and measles is below the threshold for population immunity. 50% of Ukraine's pharmacies are presumed closed, and 1,000 health facilities are in proximity to conflict areas or in changed areas of control. Roughly 80,000 babies will be born over the next 3 months with insufficient pre- and postnatal care available due to the war. In these dark days, let me reassure you that WHO is committed to be in Ukraine in the short and long term, addressing immediate health challenges and future reconstruction needs. I'd like once again to express my deep admiration to all frontline workers in Ukraine protecting the health of the people. Our mandate and humanitarian principles call on us to ensure health for all, including the poor and most vulnerable, wherever they may be. We have prepared for different eventualities, anticipating that health challenges will get worse before they get better. But as WHO's long history and experience shows, they will eventually get better.
All right, everybody. It does appear that we have lost this feed for you. Gotta love live, raw, and unfiltered television, right? Well, it does look like we are able to get it for you a different way. So let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. And I do not know that this has any audio coming through. Let's see here.
Myself,
there we
my
go.
name is Banu Bhatnagar. I'm the Press and Media Relations Officer at WHO Europe. I'll be leading the Q&A session now. So without further ado, if there are any questions from the floor, can we get a microphone over to this gentleman, please? Thank you very much. If you could please introduce yourself and your outlet, and then ask your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kluger. This is Tomo Deguchi with Kyoto, Japanese News Agency. Just would like to ask you a question about the things that you have just mentioned. You have seen the very many attacks on the medical facilities during this crisis. How do you define these acts? From my point of view, it's nothing less than a war crime. Thank you.
On health, we define attacks on health, but this can include healthcare workers, ambulances, hospital facilities. As of today, I was mentioning there are more than 19 verified by WHO following a standard international procedure, which is publicly available. This is clearly a breach of international humanitarian law. It's not up to the mandate of WHO to attribute them, but we verify them. We don't have the mandate nor capabilities of that one. But this is something that Dr. Tedros and me from the very beginning, have been calling explicitly immediately to stop. A hospital, a health facility has to be a safe place. Dr. Habib, would you like to say something?
Thank you. And I just want to add what Dr. Kluge was mentioning. Facilities are the places where people go to be treated and healed. And we know that in Ukraine now, 6.4 million people are in move. And we know, as was mentioned, 1,000 facilities are in the close proximity in hostilities, all the territories where the active fighting is going. So from the health perspective and the World Health Day, it is very, very important that we ensure access to the healthcare as same way as we're asking for the humanitarian convoys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was Dr. Jarno Habic, WHO representative for Ukraine. So we have another question from the floor, this gentleman in the back.
Thank you. I'm Michael Bostic with CNN Opinion. Doctor, I had a question for you. Recently, President Zelensky spoke at the UN Security Council, and he gave a very critical speech about the UN, saying it's badly in need of reform. And I think it's one of the most critical speeches a leader has given about the UN. My question is the following. In the first few weeks of the conflict, when arguably the worst violence was taking place, your Director General couldn't bring himself to even name the aggressor Russia, nor did a lot of UN agencies even use the word war or invasion. They used the word escalating conflict. Can you explain that? Maybe we can call it a lapse or policy, and why did that happen? Because I think it's an important question, because it was noticed here in Ukraine. And when the people are questioning the UN's credibility, including WHO, I think it's something that needs to be addressed. And I had a follow-up if I could. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Very important. So each UN agency has its particular mandates. Our mandate is to bring life-saving healthcare to the vulnerable people. This is our top priority. And since the first day, in fact, even before the war started, everyone of WHO, I can assure you, have been giving itself 24/7 to help the authorities, national and local. It is the mandate of the United Nations Secretary General, who has the political mandate to call out individual countries, which have been doing. As I mentioned in my statement, also WHO Director General had called, as of beginning of March, on the Russian Federation for a ceasefire to allow for humanitarian supplies.
Okay, and a follow-up if I can. It might be argued that we're in a worst case scenario as a humanitarian community with ICRC staff actually being held by the Russian Federation troops, humanitarian corridors that have been negotiated between Ukraine and Russia not respected, that they're actually being fired upon. Are we in a bad place, so to speak, in terms of being able to deliver life-saving aid when the other side is not respecting agreements for access? Thank you.
WHO has been able to deliver life-saving supplies to many affected areas, but it's true, some remain very difficult. I think a priority, definitely, I think we all agree, would be Mariupol, and I would like to take the opportunity here.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. It is Thursday, April 7th. We are officially past the top of the 7 o'clock Eastern Time hour. If you are just joining us here this morning, thank you for watching and tuning in as we bring you the top stories, breaking news, and live events happening really early this morning. So if you have been listening in for the last couple of minutes, we are listening in live to a World Health Organization briefing. Representatives now answering questions from the media, but they have been talking about how they're continuing to support health systems in Ukraine. The humanitarian crisis out there getting very dire as the war has entered week 6. President Zelensky saying that if people are not dying from Russian strikes, that they're dying because there's lack of food and lack of water. They've also got a health crisis in other neighboring countries that have seen an influx of refugees. We've got 4.5 million and counting refugees fleeing Ukraine since the invasion began. Something that stuck out to me is you heard one of these representatives say that women are pregnant as we speak, and in a couple of months babies are going to be born with insufficient prenatal care. They did confirm that more than 20 hospitals and healthcare systems have been damaged and destroyed by Russian forces since the invasion began as well. So we wanted to bring that information and live feed to you here on Live Now from Fox. But really quickly, I do want to run you through some of the top stories that we've got here for you on Live Now from Fox and what we are monitoring this morning. So this is video that we've got for you coming from on the ground in Ukraine. We've continued to bring you really heartbreaking images of the damage, destruction, and the dead bodies of civilians that we've seen in suburban cities in and around the capital of Kiev. So today is a big day when it comes to the United Nations. We've got the UN General Assembly voting today on whether to suspend Russia from the UN's premier human rights body. Now, this move was actually initiated by the United States in response to the discovery of hundreds of dead civilians after Russian troops withdrew from towns near the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. We were speaking with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader. He said that this is basically of no major significance, that Russia really won't seem to care necessarily if they are voted off of this council. It really will just be an embarrassment to them. And this was actually a call from U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield for Russia to be stripped of its seat on that 47-member Human Rights Council in the wake of this invasion, in the wake of all the civilians that we have seen killed. Investigations going on globally accusing Vladimir Putin and his troops of war crimes. So we do know that this is going to get started around 10 a.m. Eastern time. If we do get feeds from inside of that discussion, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are also watching for some big news out of Washington, D.C. It's something we've been following for weeks now. A replacement for the Supreme Court is set to be confirmed today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be put before the Senate to officially be confirmed to the Supreme Court. Jackson will be replacing Justice Stephen Breyer, who will be retiring at the end of the Supreme Court term this summer. Now, 3 Republican senators, who are Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah, have all said that they will vote in favor of Jackson's nomination. She is currently a 51-year-old federal appeals court judge and would be just the 3rd black justice and the 6th woman, and of course the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. So we are going to be closely watching that news out of Capitol Hill. Also, some big news for baseball fans. Get your hot dogs and your foam fingers out, because it is opening day, and this is happening after a very rocky offseason. The players' union and owners were stuck in a 99-day lockout before reaching an agreement last month, and the MLB will still have a 162-game schedule with 30 doubleheaders to make up for postponed games. So throughout the morning, we're going to be touching base with our owned and operated stations who are outside and inside stadiums around the country. I actually do want to show you. He doesn't know we're taking him on camera, but this is a look at Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard inside Nationals Park talking about Major League Baseball today. So that's just a look at what we've got going on for you here today on Live Now from Fox. We love Bob, so we'll tell him we took his shot a little later. But some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We do want to let you know before we send you to break that we are also monitoring this live feed coming in from Brussels, Belgium. We've got NATO officials meeting with foreign ministers from across the country. Secretary of State Antony Blinken representing the United States out there as they talk about the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We are expected any moment now to get opening remarks from Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. So we'll be getting that feed to you when we see him step up to the podium here in just a bit. But stay with us. We'll be right back with some more top stories. You are streaming live now from Fox. Everybody, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday, April 7th. Here's a look at the White House in Washington, D.C. It's expected to be pretty dreary up the entire East Coast as that system that brought severe storms across the South is now shifting kind of upwards and going towards the Atlantic. We actually have that look for you here on our XRAD radar, so just be weather aware if you're starting to get on that morning commute to work. But I do want to stay in Washington, D.C. and actually we're going to stay on some topics that came out of Washington, D.C. just yesterday. But this is reporting from our owned and operated station, Fox 13 Tampa, because yesterday we got some more sanctions from President Biden on Russia as the war in Ukraine continues to rage on. And those sanctions actually targeted people close and in Russian President Vladimir Putin's inner circle. So I do want to bring you the very latest on what that means for them and why the U.S. decided to go after them, plus how this will impact Russia's economy here. So let's continue to listen in. This is a segment from our Fox owned and operated station, Fox 13 Tampa.
Russia spent this 42nd day of war blasting cities in southern Ukraine with another flurry of rockets. They're once again targeting civilians, and they're planning a new path for their ground invasion now. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is here with the new assessments and, Craig, the growing penalties on Russia.
Yeah, we'll start with the new assessments. The intel is showing at this point the Russian invaders have fully withdrawn from the outskirts of Kiev. And with that, we're talking about some 40,000 troops that have changed positions, retreating first, but now reloading and repositioning with the goal, according to the assessments, of joining another 30,000 invaders already in the south, already bearing down on the south and the east.
Where we are expecting a major offensive. President Putin's aim is to try to control the whole of Donbass and to establish a land bridge between Donbass and Russia.
In other words, Russia will concentrate its fire on this part of Ukraine and then try to destroy it piece by piece, just as it has already done to Mariupol. And for context, Mariupol is here. Russia spent this day and the past few days battering Mykolaiv, which is here. And it is specifically striking homes and civilian infrastructure, trying to cripple this city in advance of a coming reign of terror. Again, as NATO warned, the goal appears to be taking over control of the coast and forging that land bridge to mainland Russia. And with that, the assessments also warn Russia is planning a full siege in the Donbass region. Ukraine, the Pentagon, and military assessments through Europe are warning civilians to get out of southeastern Ukraine, because the invaders who tortured and raped and mass murdered civilians in Bucha are coming here next. And around the world, the United Nations is planning a vote on Thursday to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. That would require a 2/3 majority vote, but regardless of the outcome, Russia will still hold veto power on the National Security Council, which gives Russia the power to stop any UN actions to stop its reign of terror. Through Europe, the EU is planning to further reduce its imports of Russian fuel, and Britain and the United States hit Russia with yet another round of sanctions. These include full sanctions on Russia's largest bank and more penalties on Vladimir Putin's friends and family.
Treasury is committed to holding Russia accountable for its actions, so it cannot benefit from the international financial system.
The Treasury Department has also moved to cut off Russia's ability to use any money that the U.S. has jurisdiction of to pay down its debts for the purposes of trying to drain Russian reserves. Meanwhile, in northern Ukraine, where the invaders have withdrawn, of course, by this point, we've seen the images of bodies in the streets and evidence of summary executions. It's worth noting and warning that these areas are also laced with mines. And not the kind of mine that will detonate when you step on it or trip a wire, but these are a different kind of mine with motion sensors that are set to go off as someone approaches it, which adds, of course, to the peril and the danger and the tactics we're seeing from Russia.
Added to the growing list of possible war crimes, Craig. Back to what you said in the story earlier there with the warnings for civilians in southeastern Ukraine to get out. Well, some of them can't, especially in Mariupol, the city that's been under siege now for weeks. People are trapped there. Has the Red Cross had any success in getting any relief to them? They're without food, water, electricity.
It has not had any success. It has had some success in getting a comparatively small number of people out to escape, but a small number, a few hundred day by day or over the weekend versus an estimated 130,000 of them still trapped there. We don't know of those estimated 130,000 how many may still be alive. It has been a matter of weeks now without access to clean water or food, and at this point Ukraine is saying that is a tactic of Russia to try to starve the people to death or into submission, and with that the troops encircling the city are disinclined to let the Red Cross through.
That is people living through absolute hell every day right there in that city. Let's pray that something happens soon to change that. Thank you, Craig. Russia spent.
All right, thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report. It does look like we have officially gotten let inside of this NATO meeting happening in Brussels, Belgium. Any moment now, we are expected to get some opening remarks from Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Now, NATO is hosting foreign ministers from around the globe to talk about the Russian invasion into Ukraine and how they can help support their military with possible weapons, and also how to help with cybersecurity threats across the globe as well. We do have Secretary of State Antony Blinken representing the United States out there in Belgium. He did fly out there a couple of days ago, and this is expected to get underway today as well as tomorrow. So when we do see Jens Stoltenberg step up and start speaking, we'll bring this to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But in the meantime, as we talk about the humanitarian crisis and the health crisis that this war has caused in Ukraine, we do still have the World Health Organization speaking on how they are supporting hospitals and health systems out there as this war rages on. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
To check what all was done. So we had discussions with authorities and health authorities in particular, but we are not inspecting the laboratories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope that answers your question. We'll take a final question now, and we need to wrap up from James Keaton from AP. James, please ask your question.
Thanks, Banu. And nice to see you all in Lviv. Dr. Kluge, I wanted to find out if you have had any of your teams have been looking at the types of trauma that have been suffered by either people who have been killed or survivors of some of the violence in the area near Irpin, Bucha, et cetera, and what types of trauma that you have seen that might be consistent with you know, whether it be rape or various other types of abuses on civilians.
I think that's one for Dr. Habic, if you don't mind, James. So we'll hand the floor to Jarno.
Thank you. And WHO, when we look to the trauma and injuries, our priority is to deliver the supplies that reach to civilians, and particularly in hard-to-reach places. And this is what WHO has been doing. When it comes to the type of trauma or injury, we are not doing the investigation on those. At the same time, we are also monitoring on the health status, and there are a number of other UN agencies, including UNFPA, others, who are also getting the signals and doing their follow-up on those matters. Thank you.
Yes, so just before we close, I'm going to hand the floor.
Yes, as an addition to that one, Jamie, so as I was mentioning, every agency has its mandate. So the Human Rights Council has appointed an independent international commission of inquiry to investigate alleged abuses of human rights. And they will give a report in September 2022. And as in the past, if and when WHO will be asked to collaborate in such an investigation within our mandate and capabilities, we will do so.
Thank you very much, Regional Director, for those final remarks. And with that concludes our press briefing from here in Lviv on World Health Day. If you have any follow-up questions or need some additional information, please do email us at eupress@who.int. Thank you very much. Do take care and goodbye.
All right, everybody, that was the latest update from the World Health Organization talking about the health and humanitarian crisis that this has caused and what they are doing to support health systems out there in Ukraine. So that was a live feed coming to our desk very early this morning. So, of course, we're all about the live, raw, and unfiltered events and wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox because we do know that more than 20 hospitals and healthcare buildings have been destroyed by Russian forces as this invasion enters week 6. So really important to keep track of how organizations around the globe are trying to get medical supplies and support to pregnant women, to elderly people who need medications, to women and children who are fleeing, and to Ukrainian soldiers who are out there fighting and defending their country and who need resources to stay healthy in order to do so. Meanwhile, I do want to let you know that we are continuing to keep a very close eye on this NATO summit happening in Belgium. Foreign ministers from around the world joining Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg as they meet to talk about how they can support the Ukrainian military. So when we do see him step up to the podium and speak, we will cut right to it here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we have heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on a daily basis. He has been addressing lawmakers around the world virtually from his presidential office. Well, just about an hour ago, we did have him address the Greek Parliament live. We've got about 20 minutes of that, so we do want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
From the very first moment, Greece has strongly condemned Russia's attack against Ukraine and has reiterated its firm support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as its right to self-defense. At the same time, we have been sending defense and humanitarian aid, and we are participating in establishing humanitarian corridors. Furthermore, I wish to see further European assistance, and solidarity towards your country is strong. Already, the Greek Prime Minister has announced that we will undertake to rebuild the bombed maternity hospital of Mariupol. We are connected by unique historical ties. Hellenism has been present in the Black Sea region since antiquity, and the Greek community of Ukraine is concentrated mainly in beleaguered Mariupol. It has been severely tasted by the Russian bombings and mourns victims. You said yourself recently at the UN and the Spanish Parliament that the power of the UN Charter must be restored immediately and that Russia must respect international law. Greece and Hellenism, with which you have been communicated all day today in Athens and in Cyprus, has for at least 5 decades now been claiming the very same things, both for reasons of inviolable principles and for reasons of defending our national rights. The northern part of Cyprus has since 1974 been under Turkish occupation. Your Excellency, President of the Ukraine, April is the cruelest month. And this verse is confirmed by the horrifying scenes of Russian atrocities against your civilian compatriots. Fate has made it so that you not only lead your country in this difficult time, in your person, freedom is confronting its enemies. And Greece, which 200 years ago declared and won the war for its own freedom, and where precisely 81 years ago today, as of this day, in the trenches of Macedonia in northern Greece, heroically resisted against the powerful hordes of the Third Reich, this very Greece, Greece itself, here today in its national delegation, welcomes you and stands honestly by your side until the final victory.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε της Ουκρανίας, έχετε το λόγο.
Mr. President of the Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Madam Speaker, Your Excellency, Madam President, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, honorable members of the Hellenic Parliament, people of Greece, Kalimera. For more than a month now, every morning, I start with Mariupol, with information on what is happening in this Ukrainian city, which the Russian troops are destroying. This has not been in the case of European history during all the years after World War II. We have never seen a city being reduced to ashes, completely flattened. The city being completely under the siege. Its residents are killed by hunger and thirst. It used to be a city of 500,000 of population. There are still about 100,000 people still left in the city, but there is virtually no building left undamaged. The absolute majority of buildings have been utterly destroyed. The Russian military were destroying everything. There were bombing hospitals, maternity hospital, residential buildings have been gutted. They even bombed the city theater in which civilians were hiding from the bombs, and the word children was painted on the ground next to the building. Everyone could see that. Those are the words that the Russian pilots could see very well, and still they did not stop from delivering the air strike. Mariupol is almost destroyed, and I'm sure that each of you has already seen by now how the city looks today after the Russian Federation had approached the city. What desolation.
Okay, then,
that is
welcome
what
once again.
Russia has done to
it looks
our
like we are ready to start in just a
Mariupol,
moment when you all
but
have...
also to your peaceful Mariupol. This city has always been home to a large Greek community. Ukrainian Greek community is one of the largest in the world. For centuries, our peoples lived side by side. For centuries, we have been bringing up our children together. We were building our future, and the link between Ukraine and Greece is so ancient that it is already impossible to find its beginning. The Greek city-states on our Black Sea coast, the cultural exchange and trade, and the coexistence of our communities, all of that is already thousands of years of our history. Greek Hessenexes was depicted even on our national currency, on hryvnias. It is with Greece that we connect the development of Christianity, not only in our country, but in our region as a whole. And Ukraine is one of the largest Orthodox countries, and the light of baptism was brought by the Greeks. And if someone tried to break the Greek roots in Ukrainian history and culture, we would lose. That means that we would lose a fundamental part of ourselves, just as for you, as this, in fact, very death. Those are the words that reflect not only our struggle against Russia's attempt to destroy Ukraine. This is part of your identity, which comes from our Odessa, and another southern city of Ukraine, which Russia can try to destroy, as well as they have done it to Mariupol. When your foreign minister was last week in Odessa, the city was experiencing the consequences of Russian shelling. Yet another missile attack was launched. Today, Odessa is calm. But why? Only because our armed forces our armed forces of Ukraine have been capable to hold back Russian attacks and to thwart the barbaric Russian troops from their agreed direction to attack Odessa. The Russian troops have brought death and destruction to the land where for centuries both Ukrainians and Greeks have been enjoying peace and prosperity. Moreover, Russia has started a new deportation of people from southern Ukraine. At least tens of thousands of our citizens have already been taken away to the territory of Russia and to the temporarily occupied territory of Ukraine. Those are residents of Mariupol and of other cities and communities that were hit hard by the Russian troops. This is forced relocation of people by Russia, and it is definitely not the first relocation by the Russians, and both Ukrainians and Greeks suffer from such relocation. But the Russian state is doing it now as if the deportation was not to be the last one. Russia is absolutely confident in its invincibility and that they could do whatever they want without going unpunished. We have to stop it. We must bring Russia to justice. We must save Odessa from the same destruction that Mariupol has suffered. We have to find all the people deported by Russia. We have to save at least those in Mariupol who are still alive and who can be saved. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Greece. Filiki Eteria was created in our Odessa and it played such a role in the history of your state, which cannot be overestimated. And I call on you now openly to create such a new union of friends which will be able to save Ukrainians and Greeks in the south of Ukraine, which will help Mariupol. This city needs humanitarian aid. The city needs rescue. We need to save people, those who are wounded and still live there. Russia has been blocking Mariupol since the beginning of March on land and on the sea. The Russians do not even allow the basic humanitarian cargo to be delivered to the city. And I'm sure that the strength of Greece will help us to realize the mission. And time matters. And please listen not only to me, listen to the words of two defenders of Mariupol who are right now in the city. They had to wear the mask so as not to show his face, because his parents are in one of the towns that is already occupied by the Russians. I do hope you will understand. So please let us watch the video material.
Distinguished members of Parliament of the Greek Republic, I'm speaking to you. I'm an ethnic Greek. My name is Mikhail. My grandfather, Victor, was at war with the Nazis in the Second World War. He was 3 times wounded, and now I am at war with the Russian Nazis. I am one of those people who is defending our native city of Mariupol, where I was born, where I was raised, as a member of the Azov regiment. Do I need to tell you about the details of this struggle against the enemy? I don't think it's worth it.
Hal Kemper. Hal, as always, so good to see you on this Wednesday night. We'll get into the new sanctions that were announced today. We kind of touched on them a little bit last night. First, though, I want to talk to you about what is seemingly the disdain Russia has for its own fighting force. There are reports that the Russian troops that were in and around Kiev that have retreated, they're going to be used in the intense fighting we're about to see in the eastern part of the country, the Donbas region. And some have kind of attributed that to essentially shielding them from accountability and responsibility in the massacres that were carried out that we've been seeing in order, basically, Putin's thinking, these troops will die in combat, and they won't have to be held accountable. What say you on that?
Well, there was a report yesterday, Andrew, that said exactly that. It said one of the mechanized infantry brigade, rifle brigade, that was actually in Bucha, all right, where a lot of the atrocities were found, where people were found bound and executed, there were mass graves, that brigade was literally picked up, retrograded out of the area, and is being put right back into the fight in eastern Ukraine, right on the front. And according to Ukrainian intelligence, it was specifically to put those who had committed atrocities and those who had witnessed atrocities on the front lines with the hope that they would be killed in combat. Now, one thing I will say is the Russians have been leaving their dead and actually leaving their live troops all over the battlefield. They were, even before this whole thing kicked off, they were leaving troops in train stations for weeks unaccounted for during the administrative movement. Once they got into Ukraine, during the retrograde, there were troops that were covering the withdrawal that suddenly looked around and there was nobody there, and they ended up having to surrender because they'd been left. They basically, their forces fell out. Now, there could be a lot of reasons for that, one of which is they're so fearful of the Ukrainians that they just quit taking chances on the battlefield, and they're too scared to risk their lives to recover their dead and wounded or to recover units that are cut off in combat. The other side is just a callous disregard for the safeguard of their troops. All of this is leading to that issue of morale, and this has become a cancer, a growing cancer within the Russian forces. Is morale it's not low, it's just it's at the bottom, and it's digging a hole, and it gets worse and worse and worse every day because of things like this. The feeling that troops have that their chain of command really doesn't care about their well-being, isn't really dedicated to the mission, and frankly they don't have a lot of dedication to the mission, and the idea that they don't have the right forces to prevail. So it's having an impact.
Yeah, and Hal, Moscow initially sent 75% of its main ground combat forces in total and committed them to this war back in February. The Pentagon says much of that army of about 150,000 troops is now a spent force, with including logistics problems, like you mentioned, flagging morale and devastating casualties. When are we going to see, you think, evidence of this? Or maybe, maybe we are, but when are you going to see concrete evidence of this, meaning that it has an impact on the battlefield? We've seen that Kiev is essentially free still. It has not fallen since the war began, but no more troops, Russian troops, are surrounding it, are encircling it. But what more evidence can we see with our own eyes that the Russian retreat is real?
Well, I have to tell you, the Russian retreat, it's amazing. If you look at the map behind me, you'll see, I'll turn my head a little, you see Kiev right there, but you also see Sumy. The latest maps that have come from the Institute for the Study of War show the Russians have pretty much pulled out of all those, well, they call them oblasts, but these provincial areas. They have pretty much pulled out and gone up to Russia and Belarus. And they're gone. There's still remnant forces there, but they're basically pulling out. It's a disengagement on a scale that's truly stunning when you looked at the number of forces they had in there. Now, they're supposed to be moving them off to the east, but most experts looking at this don't think they can really reconstitute those forces, that they are so battle damaged, the attrition is so heavy that they don't see any time soon that these forces will be reintroduced. Now, there is an expectation that within the Donbass region, Russia will initiate some sort of offensive action very soon, within the next few days, possibly. But there's also a feeling that that offensive action probably won't get very far because the Ukrainians are simply, they're dug in. They've got a great defense. They've been holding them off this time. And there really isn't a whole lot of additional combat power that Russia is able to bring to bear. In fact, some of the forces that they brought up from Georgia, from South Ossetia, which are down there, essentially it's an occupation force in Georgia, from when they invaded that Georgia in 2008. They brought a couple of battalion tactical groups up, and reportedly the battalion tactical groups refused to fight. They refused to go into the fight, and eventually they carted them up and sent them back to South Ossetia to continue with their peace enforcement, peacekeeping mission, or whatever it was down there. I can tell you, back in the Stalin times, they probably would have lined up the whole battalion and shot them. But they're so desperate for troops that there are numerous reports coming out of troops of entire units refusing to fight. And what's interesting is that there isn't some draconian action being taken against them. They were just simply redeployed somewhere else, almost as if a tacit command recognition that things are so bad they can't really give an order to some of their military units to go fight and expect that order to be carried out. So that to me, the consistency of the reports on that, to me, tell me that the attrition is so bad. I don't know if Russia really has the ability to recover. There's a good chance that 150,000, and this is just doing math, of that 150,000, almost half maybe of those troops may be out of the fight due to being killed, wounded, surrendered, desertions, or something else where they just simply refuse to go back into Ukraine. That's a stunning number, to have almost half your forces or half your troops not be able to be deployed. And of course, as we mentioned, they went all in. 75% of those operational combat units, ground combat of the entire Russian army, were committed up front, and now they're stuck. There's really not much in reserve.
Yeah, of course, those figures, those statistics dovetail with just the grim statistics we're getting on a civilian scale. We heard a confirmation of a really horrifying number today from the mayor of Mariupol. 5,000 civilians, he says, have been killed since the war began in Mariupol. And granted, we heard from John Kirby, Mariupol has not, fallen to Russian forces. Part of the city still stands. I believe there has been efforts among the Russian forces to install some type of, puppet local government there as, kind of a face-saving measure there. But the fight for Mariupol still stands. Hal, let's talk about the U.S. support, U.S. response. We heard from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin yesterday disclosing the training for the first time when he was speaking to members of the House Committee Armed Services. So that was quite enlightening there. He described how U.S. officials are instructing a cadre of Ukrainian troops to use them on the battlefield. What do we know about this training? Where is it taking place? How long has it been going on? Because this is, this is direct military involvement, I guess, by proxy for the U.S. military into the war in Ukraine. Would you characterize it as such?
I think that's, you could say that, kind of. What's interesting is, and that did come out today, I'm not quite sure. I think it's probably, I'm in California. I think the training's actually happening here in California. I'm not sure. AeroVironment is based out of Southern California. It's based out of the LA area. And there's a number of places out here where I think they would probably do this training. I think it would be one of the big Marine Corps bases probably would be a great place to host a training. But that wasn't entirely clear to me when I was reading it, where they're doing it. But the fact is they had Ukrainian officers or Ukrainian troops here in the U.S. getting that training. I would have thought that training probably would have happened in Eastern Europe. But I think because they need tech reps, that the challenge is the challenge with AeroVironment. And I made some calls, people who are very familiar with them when it came up to just see where everything is. Problem is, suddenly everybody needs Switchblade drones. I mean, they're a fantastic system. They're perfect for what the Ukrainians are doing to the Russians, but they just weren't in the procurement cycle where they had a production line that was pushing these things out at the numbers that they really needed them. So when you look at the training, I'm assuming that they had to rely on what we call tech reps, technical representatives from the company, and that would lend itself to having them here in the United States. And since the company is based out of Southern California, they probably want the tech reps to be close to the company headquarters so they could do things back and forth as needed, and maybe get additional switchblades out there for training or whatever it is. So I'm thinking that's probably where it took place. I don't know. I will tell you, first off, from what's been said so far, it wasn't entirely clear. I just found it fascinating they were actually doing the training here in the United States, which gives you an idea of some of this. It's not hidden logistics. It's just not logistics or advertised in terms of moving Ukrainian personnel in other countries to get them training, to help them with other equipment. You know, we hear so much about the Soviet equipment in Eastern European NATO countries are being moved over to Ukraine, but we don't often hear all this other stuff. I would say with the Switchblade, it looks to me, from what I've seen, that the Brits may have been doing something similar with one of their anti-aircraft missile systems, the Starstreak system, that was recently put into action. And they may be doing that as well. And there may be training like that that's occurring probably in Eastern Europe, though, with NLAWs and maybe Javelins. But there's enough incumbent knowledge with those two systems, I think, in Ukraine that they can actually train themselves since they're so familiar with those systems. But fascinating. I just, I think the last order I saw, and I don't know, I saw one article said 100 were going in. Okay, that's nice, but it's a one and done deal. You shoot one and that's it. That's all you get. And then there were several other articles that said 10. I got to tell you, 10, I mean, a squad can carry 10 of those things in their trucks and go out there. That's just not a huge number. And, 10 of those are great, but we should be shipping 1,000 of those, or 2,000. It should look like the Javelin number. So the production cycle is just not where it needs to be.
Okay, we'll get our viewers a better estimate on the number that is going over there. Let's talk about Russian energy, Russian oil. We heard from Volodymyr Zelensky in his nightly address that European allies need to find more determination to get their energy elsewhere, to borrow it if need be from elsewhere. We also learned that Europe is, they are taking this, they are heeding this advice slowly, but it seems like some support is coalescing in Europe about weaning itself off of Russian energy and oil. How drastically remains to be seen.
I think what you're going to see, and what you are seeing, is they're trying to get themselves off of oil. Of course, they're very dependent on Russian oil. They're extremely dependent on Russian natural gas. And I think that's part of Putin's planning process. He says they can't get rid of that. They can't replace that natural gas thing real fast. They're doing the best they can, I think, with what they are able to absorb, and they're trying to get rid of that. But what we're seeing is there is investment going into, finally, it's taken a little while, but there's investment going into developing new fields. But that takes a long time to take a field and put it into production. What you're really seeing is a lot of investment, especially government investment in Europe and here in North America and the US, that's going into renewable energy, other energy sources, and that is being accelerated. And some of that has the potential of being fleeted up, as we like to say. You can ramp it up a little bit quicker. In fact, in some of the renewable energy areas, you can probably ramp that production line, if you will, in terms of the equipment and things that they need, actually probably faster than you can put some oil fields and oil capability into effect. I spent a little bit of time up in eastern Montana and North Dakota, where they have those huge shale oil fields. The problem with COVID was when the prices dropped, demand dropped, a lot of the people that worked up there and lived up there, those fields got shut down because they're no longer economically productive. So they basically got, temporarily shut down, but the people moved. And now the problem is getting the skilled workforce back in place to open that whole thing up, to get that moving. It just takes time. It's not something where you can turn a switch and it comes back on. That's some of the challenges they're dealing with. And that's not just in the Midwest in the US, that's elsewhere around the world. And a lot of that oil, especially from the Middle East and other sources, it's really spoken for. So it's a challenge.
Hal, just last question for you, and I meant to ask this when we hit the 1 month mark of the war, but remember President Biden had said essentially that the sanctions impact and effect will really be felt 1 month in. We're now 42 days in. We also got word more sanctions are being levied today on two very high-profile prominent banks in Russia, and kind of these second, third tier, third order sanctions as well on family members of high-ranking Russian officials like Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. Are you seeing the effect, or are you seeing parts of the Russian economy, bubble up again, kind of have a rebound effect, or is it still damaging?
It is damaging, Andrew. There have been impact, but you're absolutely right. In some of the key indices, they went way down, and then there was a little bounce back. Now, one of the ones that's a little bit of that a number of experts have been looking at, a number of traders looking at, they look at the ruble, and they look at, the ruble was losing all of its value, and then it bounced back. But the ruble's value is based on what? It's non-exchange currency. It was floating based on the good faith and credit of Russia, which there is no good faith and credit of Russia. One of the ways Russia's been trying to offset this is to kind of do an oil and gas version of Bretton Woods, where the US dollar used to be pegged to the value of gold. Well, they were trying to do that with gas and oil with Europe, to say, do you pay for this in rubles, which increases demand in rubles, but also gives them the opportunity to set a price in rubles for gas and oil, which would actually be an artificial price or valuation of rubles in the international market, since they're not exchanged in the international market. That hasn't worked out for them. They've tried to do that, but in so many things, it is really having an impact. I will tell you, though, the impact is on Russia. The impact's on the rest of the world, though. The sanctions are having an impact, but the war itself is blocking wheat and other foodstuffs from getting out of Russia and Ukraine. That right now is having repercussions in the Middle East, which is heavily dependent on wheat from that area for bread. And you may recall the Arab Spring actually kicked off because of the price of bread spiking so high that people couldn't afford it. There's a lot of concerns that we're going to see second and third order effects. So whereas this thing is having an impact in Russia, it's definitely cutting them off from being a true participant in the global economy in the way they had been. There is a counterweight, which is it's also having an impact everywhere else. And so we're not sure about the second and third order effects.
So much to discuss, so much to talk about. As always, Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for being our guiding light and making sense and providing clarity in this war in Ukraine. We'll talk to you again.
All right.
Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we, of course, want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do have the United Nations Assembly expected to vote today on expelling Russia from the Human Rights Council. We also have the U.S. Senate possibly voting to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court as early as tonight. Also, today is opening day. Baseball is back. Again, opening day for the Major League Baseball. The Players Union and owners were stuck in a 99-day lockout before reaching an agreement to return to the diamond. The MLB will still have a 162-game schedule with 30 doubleheaders to make up for postponed games. And as we mentioned, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson could be confirmed to the United States Supreme Court as early as tonight, and that would secure her place as the first black woman on the high court. She would be just the third black justice in history after Thurgood Marshall and Clarence Thomas, and just the sixth woman. And as we said, the United Nations could just be hours away from kicking Russia off of the UN Human Rights Council. The move was first initiated by the United States in response to the grim discovery of hundreds of dead civilians after Russian troops withdrew from several towns near the Ukrainian capital city of Kiev, sparking calls for its forces to be tried for war crimes. And that vote does come just days after Congress is poised to revoke normal trade relations with Russia. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington.
Both of these votes today at the UN and here on Capitol Hill are designed to create even more pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin as his country shows no signs of backing down. Children at this school in Russia now start their day singing their national anthem, part of an effort to build patriotic spirit in the face of international outrage. Alleged Russian atrocities in Ukraine have shocked much of the world, all blamed on Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I don't have anything to say to him, I just want to see him dead. That's what I want, and if I could, I would kill him with my own hands.
And while Ukraine may welcome today's efforts at the United Nations and on Capitol Hill to further isolate Russia, Ukraine's foreign minister is asking for more.
My agenda is very simple. It has only 3 items on it. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons.
We will fight and we will not retreat.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is preparing for what could be a long war as Russia shifts its focus to the eastern part of the country. And while the Pentagon says this could drag out for years, this may also be a critical moment for Ukrainian forces.
There is a real opportunity here that the Ukrainians will not only just fight the Russians to a stalemate in the Donbass region in the vicinity of Mariupol, but actually have the ability to drive them out.
Wow.
If that takes place, this fight's not going to go on for years.
As for the vote here on Capitol Hill today on revoking Russia's trade status, it is expected to pass and then head to the president's desk for his signature. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. In the United States, again, the U.S. Russia trade status, could also change today while Ukraine deaths mount amid charges. Evidence of death has been covered up. Now, the Senate will be voting on whether to ban Russian oil imports and end normal U.S.-Russia trade relations. The act could allow President Joe Biden to enact high Russian tariffs. Meanwhile, in Mariupol, officials say Russian forces are using a crematorium to cover up war crimes there. The mayor there says 5,000 citizens are dead, and the city is, quote, the new Auschwitz. Now, we do want to take you out to a live feed that we do have coming in to our desk today. This is actually coming into our desk from Moscow, Russia. So we do want to bring this to you, of course, pertaining to the Russian government as this war in Ukraine does continue. This feed is coming in Russian, of course, where we do have the Russian Prime Minister currently discussing plans to minimize sanctions. As we know, the United States and several several Western countries have hit Russia very hard with financial sanctions as well. So this feed, again, is coming into us, into our desk in Russian with no translation. If we do get one, we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to get back to some video that we have coming out of Ukraine. So we are going to switch back to that. We're going to take this lower down audio here that we do have right now. The extensive damage seen in the town of Borodyanka, Ukraine, following the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Kiev region. This video, taken by Ukrainian witnesses, is pretty grim. It shows widespread destruction to residential areas, a commuter area here in the Ukrainian capital city of Borodyanka, just outside of Kiev. Now, the emergence of images and videos like this showing dead civilians in the town of Bucha led to a global outcry and accusations that Russia committed war crimes, which we have been reporting to you here on Live Now from Fox. And just a few days ago, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the death toll in this specific town of Borodyanka may even be higher than in Bucha. So we will just have to wait and see as that information comes out. And this footage captured by a Ukrainian military drone shows a Ukrainian tank carrying out an ambush on a Russian column as it moved through Basan, which is east of Kiev, which was recaptured by Ukrainian forces back on April 1st, so just a few days ago. And we do want to get this graphic back up for you here on the screen. Now, much of this battle here in this video to retake the town took place on March 31st. We do know at least 8 vehicles are marked Russian in this video, and just 1 is marked Ukrainian. Following the attack, images of damaged and burned out Russian vehicles littering the town were posted online by Ukrainian residents. And we do want to take you back out to this live feed of the White House that we have right now, where we do know the Biden administration continues to monitor the war in Ukraine very closely. And the president just announcing another round of sanctions targeting those closest to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Several lawmakers in Congress believe that the Ukrainian military can outlast the Russian invasion of their country, and many are calling for additional weapons to be sent over. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
This war can continue for a long time, but the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the fight for freedom.
President Biden unveiled a new round of sanctions against Russia Wednesday. These sanctions target Russian banking and financial institutions, plus members of the government and their families, including Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2 adult daughters. The president also banned any new investments in Russia.
We're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation. We're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come.
The sanctions come following the atrocities that have occurred in Bucha, Ukraine.
How many have we collected? Around 300. Many are still buried in gardens, in yards. I think it will take a while to know the exact number.
While in Congress, lawmakers also reacting to the violence.
When these people are shot simply because of their nationality, they don't have arms. That's genocide.
However, critics of the administration say there needs to be more strength from the Oval Office to get through to Putin.
Why are there any new sanctions to announce at all on Russia? We should have thrown the kitchen sink at Russia and imposed every sanction we could weeks ago.
The Pentagon has said they are supplying vehicle-destroying Switchblade drones to Ukraine and have trained some Ukrainian soldiers on them here in the U.S. before they return home. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. Now, we do want to get back to some video again coming out of Ukraine, the trail of destruction that has been left behind in northern Ukraine's Chernihiv region. This is video of just that. The region, located about 90 miles from the capital of Kiev, was one of many villages that was occupied by Russian forces for weeks. And now that the Russian troops have retreated from this specific area, the city, as you can see in this video, has been left in ruins. This video footage shows homes reduced to rubble. A few residents did return to their former homes, searching for their belongings, but only to find this, a massive pile of debris. Hundreds of civilians are estimated to have been killed during the attacks, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been repeatedly demanding Russia be held accountable for war crimes. And this next video we do want to show you coming out of Ukraine is sensitive, so if you are sensitive to wartime video, just be mindful of that. A woman was pulled alive from the rubble of a shelled house in the city of Rubizhny in Ukraine's Luhansk region just a few days ago. The State Emergency Service of Ukraine said that their team took the woman to a hospital. One person was killed, and we do know at least 5 others were injured in the Russian shelling of this town. But on the very same day, shelling by Russian forces damaged a tank filled with nitric acid, which vapors irritate the respiratory tract in the city. Now, the head of the Luhansk Regional State Administration said that the Russians were deliberately targeting civilians, infrastructure, and residential quarters of the Luhansk region. The mayor there urging residents to evacuate as soon as possible. So again, just an incredible video showing emergency crews pulling that woman from the rubble, still miraculously alive. And as we get more video like this into our desk, we do know that the U.S. and its allies are targeting Russian President Vladimir Putin's 2 adult daughters, along with Russian banks, in the latest round of sanctions. And they come as Ukrainians look for bodies at the scenes of alleged Russian atrocities near Kiev, and the international condemnation over those attacks intensifies. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Lviv.
The burned bodies of 6 civilians, including what appears to be a child, the latest scenes of atrocities.
It's horrible. They was shot and burned after it.
And now police officers in Bucha, outside of the capital, are starting the solemn task of identifying these men, women, and kids and notifying their loved ones.
They came and brought this grief onto us, killed our friends, crippled our people, destroyed houses. These are not humans.
Small suburbs of Kiev are not alone in the misery of war. Russian troops once again blocking humanitarian aid for the more than 100,000 residents trapped in the eastern city of Mariupol. The city's mayor likening the violence and starvation to that of the Holocaust. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the strategy here goes far beyond bullets.
For them, hunger is also a weapon against us, ordinary people, as an instrument of domination.
Hundreds of people waited in line for bare essentials like clean drinking water. According to the UN, 13 million people are stranded in conflict areas. For those who manage to make it out, doctors in the West are standing by.
We can do any kind of a basic trauma surgery that we would need to do.
Because this field hospital is underground, it doubles as a bunker. So even if air raid sirens go off, operations and procedures can still carry on. While Samaritan's Purse in Lviv is mainly treating burns, frostbite, and battle wounds, it's also a hospital for any Ukrainian too afraid to go anywhere else.
They're very, very traumatized and very fearful.
Inadequate security guarantees have prevented international aid organizations from making rescues in the eastern city of Mariupol. But just tonight, the Red Cross announcing it has managed to rescue 1,000 people after days of failed attempts. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. Now, we do know U.S. federal agents have stopped a Russian military hacking effort before it could even begin. U.S. officials say that the FBI has taken control of thousands of routers and firewalls away from Russian military agents. The FBI says they overtook the same infrastructure that Moscow agents were using to communicate with those devices. Now, the FBI says the Moscow agents would have used the devices for botnet, which is a network that can bombard servers with rogue traffic. The targeted botnet was controlled through malware to attack devices made by U.S. technology firms. And as you heard earlier, the U.S. and European Union are tightening the screws on Russia over the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. More sanctions are now in place against Russia's top banks and even family members of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has more.
The Biden administration is coordinating with the European Union to ratchet up penalties on Russia for their ongoing invasion of Ukraine. The latest sanctions, unveiled Wednesday, target Russia's largest banks and directly penalize Vladimir Putin's adult children. President Biden says the move is in response to war crime allegations in the Kiev suburb of Bucha.
We're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come.
The Department of Justice and the FBI are also following suit. Attorney General Merrick Garland has filed charges against a Russian oligarch accused of providing financial support to Russian separatists in Crimea. These are the first charges related to Russian criminal activity since the invasion began over a month ago. Garland also revealed the U.S. and its allies have thwarted an attempted malware attack carried out by Russian military intelligence.
It does not matter how far you sail your yacht. It does not matter how well you conceal your assets. The Justice Department will use every available tool to find you, disrupt your plots, and hold you accountable.
The Justice Department is also working with several European allies to gather evidence of possible Russian war crimes. President Biden calling for Vladimir Putin to face a war crimes trial.
There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable.
President Biden will sign an executive order prohibiting any new investment in Russia by Americans living here and abroad. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. Now, we do kind of want to switch gears and bring you some other news coming out of Washington, D.C., where we do know a replacement for the United States Supreme Court is set to be confirmed today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be put before the Senate to officially be confirmed again to the Supreme Court. She will be replacing, if confirmed, Justice Stephen Breyer, who will be retiring at the end of the Supreme Court term later this summer. We do know 3 Republican senators, including Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah, have all said that they will vote in favor of Jackson's nomination. Now, if confirmed, Judge Jackson will be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court in U.S. history. The 51-year-old is a graduate of Harvard Law School, and very early in her career, she was a clerk for Justice Breyer. So, again, we are awaiting this news coming out of Washington, D.C., of course, for that very important vote on the Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, we do want to switch gears and bring you some news coming to our desk out of Brooklyn. So we want to get the correct graphic up for you here. This is Brooklyn, New York, and it does appear that a man is scaling the Brooklyn Bridge. So you can see it does appear as though traffic has been averted in this area. We do have police on scene as well. This is breaking news coming into our desk. So again, we are learning information as we reported to you here on Live Now from Fox. It again appears to be a large police presence at the Brooklyn Bridge, which is shut down 2 lanes of traffic during the peak rush hour commute. If you're tuning in from across the country, it is 8:14 here on the East Coast. So this is peak time for people heading to work. So definitely going to be impacting a lot of commuters. 2 lanes again on the Brooklyn Bridge. Brooklyn bound side of the bridge are closed right now. Police tweeted that at about 7:37, so just about 30 minutes or so. Now, NYPD is warning of traffic delays in the area as a result of this police investigation. So we do want to let you know, again, this is breaking news. We are learning information as we report it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But what we have for you right now is that it does appear that there was a man scaling the Brooklyn Bridge in New York today. And again, you can see police on scene. 2 lanes of the bridge, Brooklyn bound lanes, are currently closed right now. So again, that is the latest information coming into our desk. Our Fox 5 New York team, of course, is on this story, and we will touch base with them as soon as we learn more information. In the meantime, we do again want to bring you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. So we do want to get this feed up for you as quickly as we can. Here we go. We are going to go to this. So as soon as we learn more information, we will, of course, bring that to you. But some other top stories we are following today. The UN Assembly expected to vote on expelling Russia from the Human Rights Council. The U.S. Senate could confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court as early as today. And again, today is opening day for Major League Baseball following that lockout for negotiations that we've reported to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, it is about 8:16 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Fox, thank you so much for joining us. Now, we do want to bring you a story coming out of Washington, D.C., a pretty crazy story. An FBI raid in Southeast D.C. leads to the arrest of suspects reportedly pretending to be federal agents. And the scheme was so good, it allegedly conned some of the nation's top security personnel. We do want to head out to our Fox 5 DC's Melanie Olnwick, who is live outside of the apartment building in Southeast D.C., where this all happened yesterday. Melanie, thank you so much for joining us. This is a crazy story that they actually conned some of the U.S. top officials for almost 2 years. What can you tell us?
That's right. So these two men lived in this apartment building. It's called The Crossing behind me. It's very close to the Washington Navy Yard. It's a relatively high-end building here, and they apparently had several units in this building and developed relationships with a number of federal agents and people who worked for federal agencies that live in the building. These men pretended for 2 years that they were members of the Department of Homeland Security, sometimes saying that they were part of a special task force. They even were able to con apartment management here. Somehow these guys had access to all of the floors in the building on the elevators and some secure areas as well. They also had lists they said, of all the residents in the building. They told people in the building that they were the go-to guys here, and many people saw them with uniforms and badges and carrying service weapons. So they befriended a number of Secret Service agents and a Department of Homeland Security personnel who lived here in this building, and showed them pictures of them in training classes and also with their weapons, wearing their uniforms, ballistic vests. And that is how they were able to con these guys into thinking that they were fellow federal officers. And that went on for 2 years. But here's the thing. They also, through these friendships, perhaps maybe tried to corrupt these Secret Secret Service agents because they gave them free apartments, a 3-bedroom apartment they paid the rent for one Secret Service agent, and another apartment that they had here, they let another agent live there for free. They also gave them weapons, gave them tactical equipment. They drove a vehicle that they said was a government vehicle, and they let people, those agents and people in their family drive that vehicle. So there was a lot of gifting going on here, and we don't quite understand the motivation behind it. They also were seen to have laptops with DHS stickers on them and what appeared to be an access screen. This is what witnesses said. They also saw that they had surveillance video from cameras around the building, and they also had a number of servers in their units, in their apartments as well. So we don't have a complete list of what was taken in that raid. We just know that that is some of the things that witnesses said they saw. Number of agents out here yesterday carrying boxes and bags. These 2 men were arrested. We don't know anything about their backgrounds either. We expect that that will come out in court today. They are being held without bond, and they'll go before a federal judge this morning. And maybe we'll get a little bit more information about their backgrounds. The FBI also not saying anything about what they believe their motivation was here, but we can tell you that those Secret Service agents and the other federal agent that they had these relationships with, they are now on administrative leave. The Secret Service says they are cooperating with this investigation and that these agents have no access to any of the agency's buildings or equipment or networks any longer while this investigation is continuing.
Yeah, Melanie, we are taking a look at some of those still images right now of those FBI agents, again, raiding that apartment. And you said 4 Secret Service members in total were placed on administrative leave. And you said that, again, those 2 suspects will be in court today. Do we know what time that's going to be happening?
I haven't seen the docket yet this morning, and a lot of times it's hard to say exactly when. It just depends on when their number comes up. So that is something we are certainly here at Fox 5 monitoring today. It's something that everyone has very high interest in. And one of the other things we were saying is I think there's going to be a lot of questions here about management of this apartment complex and the compromised security for all the people that live here. And how was it that these 2 men were able to have that kind of access? Were they given access? Did they somehow break in? What is their background? What is their training? And again, what is the purpose for all of this?
All right, Fox 5 DC's Melanie Almwick reporting live for us in Washington, D.C. Melanie, thank you so much for that report. And we do want to head out to the White House, where you did hear Melanie say 2 suspects have again been arrested and are in custody for impersonating federal law enforcement. It's an investigation that, as you heard from her, put 4 U.S. Secret Service members on leave. Just a quick recap. We do know that those Secret Service members, some of them were assigned to the protective detail of First Lady Jill Biden, and those suspects again will appear in court later today. And as you heard from Melanie, we will of course bring you any updates as soon as we get them. In the meantime, we do want to head back out to New York City. We do want to head back out right now, where we do have some traffic jams currently in Brooklyn, because as we told you before the break, we are getting this breaking news into our desk, where we do know that a man appears to be scaling the Brooklyn Bridge in New York. This is breaking news, so we are learning information as soon as we get it. What we have for you right now, though, is that there is a large police presence at the Brooklyn Bridge. We do know that 2 lanes have been shut down. Those are the Brooklyn-bound lanes, shut down during the peak hour of the rush hour commute. And you're taking a look here where you can see traffic is blocked and backed up pretty bad during rush hour this morning. If you're tuning in from the West Coast or Central Time, here on the East Coast, it is about 8:30 in the morning. So again, this is peak rush hour time for this to be happening. So again, we do know that a man appears to be scaling the Brooklyn Bridge, and traffic is backed up for quite a bit in Brooklyn. As soon as we get more information from our Fox 5 New York team, we will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we get it. So again, this is just a different perspective than what we brought you earlier, showing the traffic delays as a result of that bridge closure. So as soon as we get more information, we again will, of course, bring that to you as soon as possible here on Live Now from Fox. It is about 8:25 in the morning here on Live Now from Fox. And pertaining to this breaking news, we do want to bring you a tweet that we have right now. I want to take that graphic for you. This is coming in from the New York City Police Department. This is a tweet advisory that they put out just a short time ago, saying that due to a police investigation, 2 Brooklyn-bound lanes of the Brooklyn Bridge are currently closed, again, right in the middle of rush hour. So expect traffic delays in that area, and of course, try and use an alternate route if you can, if at all possible. So that is the latest news coming in from New York. As we mentioned, our Fox 5 New York team is bringing their chopper up above the Brooklyn Bridge, and as soon as we get that feed, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:26 in the morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live in our studios in Orlando, Florida, and we are covering several top stories and breaking news today here on Live Now from Fox that we do want to bring you up to speed on. We do have some breaking news coming out of Brooklyn, New York, where we do know a man, we want to take that graphic up for you right there. We do know a man appears to be scaling the Brooklyn Bridge, and we do know New York City police have blocked off 2 lanes of the bridge, specifically 2 Brooklyn-bound lanes, causing a major headache for commuters in New York City. So again, that is breaking news coming into our desk. We do have a team from Fox 5 New York, of course, heading that way. And this is a tweet of that situation from NYPD saying that due to a police investigation, 2 Brooklyn-bound lanes of the bridge are currently closed. Of course, expect traffic and delays in the area, and of course try and use an alternate route if at all possible. So again, that is the very latest. We do want to bring you a closer vantage point if we can. Again, here is just an indicator of just that massive traffic jam that is currently happening in Brooklyn. As we mentioned, this is breaking news, and as soon as we get more information, we will of course bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get to some other top stories that we are following today. We do know that it is opening day here in the United States, so we do want to switch gears and take that graphic down. This is a live look of Coors Field that we have coming into our desk. Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Again, baseball is back. It is opening day for Major League Baseball. The Players Union and owners, as you may remember, were stuck in a 99-day lockout. That was before they reached an agreement to return to the diamond. The MLB will still have a 162-game schedule, with 30 double headers to try and make up for those postponed games. Also happening today, we do want to bring you out to another live feed that we have coming into our desk right now. This, of course, is of Capitol Hill, where we do know that we could see Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court as early as tonight, and that would secure her place as the first black woman on the high court. She would be just the 3rd black justice in history after Thurgood Marshall and Clarence Thomas, and the 6th woman as well. So again, those are some of the top stories that we, of course, are following here on Live Now from Fox. We told you baseball is back, that Supreme Court justice confirmation expected to come down later today. And of course, that breaking news that we do have out of Brooklyn, New York. So as soon as we get more information on all of those top stories, we will of course bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Now, we do kind of want to switch gears and talking about some economy news right now, where we do know that the heads of 6 oil and gas companies argued that they are not price gouging Americans as the cost of gas skyrockets. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington, where industry executives testified at a hearing on Capitol Hill.
As people shell out more money for gas, the heads of 6 oil companies remain adamant that prices at the pump are largely out of their hands.
The price of oil, gasoline, and other refined products are driven by international markets. Energy markets are complex and global in nature.
Airing their frustrations to the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, oil executives are laying the blame on several other factors, including supply constraints,
a labor shortage due to 3 downturns in 12 years, shortages of drilling rigs, frac fleets, frac sand, steel pipe, and other equipment and materials, and the need for pipelines and LNG facilities,
and the federal government.
The Interior Department should end its pause on federal oil and gas leasing, especially in the Gulf of Mexico, which is among the lowest greenhouse gas intensive productions in the world.
At a time when gas prices have become a political flashpoint, Democrats are accusing big oil of looking out for their shareholders rather than American consumers.
Do you think that you should be treated separately and get the kind of tax breaks that you're getting now, even when the profits are high?
I think, and what we advocate for is a level playing field.
Republicans say the real problem is the president's policies.
There is a way to produce more American energy. There is a way to be able to bring prices down. They're just not willing to do it.
Several Democrats are calling on oil executives to ramp up production while working towards clean energy, a balance that industry heads say they're also trying to strike. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do know President Biden delivered remarks yesterday to union members about the ongoing economic recovery from COVID-19. Despite some of the progress, there are still major concerns about the impact that the virus will have on future growth. The Biden administration recently announced another pause on student loans, which we reported to you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
I know people are still hurting.
More than 2 years after the coronavirus pandemic began, President Biden is optimistic about where the economy is headed, even as he acknowledged at a union event in D.C. that Americans' wallets are still being squeezed.
And it's been a long, tough stretch, but Americans are back to work. Our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move.
There are signs the road to recovery will not be smooth. Deutsche Bank is the first major bank to predict the U.S. will face a recession in the next 2 years.
Should Americans be preparing for a recession? Deutsche Bank is forecasting one.
The Treasury Secretary shaking her head no. Still, the bank's analysts believe the recession will be triggered as the Federal Reserve continues to hike rates to bring down historic inflation.
You know who pays the most from Joe Biden's inflation? It's lower and middle income families. They are getting crushed by these higher prices.
In an effort to help, the administration announced student loan payments will be frozen until the end of August.
This continued pause will help Americans breathe a little easier.
But some say the pause doesn't go far enough.
You can either kick the can down the road, which is what's happened now, or just say we're going to face up to this. We're going to cancel student loan debt for a lot of folks.
If you were hoping for any relief at the grocery store or while dining out, no luck. The USDA predicts food prices will continue to rise for the rest of the year. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you back out to some breaking news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. This news coming to our desk from Brooklyn, New York, where we are getting reports of a man scaling the Brooklyn Bridge. So really just a crazy situation. We are learning new details from our Fox 5 New York team. Again, a man appears to be scaling the Brooklyn Bridge. Police are on scene and they have shut down several lanes. So we do want to get you that tweet that they sent out just a short time ago. So we want to get that graphic up for you right there. Again, NYPD tweeting this out just a short time ago, saying that due to a police investigation, 2 Brooklyn-bound lanes of the Brooklyn Bridge are currently closed. So expect traffic and delays in the area. Please use an alternate route if at all possible. We also have some tweets coming into our desk that we have. Looks like this is the wrong graphic, but again, we also have some video from Twitter that we do want to show you. We did get approval to air this. This is just another vantage point from the water. Somebody on a boat, Timothy David in New York City, tweeting out hashtag Brooklyn Bridge, time stamped at about 7:40 in the morning. So this was taken just about an hour ago. You can see it does appear that people are scaling. They are on top of the bridge, possibly police, because we did see those police cruisers there on the bridge. But what we know so far is that a man was scaling the bridge. Police again are on scene, appearing to try and help that man down. We're unclear exactly how he got up there. The bridge is pretty massive, as you can see. This is just, again, another vantage point from Timothy David on Twitter, showing what appears to be 3 police officers trying to help somebody get down from the bridge. And keep in mind, this is coming to our desk right in the middle of morning traffic here on the East Coast. It is 8:40 in the morning. And these videos on Twitter were taken just about an hour ago. So this is impacting a lot of people in New York City, a lot of people in Brooklyn who are commuting to work. So again, if you look closely at your screen right now, it looks as though somebody is dangling from the top of the bridge, and there are 3 people on top, possibly NYPD officers, again, trying to help that person down. So that is the latest information we have coming from New York City. We do want to bring you another vantage point of this situation, just giving you an indication of just how serious this traffic is. So we want to get this banner up for you right there. Again, causing major traffic issues in Brooklyn and New York City. As we mentioned, 2 Brooklyn-bound lanes of the Brooklyn Bridge are currently shut down this morning as police try and assess that situation. So as soon as we get more information, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to switch gears and head to some news out of Texas, where we do know Governor Greg Abbott says he is taking, quote, unprecedented action when it comes to sending a message to President Joe Biden about immigration. He is actually ordering state troopers in Texas to stop vehicles at the border and says the state will charter buses to ship undocumented migrants to the nation's capital. And we do want to head out live to Texas, where we do have Natasha Geigel from Houston, who is covering this story for us. Natasha, the governor announced this yesterday and again is sending this strong message to the president.
Well, yes, good morning. Yes, Governor Greg Abbott is receiving a lot of backlash over this latest announcement, but he is saying that this is all about keeping Texans safe. So later, the governor's office did clarify this announcement, saying that this would be on a voluntary basis if the undocumented migrants will head to Washington, D.C. or not. Now, according to Abbott, his motivation behind this announcement is to secure Texas if President Joe Biden decides to get rid of Title 42 next month. Now, Title 42 was put into place by former President Donald Trump at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. It gave Border Patrol the green light to detain and deport migrants as a public health risk. Abbott also announced new strategies for border security, such as a zero-tolerance policy for vehicle inspections coming from Mexico to the U.S. and boat blockades, razor wires, and more lighting for areas that are commonly used for crossing along the Rio Grande. The charter bus program will be overseen by the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Now, if President Biden does decide to do away with Title 42, which is that announcement we're waiting for, is supposed to be done in May or so, political experts in our area are saying that we're going to see a jump from the 5,000 migrants that we usually see crossing our border to about 15 to 20,000 migrants between May and June.
All right, Fox Houston's Natasha Geigel, who is reporting live for us in Texas about this very important topic. Natasha, thank you so much for that report. In the meantime, everybody, we do want to send you back out to the White House, where, as you heard in Natasha's report, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says that he has a plan to send a strong message to the Biden administration on the administration's decision to lift those COVID-19 asylum limits along our southern border. Abbott, again, as you heard in Natasha's report, has unveiled a wide range of measures, which include busing migrants to the nation's capital and tightening inspections of cars that are looking to enter the country from Mexico. So again, that is the latest coming in from Texas. We do have another live feed that we do want to show for you here on Live Now from Fox, that we want to get this graphic down for you right now, where we do know the NATO foreign ministers meeting is currently underway in Brussels, Belgium. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba will be holding a news conference following a meeting on Ukraine and Russia. We also have some other breaking news that we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. We've been telling you from the get-go, traffic is blocked and pretty much at a standstill in Brooklyn, as police there are assessing a situation with a man who is on the bridge, on the Brooklyn Bridge, who scaled it about an hour ago. So as soon as we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But in the meantime, we do want to head back out to the White House, where we said Texas Governor Abbott is sending a strong message to President Biden about his decision to lift those COVID restrictions at the southern border. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Including cartel members, drug smugglers, and cop killers. And of course, they have seized more fentanyl that is enough to kill every man, woman, and child in Texas. And Texas, unlike any state in the history of our country, we have already begun to build our own border wall, securing our state and securing our country. But with the ending of Title 42 expulsions, more must be done. Today, I'm announcing a series of new strategies that will be added on to Operation Lone Star to curtail the flow of drug cartel smuggling and migrants and drugs. The first involves inspections. A zero-tolerance policy for unsafe vehicles for smuggling migrants across the border is being implemented immediately. Cartels use vehicles, many of them dangerous commercial trucks, to smuggle immigrants, deadly fentanyl, and other illegal cargo into Texas and onto our roadways. Effective immediately, the Texas Department of Public Safety will conduct enhanced safety inspections of vehicles as they cross the international points of entry into Texas. Now, I know in advance this is going to dramatically slow traffic from Mexico into Texas. It is a byproduct of cartels crossing the border from Mexico into Texas. And at this time, I'm going to sign my directive to Colonel McCraw, the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. To get that project underway immediately for the zero tolerance and the inspections that will be taking place. Second, to help local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration, Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border. To get that going, I'm going to sign a letter to Chief Nim Kidd with the Texas Division of Emergency Management, who will be in charge of this operation. Together, and to recap on these, what Colonel McCraw is charged to do is, in this letter, I say that I hereby direct the Texas Department of Public Safety to conduct enhanced safety inspections of vehicles as they cross international points of entry into Texas. These inspections should begin to immediately help ensure that Texans are not endangered by unsafe vehicles and their unsafe drivers. And in the letter that I provided to Chief Nim Kidd concerning the transportation by bus of migrants to Washington, D.C., I say, I hereby direct the Texas Division of Emergency Management to begin coordinating the transportation of illegal aliens to Washington, D.C. Now, those two strategies are, in addition to announcing the following actions to further deter illegal immigrants, including deploying boat blockades at appropriate regions in the Rio Grande River, deploying razor wire at low water crossings and high traffic areas, creating container blockades to drive people away from low water crossings. And additionally, the National Guard will begin its first phase of mass migration rehearsals tomorrow to begin the preparation for what we are anticipating to be a potential mass influx of people coming across the border. All troopers and specially trained National Guard will be equipped with riot gear in case of potential caravan violence, like what we have all seen occur in Mexico as the caravans were making their way toward the United States. And then on top of that, the border region is going to be lit during night in prominent smuggling areas to make it far easier to detect any activity that is taking place. Now, as I said before, this is stage one of a two-part process, at least two-part process. There will be more announcements that will come next week. Over the course between today and next week, Texas will continue to evaluate the threats that are posed by the Biden administration's open border policies and announce additional actions next week to respond to these unprecedented illegal border crossings. At this time, I will turn it over to Director Steve McCraw of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Oh, thank you, Governor. Well, Governor, we're going to be in operations at your direction at 4 p.m. today.
Excellent.
We've got 28 roadway locations that cross into Texas, and we're prepared to launch operations in each of those locations.
Thank you.
Right, sir. Commercial vehicles, trucking industry is vital to our economy. It's vital to our way of life. And the majority of operators and owners comply with regulations that relates to safety regulations. That's vitally important because of their impact on Texas roadways and impact on Texas lives. The cartels could care less about that. They don't care about lives. They don't care about how many people they poison. They don't care how many people they kill. They care not. and they're not afraid of violating, and they have and will continue to do so, motor vehicle carrier laws, commercial vehicle enforcement laws. We've seen it most recently, and in fact, it's been increasing, Governor, the amount of smuggling that we've seen, the use of commercial vehicles that have come over, 62 people crammed into a tanker, or another 82 into a truck along those lines. And obviously, the vehicles are unsafe themselves, but they're even more unsafe because they're carrying people at the time. And the cartels have made it very clear to these drivers, you don't give up to the police. You immediately try to flee from the police. You get these things called bailouts, where the driver leaves and the vehicle continues on. And it risks the lives of not only the people that are on board, but also the community. And these continue to happen. Now, in Texas, we have over 285,000 registered commercial vehicles. And Customs and Border Protection reports that they receive across those 28 roadways we talked about, 4.8 million commercial vehicles a year that enter Texas. That's an important point to note because as we've been informed by our DHS counterparts, they're projecting that these numbers are going to vastly increase. That of course, as a result of that, the elimination of Title 42, they're expecting numbers that are so high that they've, and we're already at the record high for Texas history right now in terms of apprehensions. And in anticipation of that, we expect the cartels to do as they've done before when Border Patrol is taken off the line, is fully exploit that, including not between the ports of entry, but at the ports of entry, Governor. So here's an opportunity, based on your leadership, to be proactive, to do what we can to deter, unsafe commercial vehicles onto our roadways. And as we've mentioned, we began operations at 4 p.m. today.
Thank you. One of the concerns that was raised today by local officials is a concern that we've heard repeatedly, and that's the concern that Colonel McCraw raised about bailouts. This will address those bailouts, so it will not completely solve them, but it should go to reduce the number of bailouts that we are experiencing here in the Lone Star State. Next is the Adjutant General, General Seltzer.
Thank you, Governor. As you've alluded to, due to the impending elimination of Title 42, the Texas Military Department, in collaboration with our partners at DPS, will be conducting mass migration response rehearsals at multiple locations along the Texas southern border. These iterative rehearsals will commence tomorrow in 5 locations and continue well into May. We will practice employing maritime, engineering, and civil disturbance capabilities along varied avenues of approach to Texas. For the maritime portion of this, as the Governor said, we are employing boats with DPS and Texas Parks and Wildlife to form a blockade on the river to keep people from crossing into Texas. For engineering capabilities, we'll be prepared to hastily put out concertina wire and produce concertina holding areas for anybody who should decide to attempt to cross into Texas. And then lastly, our civil disturbance capabilities will be in full force to have a non-lethal means of blocking people from entering the state. So if you're a caravan organizer and you think you're going to overwhelm or overrun a port of entry, we'll be there waiting for you. If you live in or along the southern border of Texas, you can anticipate to see increased military activity in the RGV along the Ansel Duas Bridge area, Eagle Pass, Del Rio, Laredo, and Zapata. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Next is the Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, Nim Kidd.
Thank you, Governor. Our team has already begun communication with our local officials to identify pickup location points. Resources have been ordered, and we'll be ready to implement our part of this plan tomorrow morning.
Great. Thank you. Any questions?
Governor, what's your response to Senator Holstein?
Go ahead.
Can we talk about the resources allocated to local officials? I'm sure that you heard from the mayor in McAllen, and we've had issues with capacity once migrants are released into the cities, and we have run out of shelter at least over summer. Are resources going to be allocated to address that?
So in part, in response to what the state is doing concerning addressing border-related issues, there has been funding that has been made available to some local officials. One thing that we are making available, I think you mentioned the mayor of McAllen, is that right? One thing that we are making available to the mayor of McAllen, as opposed to McAllen having to shoulder the burden and cost of dealing with the incredibly large number of migrants that the Biden administration is basically just leaving there in McAllen. Texas is now offering the process of being able to deploy and move all those migrants by bus to Washington, D.C.
Governor,
Thank you.
The inspection points, what will that look like? How close to ports of entry will they be? And from a constitutional standpoint, why is it legal?
I'll answer the second question, and I'll let the Colonel answer both questions. For the way that the Texas Department of Public Safety will go about this process, they have been through all the legal issues before. It will be happening in the state of Texas, not on the international boundary, so that this is occurring on Texas property, on Texas roadways, which the Texas Department of Public Safety is authorized by law to conduct inspections exactly like what they will be doing. They will conduct them in a way that will ensure that there will be no constitutional issues that can validly be raised against it. Of course, everyone always files a lawsuit. We wouldn't be surprised by a lawsuit, but we know that the process that will be used by the Texas Department of Public Safety will be upheld by the law. As it concerns exactly where they're located, how they will be conducted, that would be more appropriate to be answered by Colonel McCraw.
Yes, sir. Well, first, they're not going to be on federal property. They won't be on the bridges where the Office of Field Operation operates. Where we've not even asked for permission to be able to operate there. It's going to be in Texas, and we already do this at these bridges anyway. We conduct safety checks, so we're really expanding it. And although we only do a small percentage right now, it's very important, especially in lieu of how many is coming across, how many came across in 2021, and the activity that we're seeing in terms of how they're being used for smuggling. But importantly, not just smuggling, because the purpose of a safety inspection is just that. It's the safety of that vehicle and the safety of that driver. So it's our job, when we talk about commercial vehicle enforcement, is to ensure that every commercial vehicle that comes across the international bridge and onto Texas roadways is safe, and the driver is safe as well. If it's not, we'll put them out of service.
As far as the notification, how will that happen from DPS to the truckers?
As we do anytime they come off the bridge, we will direct that. They'll have plenty of forewarning in terms of what's happening, and we'll communicate that to them clearly. We'll use signage, but more importantly, we'll have troopers on the ground to be able to direct them.
Is this going to be every vehicle coming into the state of Texas?
We're going to ensure every commercial vehicle that enters the state of Texas is safe.
And how do you have sort of probable cause?
We don't need probable cause to do safety commercial vehicle enforcement inspections, and that's what we're doing. It's not a subterfuge to locate crime. It's simply to make sure that those vehicles are safe when they enter Texas.
I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah.
I also want to bring up the fact that Operation Lone Star is needing an additional $531 million. I guess we can speak to, is this something that we can see funded? And we're talking about these operations, both from DPS as well as the Texas Department of Emergency Management. Is there funding to make this happen consistently?
To achieve what we're talking about right now requires no additional funding right now. Obviously, as you're pointing out an issue that was raised in hearings earlier this week, and that's the reality, and that is securing the border does not come cheap. Securing the border would cost Texas nothing if the federal government was doing its job, but because Joe Biden is not securing the border, the state of Texas is having to step up and spend Texas taxpayer money doing the federal government's job. Texans have the backbone and the will to secure a border, two things that Joe Biden does not have.
All right, next outlet. Yep.
Regarding the charter buses, how many are we talking? When is it set to begin? And again, can you clarify, you're talking about migrants who are like mass released from the federal government into Texas towns that don't have the infrastructure for it. You're going to put them on charter buses and take them to D.C.?
I'm going to answer the latter part and let Chief Kidd answer the first part. Yes, so the Biden administration, as we speak, with the current numbers, even before the elimination of Title 42, they've been dumping large numbers of migrants in cities up and down the border, leaving the cities to grapple with challenges they don't have the capability of dealing with. They themselves have been putting these migrants on buses to San Antonio. So I said I got a better idea. As opposed to busing these people to San Antonio, let's continue the ride all the way to Washington, D.C.
How can you do that?
Hold on a second. He gets to respond to the first part of the question.
Thank you. The first part of the question, the long answer is, in past disasters, we have pulled up to 900 buses for operations to do evacuations. We will use as many buses as we need to follow the governor's direction to get this done.
Two more questions.
Is there a place in D.C. that you all are planning to send these migrants to? Is there a designated area you guys have in this plan?
The first location will be the steps of the United States Capitol.
Governor, last question.
Governor, there was reports today that you would declare an invasion and deputize National Guard and state
Well, first I got to tell you, you got to question your sources because apparently they're not good. But secondly, what I'll tell you, largely speaking, and that is, as I pointed out earlier, there will be more announcements next week where Texas is evaluating every tool that we can possibly use to make sure that we are doing everything we can to secure the border, period.
Great. Thank you guys so much.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 9:06. Thank you all so much for streaming our programming this morning. We are taking a look back as Texas Governor Greg Abbott speaks on Title 42. Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says that the state of Texas will actually send migrants to Washington, D.C. on charter buses, according to Abbott. Now, this is in response to President Biden lifting pandemic border restrictions. We actually just caught up with our news partners at Fox 26 Houston, who gave us a bit of a recap for that. And we are also on standby for the NATO foreign minister to begin his meeting, of course, speaking about the war in Ukraine. It looks as though he's just now stepping up to the podium, so let's go ahead and stream this live, raw, and unfiltered.
What else could be done to support Ukraine's defensive war against Russia, and also to discuss the global implications of the Russian aggression against Ukraine? I came here with a simple message. My agenda for the discussion had only 3 items. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons. To win the war, first and foremost, you need weapons. The point is very simple. Euro-Atlantic security is indivisible. And fighting against Russian planes, tanks, and personnel in Ukraine, we are defending not only ourselves, but also the security of NATO members, of the allies. And the deal, a fair deal that Ukraine is proposing is simple. You provide us with everything that we need, and we will fight for our security, but also for your security, so that President Putin will have no chance to test Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. I was pleased to hear today a growing understanding about allies, of the fact that Ukraine is fighting not only for itself, but also for them, and a growing understanding of the countries who belong to eastern flank of NATO, that support to Ukraine should be stepped up, and it's natural because we are neighboring eastern flank countries directly. I am cautiously optimistic about the outcomes of our discussions. And I'm looking for the allies heard us. I was very specific in the requests and the timeline that these requests should be accommodated. So I will be looking forward to the follow-up from allies to everything that was said and discussed today. Thank you.
So let's start with NBC, you want it? Okay, then Ukrinform, Dmitry Shkurko.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. General Secretary Stoltenberg said that Russia needs like 2 weeks for regrouping its forces before the next major offensive operation. So that my question is if Ukraine have enough time to recover before that offensive and to prepare properly. And the second question is quite a diplomatic one. As we saw in Bucha and other Ukrainian cities which were occupied, we have now this absolutely Nazi behavior, And officials in Moscow just confirmed what we have dealing with the state Nazi policies in Russia. My question is, what is in principle possible to discuss with them in a negotiation process? Thank you.
By the way, I was told that Ukrainian interpretation is available, so Ukrainian journalists can ask me questions in Ukrainian. I promise to interpreters that they will have some work to do. First, yes, Russia withdrew from Kiev and the vicinity of Kiev, not because, as it was stated by Putin's spokesperson Peskov, they wanted to create constructive atmosphere for negotiations, but because they were pushed back by Ukrainian army and because they required additional resources for a large-scale offensive in Donbas. So we do observe redeployment of Russia's units from north of Ukraine and northeast of Ukraine to eastern Ukraine. And actually, as we speak, the battle for Donbas is underway. It has not reached its maximum scale, but every day the heaviest fighting takes place in that part of Ukraine. And more is to come, unfortunately. The battle for Donbas will remind you, and I regret to say it, but this is true, the battle for Donbas will remind you of the Second World War, with large operations, maneuvers, involvement of thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, planes, artillery. This will not be a local operation based on what we see in Russia's preparations to it. Russia has its plan, we have ours, and the battlefield will decide, and the outcome of this battle will be decided on the battlefield. And this is why it is so urgent for allies not to, how to put it mildly, not to tell us that they are still thinking, that they have to do all the procedures, that there are many issues which have to be sorted out before they make decisions. Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late. And many people will die, many civilians will lose their homes, many villages will be destroyed, exactly because this help came too late. Speaking about negotiations, I said it already, unfortunately, to my deepest regret, Bucha massacre is just the tip of the iceberg. We already see from reports from Mariupol that Mariupol is much, much worse on all accounts. And you ask the right question, how does it feel talking to the Russians after all this happened? There are 2 points which I want to make. First, I have only one question to the Russians. Who are they? Where do they come from that they have no compassion or empathy, neither to children whom they rape, nor to women and girls who are raped and killed, nor to civilians, to old people, even to animals and pets? They kill pets. I don't really, after Bucha, I don't understand who are they, who are these people? And while asking myself this question, I also understand that to prevent more Buchas, we have to talk. We have to talk and see how we can end this war. However, and I will be very honest with you, it is clear that the positions of delegations in talks will be defined by the successes of relevant armies on the battleground and the impact of sanctions imposed on Russia. These are the two main criteria which make either our or their position stronger in talks. And of course, we are entirely focused on making sure that we will be stronger and we will eventually prevail.
Next one, Associated Press.
Hello, thank you for your question. Mark Carlson from Associated Press. Have you received any promises of new military equipment today?
You know, weapons are like money. They love silence. And I will not be in a position to go into details. But let me put it this way. I have no doubts that Ukraine will have weapons necessary to fight. The question is the timeline. The discussion is not about the list of weapons. The discussion is about the timeline. When do we get them? And this is crucial, as I explained earlier, because 1 month, 2 weeks ago, it was enough to say what will be given. Today, it's more important to know when it will be given. And this is something that allies have to sort out and to find appropriate solutions.
Okay, gentlemen. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Foreign Minister. Nick Beak from the BBC. You say that in terms of weapons, it's when, not if. What is holding things up? Is it a lack of will, or is it the logistical problems that the NATO allies are facing? And also, President Zelensky has talked about the recent sanctions that the UK and the US have been saying will make a big difference. He says that they're spectacular, but they're not enough. Did you get a sense that some of the NATO allies were maybe holding back on weapons because they want sanctions to do the hard work first of all?
The answer to the second question is no. I think these are two parallel tracks where we see different progress with different allies. Some are more advanced on sanctions while being more reluctant on providing us with weapons. Others, to the contrary, are willing to provide with weapons but are more conservative when it comes to sanctions. The point that President makes is very simple. We appreciate everything that has been done on the sanctions front so far. And yes, it's true that the latest round of sanctions inflicts serious damage on Russia. We are looking forward to the adoption of the 5th sanctions package by the European Union. And if it is adopted as it stands, then we can say that the pressure has been stepped up. But as long as the West, let's put it this way, continues buying Russian gas and oil, it is supporting Ukraine with one hand, while supporting Russia war machine with another hand. And this is the point the President is making. The damage that is being inflicted on Russia by sanctions now has mid and long-term implications for Russian economy. But people are dying today. The offensive is unfolding today. And we need steps which will stop Russia's war machine today. This is, as long as it is not, as this hasn't been done, we cannot speak about full efficiency of sanctions. Yes, damage is inflicted, but it's insufficient to stop Russia's war machine. And this is the point. And the first question was on weapons.
Why the delay? Is it logistics or?
In the first week of the war, I asked one foreign minister whether his country would be willing to provide us with a certain state-of-the-art weapon. And he said, Dmytro, it's complicated because it requires at least 2 months of training for personnel. So we are not going to do that. If he had agreed with me in the very beginning to provide Ukraine with that weapon, our people would have already completed, were about to complete this training, and we would have had it in the week or two. So this is the problem with partners. I mean, I appreciated them, I love them, they're all friends, most of them. our personal friends. But this is the problem, that you always have to break one wall after another. The first wall was, we are not going to send you weapons. Okay, we broke it. No one is saying that anymore, almost. The next wall was, we will send you light weapons, but not heavy weapons. Okay, we broke it. We broke this wall as well. Now I've been hearing until recently, we will be sending you defensive weapons, but we cannot send you offensive weapons. Okay, we explained that it doesn't make any difference when it comes to Ukraine because we are defending ourselves. Every weapon is defensive by definition. Okay, we seem to have broken this wall as well. And now we are in this, again, in this situation, when? When will you send this? It takes time, but we have no time. If they had heard us before, we would not have had this discussion. We wouldn't have this discussion now. So it's all. I don't know. It's a little bit of all. So reluctance, unreadiness to act on time, acting only after tragedies like Bucha occur. I said to, and I can openly say it here, I said to partners from G7 and the European Union in the last days that I know what the initial package of sanctions was. And I know that it was stepped up, that when we were asking you to step it up, you ignored us. In fact, there could have been some backslides. And only after seeing the pictures of Bucha, you agreed with us that sanctions have to be stepped up and that what had been prepared was insufficient. But how many Buchas have to take place for you to impose the sanctions? How many children, women, men have to die, innocent lives have to be lost for you to understand that you cannot allow sanctions fatigue, as we cannot allow fighting fatigue? So we are in the process, but I'm satisfied with the overall dynamics of how our partners evolve. But unfortunately, the price of that is pretty high.
Let's go to this side. Mr. Minister, Nick Schifrin from PBS NewsHour, thank you. One of the main topics in the diplomatic talks with Russia has been security guarantees, of course, that you have been asking for. Did you repeat that request today? Have you gotten any progress on asking any NATO member or getting any NATO member to agree to a security guarantee? And you say you're cautiously optimistic about individual countries' arms shipments. Do you think NATO itself, as an alliance, should be taking a greater role in those arms shipments?
You're absolutely right. I'm cautiously optimistic about shipments from some allies. But I have no optimism about seeing NATO as a whole supplying Ukraine with necessary weapons in the foreseeable future. I don't know, it may change, but this doesn't seem to be the case now. So what is happening now is that NATO as an institution encourages allies, those allies who are willing to help. That's it. That's how it works now. And NATO serves as a platform where everyone comes together and discusses these things. No, I did not raise the issue of security guarantees in the meeting because we know exactly the list of allies whom we see as potential security guarantors, and we negotiate it at a bilateral level. But in my bilateral meetings here, we are raising and discussing this issue with them. Yes, they definitely get a better understanding of what we are looking for, and but we're still they're still in a receptive mode. We're still discussing. None of them has provided us with their vision for security guarantees at this point.
We have time just for two last short questions, and the first one, the lady there. No, they're behind. Yeah. No. Yes. No, just raise your hand. Yes.
Sorry. Lily Bayer from Politico. Thank you, Minister. A video posted to social media appears to show Ukrainian troops shooting a captured Russian soldier. I was wondering if you've seen the video and if you have a reaction. Thank you.
I haven't seen it. I heard about it. I want to reassure you that Ukrainian army observes the rules of warfare. There was, of course, there might be isolated incidents of the violation of these rules, and they will be definitely investigated. But I wanted to double-check the date of this video, because you should understand one thing. No, you will not understand it. I'm sorry, but you don't understand how it feels after seeing pictures from Bucha, talking to people who escaped, knowing that the person you know was raped 4 days in a row. And when she finally made it to Kiev, she was directly taken to the psychiatrist. You don't understand how it feels that Russian soldiers rape children. This is not an excuse to those who violate the rules of warfare on either side of the front line. But there are some things which you simply can't understand. I'm sorry.
Let's take one last one. Ukrainian media. Є українською питання? Давайте від вас.
Okay,
Можна українською?
I will be speaking in Ukrainian, so take your earphones on.
All right, guys, that was a live update from the Ukraine foreign minister meeting about the war in Ukraine, specifically speaking on Ukraine's request for more military support. The foreign minister went on to say that it is extremely urgent for allies to act swiftly. He says days, not weeks, or many civilians will die or villages could be destroyed. We've also learned today that almost 90% of civilians who were killed in Bucha were found to have bullet wounds, suggesting that civilians are being killed deliberately. Very heartbreaking testimony that we just witnessed the Ukrainian foreign minister speak of, allegations of Russian soldiers raping women and children. So definitely a heartbreaking situation. Again, that foreign minister says that a timeline on getting more military support, specifically more weapons from NATO countries, is crucial. Now, this is also happening as we are learning that the United Nations is just hours away from kicking Russia off of the United Nations Human Rights Council. Now, the vote comes as Congress is poised to revoke normal trade relations with Russia. Approval would require a 2/3 majority vote of the Assembly. That vote is a yes or a no. So far, no permanent member of the Security Council has ever had his membership revoked from any UN body. Now, in towns like Bucha, which has been completely cut off from the world for nearly 6 weeks, the shocking images of civilian deaths are now out in the open. We've been showing you all some pretty graphic images here at LiveNOW from Fox. And in the small suburb of Kiev, Russian troops terrorizing residents, and photographs and videos of bodies wrapped in plastic bags and dishes, people in plain clothing just laying on the street with their hands and their feet bound. Again, definitely a call for action. Now, President Biden is saying that he is seeking more sanctions that will soon be announced from the United States. We know that there has been an investigation gathering evidence of war crimes from the International Criminal Court, which launched this investigation about a month or so ago. So again, we are definitely staying on top of that situation here at LiveNOW from Fox. Now, if you take a look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we are monitoring another live picture, a story that we broke right here a little bit earlier today, but we can happily report that all lanes are reopened on the Brooklyn Bridge after police responded to a person who was climbing the cable, scaling the Brooklyn Bridge. We know that drivers should expect, of course, residual delays following this incident, but we are happy to report that that person is safe, we should say, after scaling that Brooklyn Bridge. All right, moving right along to other top stories that we are paying close attention here at LiveNOW from Fox. We're also following the nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. A full Senate vote will likely come as early as today. I believe that is slated for 1:45. That's when Jackson is expected to become the first black woman confirmed to the nation's highest court. At least 3 Republicans, Senators Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, and Lisa are on board with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination, but so far no other Republicans have said that they will support Jackson. House Majority Leader Schumer actually said that the stage is already set. People can delay in terms of time, but they cannot delay the vote. So again, a vote is likely to come today, but also we should report that the Senate Majority Leader says that he is pushing for a vote by the end of next week at the very latest. But again, we are expecting that vote to come as soon as today. And if you're just now joining us, welcome to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:30 a.m. We are your source for raw and unfiltered nonstop news. My name is Rain Augustine, and I'll be with you here for the next hour or so as we continue to cover all major headlines. For now, let's revisit the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter day 42. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
Both of these votes today at the UN and here on Capitol Hill are designed to create even more pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin as his country shows no signs of backing down. Children at this school in Russia now start their day singing their national anthem, part of an effort to build patriotic spirit in the face of international outrage. Alleged Russian atrocities in Ukraine have shocked much of the world, all blamed on Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I don't have anything to say to him, I just want to see him dead. That's what I want, and if I could, I would kill him with my own hands.
And while Ukraine may welcome today's efforts at the United Nations and on Capitol Hill to further isolate Russia, Ukraine's foreign minister is asking for more.
My agenda is very simple. It has only 3 items on it. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons.
We will fight and we will not retreat.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is preparing for what could be a long war as Russia shifts its focus to the eastern part of the country. And while the Pentagon says this could drag out for years, this may also be a critical moment for Ukrainian forces.
There is a real opportunity here that the Ukrainians will not only just fight the Russians to a stalemate in the Donbass region in the vicinity of Mariupol, but actually have the ability to drive them out.
Wow.
If that takes place, this fight's not going to go on for years.
As for the vote here on Capitol Hill today on revoking Russia's trade status, it is expected to pass and then head to the president's desk for his signature. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox News correspondent, Doug Luzader, for bringing us that report. Now, as you know, Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned and operated television stations across the country. That's how we're able to bring you all this nonstop news. So let's check in with our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles who actually broke this story. Hundreds of Ukrainian refugees are arriving each day to the United States Tijuana border. Now, Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez actually caught up with some Ukrainian refugees who made it to the United States. Here's the latest on how they are figuring out their next steps.
You're watching the Fox 11 News at 5.
The number of refugees from Ukraine arriving at the Tijuana side of the U.S. border is exploding, with desperate families hoping to be among the 100,000 that could be allowed in.
New details tonight as Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez updates us on some of the people she met during her coverage of the issue at the border last week.
She is live now in Hollywood with the update. Christina?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, where there is a huge Ukrainian population here, and they're hoping to get their loved ones here with them. But we have found that a lot of the people we checked in with are ending up far, far away. Watch.
Once we were able to pass, it was like the biggest sigh of relief for us.
You may remember Lonnie and his fiancée stuck on the Tijuana side of the border with other Ukrainian refugees during Fox 11's coverage from the border last week.
I was as scared as could be.
After long days on the TJ sidewalk, they were allowed into San Diego and flew to family in Maine, where they are figuring out their next step.
My goal is to hopefully bring attention to what's happening on the border with Ukrainians.
Where the crowd of immigrants hoping to be allowed into the U.S. is getting exponentially larger.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
She works with EachStepHome.org, which has been working to reunite parents with immigrant children detained by Homeland Security when they try to cross the border without legal papers, seeking asylum, an issue that came to a head recently with Central American refugees and is now repeating itself with the Ukrainians arriving via Mexico, where they can enter without a visa as opposed to the U.S. She's now helping in the case of 17-year-old Lisa, who you also saw waiting in TJ with her valid Ukrainian passport and an American sponsor. But she is a minor, and she was detained.
So she was held at the border for 3 days, which are these awful, awful places. I mean, these are the places where we saw the kids in cages and the Mylar blankets.
Lisa's U.S. sponsor, Molly, says she last heard from the 17-year-old during a phone call on a speakerphone saying she was being transferred to a facility in New York.
I didn't recognize it was Lisa because for some reason the agent on the other end with her was forcing her to communicate in English. She doesn't speak English. When I asked which facility will she be kept at, she told me, I cannot tell you that information, but she will be allowed to make a phone call.
They are being detained in these congregate living facilities, and I don't think they're set up to deal with Russian speakers. And it's going to be a long process to get her out.
It would not only be the wait, it's also legal fees that have been quoted by lawyers, $3,000, plus the paperwork. One form costs $535 to fill out.
We do not have a system in place to let these Ukrainians in at the border, just like we don't have a system in place to let Central American kids in at the border.
Homeland Security is confirming that if a minor travels with their natural-born parent with proof, they'll keep them together even if detained. Anyone else, a grandparent, an aunt, a U.S. citizen with a passport, no. They're going to detain that child until they can prove that that person is not out to traffic them, and that takes time. Now, on our website at foxla.com, we've put on the contact for that organization that helps people in those circumstances, and for the GoFundMe that Molly's having to put together to try to, find out where Lisa is and try to help her get out. Her mother, her natural birth mother, is stuck in Poland with all the other refugees, so she's not coming here anytime soon. So we'll keep you updated. Live in West Hollywood, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you in the studio.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los
watching.
Angeles for that report. Now, here's the latest when it comes to Russia's hacking efforts, something that many Americans have been concerned about. United States federal agents apparently have stopped a Russian military hacking effort before it could begin. Now, United States officials say that the FBI has taken control of thousands of routers and firewalls away from Russian military agents. The FBI says they overtook the same infrastructure that Moscow agents were using to communicate with the devices. The FBI also says that Moscow's agents would have used these same devices for a botnet, which is a network that can bombard servers with rogue traffic. And the targeted botnet was controlled through malware to attack devices made by 2 U.S. technology firms. Bringing you all the latest, covering really every angle that we can when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the impact that it's having on Americans here at home. The time is now 9:38. Let's take a quick commercial break, and we will have more nonstop news right after this. are taking this live now look from Brussels, Belgium, happening any moment now. We do expect NATO's Secretary General to speak on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, we'll bring that all for you live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we're all about here. We bring you all live events as they unfold. And speaking of live events, let's head out to Washington, D.C. We have the Senate Finance Committee. They're holding a hearing on the this is the Senate Armed Services Committee. They're holding a hearing on the Department of Defense budget happening any moment now. We do expect to hear from Secretary Lloyd Austin. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Based on the new NDS, that you went to the White House to ask for more resources, and I appreciate that very much. But even then, the budget just doesn't rise to the moment. It doesn't deliver the real growth our military needs, and that is, it says very clearly in this document, in the very beginning of the document, the 3% to 5% range is where we need to be. And that real growth is a recommendation comes from the bipartisan committee. So the budget also doesn't reckon with the record high inflation we're seeing today in the realm of 7 to 8%. That's on the bipartisan basis. Congress tried to give our defense budget real growth in 2022, but the military will end up losing buying power due to the inflation. This historic inflation is a new, I call it the new sequestration. We all remember when we went through the sequestration together. For me, this isn't just about how much money we spend on defense. This is about how we spend the money. And we need a higher top line because what's in this budget right now is not nearly enough to make up for lost time. This budget shrinks both our naval fleet and our Air Force aircraft fleet. It cuts end strength. The end strength has been very disturbing to all of us. I'm glad to see the investments in research and development. So some good things are out there.
Time is now 9:43. You're streaming live now from Fox right now. We are currently listening into the Senate budget hearing. However, let's switch gears. We do have another live event that's coming from Washington,
scheduled to take place at approximately 11 a.m., and we will aim to vote on final confirmation in the afternoon, the time depending on how many members wish to speak. Today is a culmination for one of 6 weeks where this chamber has examined and debated and questioned Judge Jackson on her record and her qualifications. Every step of the way, the judge has proved herself exceptionally qualified and thoughtful and prepared to serve on the court. As I have said, she encapsulates the 3 B's: brilliant, beloved, and belongs. She belongs on the Supreme Court. It's now up to us to finish the work that the President entrusted us to do. So today is also a joyous celebration in another way. In the 233-year history of the Supreme Court, never has a black woman held the title of justice. Ketanji Brown Jackson will be the first, and I believe the first of more to come. This milestone should have happened generations ago, but we are always trotting on a path towards a more perfect union. Nevertheless, America today is taking a giant step towards making our union more perfect. People sometimes talk about standing on the shoulder of giants. Well, Judge Jackson will go down in history as an American giant upon whose shoulders others will stand tall, and our democracy will be better off for it. I'll have more to say later this afternoon prior to the final vote on the confirmation. But for now, I want to thank Chairman Durbin of the Senate Judiciary Committee for beautifully executing the nomination, all the members of the Judiciary Committee for their thoughtful and respectful, all of my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for their thoughtful and insightful examination of the judge's record, and I want to thank those Republican senators who chose to take this process seriously. So, it's truly a joyous day. Joyous for the Senate, joyous for the court, joyous for America. Let us finish the work today of confirming Judge Jackson finally to the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, On the final day of the work period, the Senate is going to pass a much-needed, a much-sought-after piece of legislation, revoking Russia a permanent normal trade relation with the United States. The legislation will go a long way to landing a painful, severe blow on Putin's economy. It will hinder his ability to keep funding his war machine and adds Russia, as well as Belarus, to a list of nations, including North Korea, that are ineligible for free trade with the United States. I want to thank my colleague from Idaho, Senator Crapo, for working so closely with me on into the night last night to make sure that this got done. We will also vote separately on legislation regarding an oil ban, and I thank my colleagues who worked together to reach a compromise on this measure. We are moving forward today. Putin must absolutely be held accountable for the detestable and despicable war crimes he is committing against Ukraine. The images we have seen coming out of that country, most recently out of the town of Bucha, are pure, pure evil. Hundreds of civilians murdered in cold blood. Dozens of bodies of men, women, children, the elderly, the defenseless, people with hands tied behind their backs and left dead in the streets. Some of the bodies showed signs of torture. According to a new report by Der Spiegel, German intelligence now believes that some of these murders were discussed by Russian troops over radio intercepts. And why were these people killed? Simply because they were Ukrainians. So many were children, civilians, young people, women. No nation whose military is committing war crimes deserves free trade status with the United States. Let me say that again. No nation whose military is committing war crimes deserves free trade status with the United States. No vile thug like Putin deserves to stand as an equal with the leaders of the free world. He is a menace and a pariah who has ensured that his place in history will be one of everlasting shame. So today's votes approving PNTR revocation are significant. It is very important that the Senate pass this bill. And I want to thank Senator Crapo, as well as Senators Manchin and Cardin and Wyden and Murkowski and Menendez, and all others who worked in good faith with us together on these measures. We wouldn't have reached this outcome without their diligence and good faith. Finally, I want to close with a few thoughts on what the Senate has accomplished over the past 6 weeks. There are two words that I believe perfectly summarize the work period we're about to conclude: productive, bipartisan. In this work period alone, we passed a major postal reform bill over a decade in the making. We passed a bold and robust government funding package, which will help millions of Americans and thousands.
All right, we're listening in as House Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaks live from the Senate floor on a few different topics. We could expect the final confirmation vote for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court to happen later on this evening. That's slated for 1:45. So make sure that you're staying tuned into Live Now from Fox for the latest. And we are also monitoring a live event coming from Brussels, Belgium. We do expect NATO's Secretary General to speak on the ongoing war against Ukraine. This happening just hours before Russia could possibly be kicked off of the UN's Human Rights Council. So we're monitoring a lot here at Live Now from Fox, but that's what we're all about. We bring you all these live and raw live images, and we deliver the information to you, our viewers, in real time. The time is now 9:49. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have a live update from Fox 5 DC. 51. We're covering a lot of news here. We're getting a lot of international feeds, some pretty heavy topics. We are on standby for the confirmation of the first Black Supreme Court Justice. That is slated for 1:45 p.m. We are also on standby for a live update coming from Brussels, Belgium. We do expect NATO's Secretary General to update everyone on the ongoing war in Ukraine. However, I would like to switch gears to a little bit of lighter news. Here at home, we're learning that today is opening day for Major League Baseball. This is following a string of negotiations. And joining us now live is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Good morning, Bob. What's the latest?
Hey, good morning, Rain. The latest is your namesake. We have rain here in the nation's capital. So this was supposed to be opening day for the Washington Nationals, hosting the New York Mets. It'll be opening night. So the first pitch was scheduled for 4:05 this afternoon. It is now going to take place at 7:05. They've got the sort of like the Zamboni equipment here cleaning the concourse to get ready for the onslaught of fans later today. I want to step away and show you the field here. They've got a tarp down over the infield trying to keep the clay dry, again, for the first pitch, which is now scheduled for 7:05 p.m. This evening. It's opening week in Major League Baseball, opening day for our Washington Nationals. It started raining about 5 a.m. Eastern time, and it's more like of a mist now, but we've had thunder, we've had heavy rain. It's predicted to rain until about 6 o'clock Eastern time. That's about an hour before the scheduled first pitch. Everybody's crossing their fingers and hoping this will happen. Even if it does, unfortunately, Rain, it's going to be kind of a raw, dank kind of evening for baseball here in your nation's capital, but it's going to happen. And I think, rain or shine or what have you, people are pretty excited for, what's to come. And, Major League Baseball firing up all around our country today.
Yeah, I bet fans are pretty excited after that off season, which was full of uncertainty. I'm sure you've spoken to some fans, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're super excited. And even some of the diehards are saying if, by chance, this game here at National Stadium in Washington, D.C. doesn't happen tonight, it's a long season and it's happening, and they're excited for that. Yes, because of the lockout, which put the spring training in jeopardy and the season in jeopardy. Spring training started a little later. The opening day games are about a week later than they would have been. The diehard fans that we've been speaking to are just glad our national pastime is going to happen this year.
All right, well, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, always a pleasure to have you here live now from Fox. Stay safe in that weather.
Thank you, Rain. My pleasure.
All right, guys, and we're going to head out now live to Brussels, Belgium. We do have NATO's Secretary General speaking on the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter day 43. We're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Allies are also supporting and stepping up humanitarian aid and financial support. We discussed what more we will do, including cyber security assistance and providing equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical and biological threats. Allies agreed that we should also help other partners to strengthen their resilience and shore up their ability to defend themselves, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. For Georgia, we could increase our support through the substantial NATO Georgia package, including in areas like situational awareness, secure communications and cyber. For Bosnia and Herzegovina, we could develop a new defense capacity building package. Any assistance would be tailored, demand-driven and delivered with the full consent of the countries concerned. Today, we are also joined by Georgia, Finland, Sweden and the European Union, as well as NATO's Asia-Pacific partners, Australia, Japan, New Zealand and the Republic of Korea. Because the implications of Russia's invasions are global and will be long-lasting. And what is happening in Ukraine is being closely watched around the world. We have seen that China is unwilling to condemn Russia's aggression, and Beijing has joined Moscow in questioning the right of nations to choose their own path. This is a serious challenge to us all, And it makes it even more important that we stand together to protect our values. NATO and our Asia-Pacific partners have now agreed to step up our practical and political cooperation in several areas, including cyber, new technology, and countering disinformation. We will also work more closely together in other areas such as maritime security,
more, as we call it, a more offensive weapon. And how do you think Russia is going to respond to that? That's my first question. And secondly, I would like to ask your comments on this video that has emerged where Ukrainian forces appear to be killing Russian soldiers that have been captured already? Thank you very much.
I fully understand that you are asking specific questions about specific types of weapons. At the same time, I think it's important to understand that allies believe it is better often to not be specific exactly about what kind of systems. But rest assured, allies are providing a wide range of different weapon systems, both Soviet-era systems, but also modern equipment. And I think that this distinction between offensive and defensive is a bit strange, because we speak about providing weapons to a country which is defending itself. And self-defense is a right which is enshrined in the UN Charter. So everything Ukraine does with the support from NATO allies is defensive, because they are defending themselves. And of course they need different types of weapons, and allies are providing them with different types of weapons, and we see the impact of these weapons on the battleground every day, because the Ukrainians have been able to inflict severe losses on the invading Russian forces. Then I would say that every report on potential violations of international law should be thoroughly looked into, and of course any violation of international law and any war crime is always unacceptable. But I cannot comment on that specific video because I don't know anything about that specific incident.
We'll go to Deutsche Welle, Ukraine, in the third row.
Yes, thank you very much, Yuri Shiko, Deutsche Welle. One more question about weapons. I'm not asking what, when, and how. Of course not. I'm not asking about those specifics. But can you say the line within NATO? Are there any exclusions of the types of weapons that NATO allies are ready to provide? As we heard a couple of weeks ago during the NATO summit, like Macron was saying that tanks and jets are out of the question. Or can you say that now there are no exclusions of the types of systems that can be provided to Ukraine? Thank you very much.
So again, if I start to be specific in my answers to that type of questions, I actually have said a lot about what kind of systems we are delivering or NATO allies are delivering. So again, the important thing is that NATO allies are providing significant military support to Ukraine, but also humanitarian support, financial support, and lethal and non-lethal support. We have done that for many years, and allies have now stepped up. Then what is important to also underline is that NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. At the same time, NATO's main responsibility is to protect and defend all allies, and to prevent this conflict from escalating to a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are focused on how to manage the risk of escalation, and also to send a clear message that we are there to defend and protect all allies, not to provoke a conflict, but to prevent the conflict. And the reason why we have, over the last weeks, deployed 40,000 troops under direct NATO command to the eastern part of the alliance, and also added more troops under national command, including more US troops in Europe. And this presence is to help prevent escalation of the conflict. So we are preventing escalation. NATO will not be directly involved in the conflict. NATO allies will not send troops or capabilities into Ukraine, but at the same time we are providing support to Ukraine in many different ways.
We'll go to HBO, the lady in white.
Yes. Can you comment on how the U.S. and Secretary Blinken have been approaching this week, and why is a long haul for this war an assumption? Why not just do everything you can now while Russia retreats?
the easiest way to end this war is for President Putin to pull back all his troops and to end the war and to sit down and engage in serious diplomatic efforts to find a solution. But we need to be realistic, and we have no indications that President Putin has changed his overall goal, and that is to control Ukraine and to achieve significant military victories on the battleground. So we don't see a Russian retreat. What we see is a Russian regrouping and repositioning of their forces, moving out of northern Ukraine, but at the same time moving those forces to the east, and we expect a big battle in Donbass, a big Russian offensive. And that's the reason why allies also highlighted today the urgency of providing more support to Ukraine, and that was also the message, of course, from Minister Kuleba. That's also the reason why we need to, of course, work for a quick end to this war, and that's the reason why also allies are imposing heavy costs on President Putin and Russia, but at the same time be prepared for the long haul. This war may last for weeks, but also months, and possibly also for years, and therefore we need to prepare for the long haul.
You mentioned for Georgia, what should we expect? I mean, about open door policy, about the future of aspirants, and can you tell us more about meeting with Georgian Foreign Affairs Minister? Thank you so much.
The Georgian Minister of Foreign Affairs attended the meeting today, and for me it was a pleasure to meet him and to talk to him. We had also a bilateral meeting, and I think it is important that we have close contacts with Georgia and also the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. That demonstrates the strength and the importance of the partnership between Georgia and NATO, and we also are working on how to further strengthen our partnership, including by improving and strengthening the package we have already agreed, and to add more to that package, including issues related to secure communications, resilience, and cyber. So we look into how we can further strengthen both the political and the practical cooperation and partnership with Georgia. Agreed at the summit in Madrid, but I expect the allies will agree that NATO's door remains open, and also that allies will agree on the importance of further strengthening to work with partners, including those partners like Georgia, which are under pressure from Russia, and to step up the cooperation and support to those partners.
Vegan?
Mr. Secretary General, we just heard Foreign Minister Kuleba here offering an understanding with NATO that if you support us with all we need, we shall fight for our security, but also their security, that is NATO security, so that President Putin cannot test Article 5. Is that also NATO's understanding after this meeting?
Well, our understanding and the message from all allies is that we are ready, and NATO allies are ready to provide support to Ukraine, and also provide more support, and allies recognize the urgency of providing more support. And that was the main message from allies today. At the same time, of course, NATO has a core responsibility to ensure collective defense, to ensure credible deterrence. And we have done that for more than 70 years. But after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, we have significantly stepped up our presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We tripled the size of the NATO response force. For the first time in our history, we deployed combat-ready troops to the eastern part of the alliance. And we have increased defense spending across the alliance. And then, after the second invasion, after what we saw on the 24th of February, 6 weeks ago from today, we have further stepped up with thousands of more troops, backed by substantial naval and air capabilities. So we are ensuring credible deterrence and at the same time supporting Ukraine, because Ukraine, of course, the bravery, the courage, the commitment, both of the Ukrainian armed forces, but also the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership have inspired us all, and it is extremely important that we continue to support them.
Okay, Rai. Thank you. Marilu Lucrezio Rai. Secretary General, what is the risk for NATO if the war will be very long? Thank you.
If the war is going to drag on and be long, then the risk is first and foremost for the people of Ukraine, who will suffer more, who will see more damage, more death and more destruction. So this is first and foremost a tragedy for them, and the responsibility for President Putin to end this war, to withdraw its troops and engage in serious political efforts to find a political settlement. But of course, as long as the war continues, there will be a risk for escalation beyond Ukraine. And that's exactly what NATO is focused on, is to prevent that escalation. And we are focused on prevention, or to prevent escalation, partly by making sure that allies deliver the same message and stay united, but also by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance in particular. We have done a lot already, but at the summit we had recently here in Brussels with all the NATO heads of state and government, the heads of state and government agreed to ask our military commanders to provide options for more longer-term changes in our military posture to address the long-term effects of this war. Because regardless of whether this war ends within weeks, months or years, it will have long-term effects on our security, on the way NATO needs to respond and ensure continued collective defense and safety and security for NATO allies.
Okay, thank you very much. This is all we have time for.
Thank you.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox, 10:15 here on the East Coast. And we just heard a live update from NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who is addressing the media and the world after day 2 of meetings between NATO's foreign ministers. All of this as a result of the latest updates coming out as we officially hit the 6-week mark in the war in Ukraine. 6 weeks ago to this very day, Russia decided on that invasion. And now we are, of course, hearing the response from NATO as they continue to organize themselves and organize their defenses. We are going to recap what we just heard there from Jens Stoltenberg and also recap what we heard earlier today from Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, but I do want to let you all know that we are keeping a very close eye on the UN floor here. This is a live feed coming into our newsroom because we are just minutes away from the United Nations beginning a vote to officially expel Russia from the Human Rights Council. This was supposed to begin at 10 o'clock. We are about 15 minutes into the 10 o'clock hour, so any minute now this vote will begin. The UN General Assembly will vote today on whether to suspend Russia from the United Nations Human Rights Council. The move was initiated by the United States in response to the discovery of hundreds of dead civilians after Russian troops withdrew from towns near the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. We all by now have seen the horrific images coming out of Bucha and other surrounding suburbs of Ukrainian capital of Kiev. And now this has sparked calls for its forces to be tried for war crimes. The United Nations has responded, and the General Assembly will vote in a matter of minutes on whether to suspend Russia from the United Nations Human Rights Council. Now, a bit of how this is all going to work. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield made the call for Russia to be stripped of its seat There's 47 members currently part of the Human Rights Council, and all of this is coming once again as a result of the videos and photographs that we have seen coming out of towns like Bucha over the past couple of days. The draft text of this entire meeting says, quote, grave concern at the ongoing human rights and humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. Moreover, explaining the move that we are going to see any minute now, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations has said, quote, it is important to say to Russia that we're not going to allow you to continue to act with such impunity and pretend that you respect human rights. Now, once again, this is set to begin any minute now. To be approved, the resolution requires a 2/3 majority of its assembly members to vote yes. Western diplomats are very confident that they do have enough support. There's 193 members in the General Assembly, and once again, they just need a 2/3 majority to officially expel Russia from this Human Rights Council. As soon as this begins, we will be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But it's a very busy morning. As you're seeing on the side panel on all of your screens, we are monitoring quite a few live events. So this one's set to begin at 10 a.m. We'll move down to the second bullet point on the left-hand corner of all of your screens because at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, the Senate is set to vote on Ketanji Brown Jackson on her nomination to the Supreme Court. It is set to be a historic day for the United States. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be put before the Senate to officially be confirmed to the Supreme Court. Jackson will, of course, be replacing Justice Stephen Breyer, who will be retiring at the end of the Supreme Court term this summer. Although Democrats do have enough votes to confirm Jackson themselves, 3 Republican senators, Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Mitt Romney of Utah have all said that they will vote in favor of Jackson's nomination, meaning this will be a bipartisan effort, meaning that the Democrats will also have those 3 Republicans on their side. We will begin getting video of this official vote, of course, at 1:45, but the Senate floor is open, and so this feed is coming into our newsroom. Once again, this is going to be a historic confirmation that we're going to bring live to you on Live Now from Fox. President Biden and the White House were hoping to have some bipartisan support, and it does appear that they will. A little bit of context for how this vote will unfold. We are expecting a vote at around 11 o'clock. That first vote is going to cut off debate and will bring the vote to that final roll call, that final vote that we will see at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. All of these is according to Senator Chuck Schumer, the New York Democrat, and of course the majority leader, who said, quote, it will be a joyous day. He said this last night, and of course this is going to be a monumental day as Ketanji Brown Jackson will become the first Black woman nominated to the United States Supreme Court. This, of course, and we are also keeping a very close eye on Major League Baseball as it is opening day for Major League Baseball after a very hectic offseason, to say the very least. A 99-day lockout. It was an offseason of uncertainty. It was an offseason of quite a bit of tension that did make national headlines, but the season will begin today. Despite all of those delays that we brought to you throughout those 99 days, the 2022 season is not only here, but it's still going to have its usual 162 game schedule. It'll have 30 doubleheaders to make up for the 91 postponed games that were missed due to this lockout. We have been touching base with our reporters all around the country as their respective cities gear up for opening day. And this, of course, just one of the many stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we will head back out live to the United Nations as we keep a very close eye on that vote that will expel Russia from the Human Rights Council. All of that on the other side of this. Thank you for streaming live now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Thank you so much once again for joining us on a very busy news day. We are monitoring feeds all around the world, and I do want to send you out live right now to a live look at the UN as we are standing by for a United Nations General Assembly vote on expelling Russia from the Human Rights Council. A little bit of context on this vote that you are about to join live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show. The UN General Assembly is going to vote right now on whether or not to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council as a result of the discovery of hundreds of dead civilians after Russian troops withdrew from towns near the Ukrainian capital of Kiev over the course of the last couple of days, as those Russian troops have made their way outside of those suburbs. Ukrainian forces have gone in and discovered just horrific images. This has sparked calls for its forces to be tried for war crimes, and U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield has brought this vote to the General Assembly to call for Russia to be stripped of its seat on the 47-member Human Rights Council. Now, a little bit of context. To be approved, the resolution requires a 2/3 majority vote. There's 193 members, and Western diplomats are confident that they're going to get this vote. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates. Good morning, everyone. One early morning of April 1993, delegates to the United Nations had coffee, kissed their loved ones, and went to the quiet and comfortable United Nations headquarters to do business as usual. Perhaps as many of us have done this very morning. The same morning in early April 1993, Boutros Ghali sent a special rapporteur to report on extrajudicial summary arbitrary executions in Rwanda. He reported a more robust United Nations response was needed. Critically, it found that the abuses could be precursors to genocide in 1993. Unfortunately, that was largely ignored by overstretched Secretariat of the United Nations. In early April, once again in April, in 1994, in the comfort of the United Nations headquarters, the Security Council received letters in which the Rwandan Patriotic Front reminded member states that, I quote, "When the institution of the United Nations was created after the Second World War, one of its fundamental objectives was to see to it that what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany would never happen again." End of quote. In 1994, Rwanda itself was a non-permanent member of the Security Council. This allowed the genocidal regime to influence other members of the Council with its view of the situation. As Russia's presence today in the Security Council allows her to spread lies almost daily. In April, again in April, this time 2006, in the docks of New York by the Hudson River, an ocean-sized, state-of-the-art liner was launched. This magnificent liner was then docked on the shores of Lake Geneva. Beautiful as it is, far from being an ocean. We named this liner the Human Rights Council. The adoption of Resolution 60/251 was a culmination of 5 months of consultations and negotiations facilitated by President of the Assembly, Jan Eliasson, and Ambassador Arias of Panama and Ambassador Kumalo of South Africa. Let me remind you the words of Mr. Jan Eliasson, the President of the 60th session of the UN General Assembly, before the adoption of the resolution. He said, and I quote, we have now reached a decisive moment, both for the promotion and protection of human rights and for effective multilateralism and the standing of the United Nations as a whole. As our leaders acknowledged in September 2005, the 3 pillars of the United Nations, development, peace and security, and human rights, are interlinked and mutually reinforcing. End of quote. Now the world has come to a crucial juncture. We witness that our liner is going through treacherous fogs towards deadly icebergs. It might seem that we should have named it the Titanic instead of the Human Rights Council. If not, we need to take an action today to save the Council from sinking. The composition of the Human Rights Council is as diverse as the world map, as this Assembly is. But this Council, unlike the Assembly, has been established for a specific purpose to promote and protect human rights around the world. And we are in a unique situation now when on the territory of another sovereign state, a member of the Human Rights Council commits horrific human rights violations and abuses that could be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Bucha and dozens of other Ukrainian cities and villages where thousands of peaceful residents have been killed, tortured, raped, abducted, and robbed by the Russian army serve as an example of how dramatically far the Russian Federation has gone from its initial declarations in the human rights domain. That is why this case is unique, and today's response is obvious and self-explanatory. Let me offer you another quote. Our topmost priority is to ensure all human rights and freedoms in their entirety, including political and civil rights and decent socio-economic and environmental living standards. I believe that these questions are not an internal matter of states, but rather their obligations under the UN Charter, the international covenants and conventions. We want to see this approach become a universal norm. End of quote. It is hard to believe that the above quotation belongs to the President of the Russian Federation. Another president, however, and other times. It was said by President Yeltsin in 1992 in his statement at the UN Security Council. We can only regret that the democratic aspirations of the peoples of Russia in the early 90s have by Putin's regime been incrementally turned to their opposite. Aggression, hatred, and Soviet-style thinking and reflections, including in the area of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And now we hear completely different statements here in the United Nations from the Russian Federation. This week alone, we hear from the Russian ambassador that there is a warfare in Ukraine and civilians are killed in war. It's being said, as a matter of fact, this Monday, in cold blood and as an absolute normal course of action, also known as quote-unquote special operation. Shall we agree with the describing of killings as something normal? The only healthy answer should be no, in order to contribute to the maintenance of the UN's health and the health of its human rights mechanism. All of you received the Russian diplomatic note yesterday, in which our collective effort to preserve the credibility of the Human Rights Council was considered as an approach to preserve the, I quote, domination and total control in the world, end of quote, and human rights neo-colonial policy in international affairs. We have heard many times the same perverted logic of the aggressor attempting to present itself as a victim, while in fact doing exactly what it cries against in its note, killing citizens of neighboring country, trying to dominate, if it not colonize it. In reply to that, we call on Russia, when its rights of membership in the Human Rights Council are suspended, to return to responsible behavior by implementing the decisions of this Assembly and of Human Rights Council. If Russia expulses itself from the Council, it would be its own choice, and there will be no need to blame others. Suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council is not an option, but a duty. And let me quote how this duty is formulated in the operative paragraph 8 of Resolution 60/251, and I quote, "The General Assembly may suspend the rights of membership in the Council of a member of the Council that commits gross and systematic violations of human rights," end of quote. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an option, it is what the resolution prescribes. We view voting to suspend a state's Human Rights Council rights as a rare and extraordinary action. However, Russia's actions are beyond the pale. Russia is not only committing human rights violations, it is shaking the underpinnings of international peace and security. A draft resolution on the matter under A/ES 11/L4 is a result of the collective effort of a cross-regional group of 24 states that represent all regions. It has been co-sponsored so far by more than 50 UN member states. I call upon all responsible member states to support the draft. Let me now once again refer to the commemoration of one of the darkest pages in recent history, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. On this day of grievances and bearing its own tragedy of thousands of Ukrainians killed by the Russian invaders, Ukraine stands together with Rwanda and calls to reaffirm our pledge to never forget and to never allow the recurrence of genocide, which was a result of the international community's indifference. To those of you who, for this or another reason, opts today to keep being a bystander, to abstain, let me quote Elie Wiesel addressing President Clinton in 1999, talking about the perils of indifference. Indifference elicits no response. Indifference is not a response. Indifference is not a beginning, it is an end. And therefore, indifference is always the friend of the enemy, for it benefits the aggressor, never his victim, whose pain is magnified when he or she feels forgotten. The political prisoner in his cell, the hungry children, the homeless refugees, not to respond to their plight, not to relieve their solitude by offering them a spark of hope, is to exile them from human memory. And in denying their humanity, we betray our own. End of quote.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in live to the United Nations as the UN General Assembly is holding a vote to expel Russia from the Human Rights Council. Right now on the stage is Dmitry Manuilsky, who is Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations. He is outlining the atrocities that we have seen over the past couple of days, the images, the videos coming out of Bucha of hundreds of civilians who have been killed by Russian forces as they have retreated out of those areas. We do want to reset everything that you are seeing on your screen. We are monitoring Nancy Pelosi's weekly briefing that is expected to begin any moment now as well. Later on today, we are going to head live to the Senate, which is the box on the lower right-hand corner of your screen, because the Senate is going to vote that final vote to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court, a historic day for the United States as she is set to become the first black woman nominated to the United States' highest court, the Supreme Court. We also want to let you all know that today is opening day for Major League Baseball after a very tumultuous offseason, a 99-day lockout, but the big day is here and the 2022 season is set to kick off today. We also did want to cut in because we are monitoring a bit of breaking news. If you live in the Florida area, we do want to let you know that there are a couple of tornado warnings that you should be aware of. A tornado warning has been issued in Flagler County. This is the weather system that is currently making its way through Florida. We have been monitoring winter weather over the past couple of days in the south. We've been touching base with our Fox weather team who do a sensational job covering this story. We'll be monitoring this system and keeping you guys all up to date on any other systems that do make their way through here. But we did want to let you know that if you are in the Florida area and are, of course, in Flagler County, there is a tornado warning issued for your area. But for now, we'll send you back out live to the United Nations. Let's listen in.
Explanations of vote before the vote. May I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю, господин председатель.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Сейчас не время и не место для театрального пафоса и патетики в стиле представителей Украины. Поэтому я выступлю по существу.
Extremely theatrical performances like the one presented by Ukraine. In fact, the draft resolution we're considering today has no relationship to the actual human rights situation on the ground. I would like to repeat or quote our note, which the ambassador mentioned. What we're seeing today is an attempt by the United States to maintain its dominant position and total control, to continue its attempt at human rights colonialism in international relations. certain part of the member states are already subordinates. Those who wish to conduct an independent foreign policy are is an attempt to kind of move them to the periphery of international relations. Today we're seeing how, through the efforts of a small group of states, the human rights architecture has there's a crack that's appeared in that architecture, and it was decades in the making. And the Secretary General stated that the possible exclusion of Russian Federation from the Human Rights Council could be a dangerous precedent. And as practice has shown, Western approaches in dealing with acute human rights problems in certain countries have not really been successful. Not a single conflict was resolved. It was only exacerbated. In many, this was due to the use by Western countries, the use of sanctions and military intervention. Whereas Russia, throughout its membership in the Commission and the Human Rights Council, has consistently defended the principle of cooperation based on mutual respect and an equal status as one of the main foundations of the human rights architecture. Our priority has always been to strengthen constructive dialogue involving all interested sides in the process of collective development and adoption of decisions in defending and promoting human rights. We reject the untruthful allegations against us based on staged events and widely circulated fakes. Mr. President, based on everything I've said, we would like to put this draft resolution to a vote and call on all those present here to really consider your decision and to vote against the attempt by Western countries and their allies to destroy the existing human rights architecture. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
The Chair, Kazakhstan closely follows the situation in Ukraine with particular concern and expresses its condolences to the families of those who were killed and wish speedy recovery for those injured during hostilities. We call on all the parties to speedily terminate hostilities and to search for compromises aimed at establishing peace. We also adhere to the position that there is no alternative to a peaceful solution on the problem based on the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Humanitarian situation in Ukraine is dire and needs constant attention, and Kazakhstan has already provided Ukraine with humanitarian aid, sending 3 planes with over 50 tons of medicine and essential goods. Regarding the draft resolution on the suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council, we would like to note the following. First of all, in our opinion, the adoption of this resolution will not contribute to the settlement of the conflict. At the moment, it is extremely important not to undermine the negotiation process. In the current situation, it is necessary for all of us to use diplomatic efforts at all international forums, including Human Rights Council, in order to find ways to resolve the problem as soon as possible. Secondly, according to the paragraph 8 of the resolution on the establishment of Human Rights Council, membership of the Council can be suspended in case of gross and systematic violation of human rights. To establish that case, we need to have results of a transparent, unbiased, and professional investigation. In this regard, we believe that the consideration of today's resolution in the General Assembly must be preceded by a comprehensive investigation of human rights violation in Ukraine, carried out under the framework of relevant international mechanisms. We believe that only after receiving concrete conclusions and reliable information, the General Assembly may consider this issue. In the light of the above mentioned, today we will have to vote against this draft resolution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor presidente, Como miembro fundador de las Naciones Unidas, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela está comprometida con los propósitos
is committed to the purposes and principles embodied in the charter of our organization and to the norms of international law. We believe that the promotion and protection of human rights must be addressed in a just and constructive manner on the basis of dialogue and cooperation in accordance with the principles of impartiality, objectivity, transparency, non-selectivity, non-politicization, and non-confrontation. Human rights should not be used in order to attack sovereign states, since that undermines the universal system of human rights, which is to guarantee the universality and the enjoyment of these rights and fundamental freedoms for everyone without distinction or discrimination. A month ago in this assembly, we insisted on the need that the United Nations have a central role in facilitating the peaceful solutions of conflicts through dialogue and political negotiation. We regret today that the road has taken of escalating tensions and that divisions have increased among members of the United Nations. That is the wrong path. We alert the world as to the real and clear danger that in this situation in the region of Eastern Europe may continue in time, creating consequences which it will take generations to overcome. We warn about the expansive effects around the world, especially affecting the living conditions of the more vulnerable groups in every country, where hundreds of millions of individuals are today suffering the consequences of the increase in the cost of food, electricity, transportation. We also warn about the start of a new arms race, which threatens to turn toward war resources which should be used for development and for fighting poverty. This is a terrible situation, but the world is facing an even greater danger. We view with alarm that there are shocks between blocs, and this will lead to a worldwide conflict between nuclear powers which will destroy mankind as we know it today. It is our obligation to reduce tensions and to strengthen all options which allow for regulating conflicts and peaceful settlements. Mr. President, unfortunately, the draft resolution presented today is an example of the politicization of human rights. The draft tries to expel from the human rights system the Russian Federation, a country which is an essential part of the solution of the crisis in the Eastern European region. Without the Russian Federation, there is no possible peace agreement in Europe. A peace without Russia is a mirage. They may think that the time has come for a definitive victory and a unipolar power. If this draft is approved, it will affect current negotiations being carried out between the parties and will push us deliberately toward a more acute phase of the conflict, which will be longer and hard to resolve. Another immediate result of adopting the resolution will be a historical break in the best instrument created to defend human rights, which is the Human Rights Council. Its credibility, its function, and its mandate will be affected. We will be creating a systemic crisis of confidence, which will affect the United Nations as the universal organization which can resolve regional and global crises and work toward peace. In view of the above, the Republic of Venezuela categorically rejects attempts to suspend the Russian Federation as an elected member of the Human Rights Council and calls on the responsible members of the international community to vote against the draft resolution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
President, my delegation expressed deep concern to current development of political situation in Ukraine. Also, we are very concerned that some countries continue to push confrontation and distrust among member states instead of giving priority to ease tension and seek political and peaceful solution to resolve current crisis in Ukraine. We reject any politically motivated initiative, lack of objectivity, impartiality, and transparency. The alleged accusation of the cruel atrocity against the civil population in Ukraine, including a relevant report and images of the civilian deaths in Bucha, have not surely verified and proved based on the real fact and objective evidence. Prior to considering the draft resolution before us, the independent investigation must be made, and for this, sufficient time and efforts are required. However, some member states are acting and moving very recklessly for their political goals by submitting such draft resolution. Such political and unilateral action do not help to solve the problem at all. We take note of the efforts of the Russian Federation to address humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine. Draft resolution is nothing but another example of the product of the political confrontation aiming at tarnishing one member state at the UN stage. For this reason, my delegation against draft resolutions contain document A/ES-11/L4. I thank you, President.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in live to the United Nations, who are currently voting to potentially expel Russia from the Human Rights Council. This vote was set to begin at 10 a.m. and we are currently in the voting process. Each nation is giving a statement on the resolution presented today, and then all members will vote. They need a 2/3 majority vote to officially decide to expel Russia from this Human Rights Council. But we here at Live Now from Fox, we get in and monitor live feeds from around the country, and we are getting in a live feed coming in from our team out in Atlanta. And I do want to bring you out there live because it does appear that a small plane has crashed on Highway 41, also known as Cobb Parkway, just north of Kennesaw Due West Road. Now, at this time, it appears all lanes of Cobb Parkway are blocked during this investigation. Kennesaw police are working on this incident. There you see rescue crews are currently on the ground there. Police officers dealing with the traffic situation that has come as a result of this small plane landing in the middle of this highway. We can confirm that the pilot was the only occupant of this plane when it crashed, and he or she is safe. That is all of the details that we know. But once again, we here on Live Now from Fox, as soon as we get a story, we bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. And this is a live feed coming into our newsroom. Pretty remarkable imagery. Let's see if we can get some sound. Oh, and it does appear that we're getting some kind of feedback. But we want to take you out there live, raw, and unfiltered. And there you're seeing that small plane landing on that small patch of green grass in between this highway. We don't know many details about this pilot, but that is pretty impressive if he did have to make an emergency landing to kind of aim for that patch of grass, and he did make it. We can confirm that the pilot was the only occupant of the crash. He is safe. We'll work on getting you more details, but once again, this feed coming into our newsroom from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. We have put this city, Kennesaw, Georgia, into our map, and it does appear, my team here are telling me that it's about 40 minutes outside of Atlanta. So for those of you that are familiar with this area, that is where this occurred. Once again, on Highway 41, Cobb Parkway, just north of Kennesaw Due West Road. So we'll work on getting you more details here, but we will bring you back out live to the United Nations, who are currently voting to potentially expel Russia from the Human Rights Council. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
We would like to reiterate our position on the centrality of the
principles of objectivity, dialogue, and cooperation towards the protection and promotion of all human rights based on a non-selective and non-politicized approach. We are of the view that the exploitation of paragraph 8 of UN General Assembly Resolution 60/251 deepens confrontation and attenuates constructive dialogue between countries. For the above-mentioned reasons, my delegation will vote against the draft resolution contained in document L4. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, once again, this important international forum witnesses the exploitation of human rights in the service of political interests of some countries and the creation of polarization and politicization targeting the Russian Federation on the pretext of dealing with humanitarian issues in the Ukraine. My delegation stresses the importance of guaranteeing and respecting human rights and the importance of providing necessary humanitarian assistance to all crisis areas. Yet, at the same time, we reject any politicization of humanitarian issues and stress the importance of adopting the principles of impartiality, objectivity, and non-discrimination in human rights issues. Mr. President, this coordinated Western move to denounce the Russian Federation has no relation to human rights in the Ukraine or anywhere else. Rather, it is an effort by Western countries to impose their hegemony and control over the world through besieging Russia and its punishment for its independent foreign policy. When the United States of America and its allies destroyed the Syrian city of Al-Raqqa and killed thousands of innocent people there, we did not see such international media and political mobilization to expose the perpetrators of human rights violations. General Assembly Resolution 60/251, establishing the Human Rights Council, stressed that all human rights are universal, indivisible, interlinked, and intertwined, and that they should be treated in a just and equitable way, on the same footing and with the same degree of concern. However, the practice that we have seen since in a just and equitable way, on the same footing and with the same degree of concern. However, the practice that we have seen since the establishment of that council until now proves the adoption by certain Western countries of politicization, selectivity, and double standards in dealing with human rights issues. They focus on the situations of certain countries in a manner that serves their political purposes. At the same time, they disregard other situations where grave human rights violations, systemic and grave human rights violations, were perpetrated in the full sound and sight of the world, and what the Palestinian people has been exposed to for decades at the hands of the Israeli occupation forces is the best proof of that. Another example is on the hypocrisy of those states is their disregard for the safety, security, and protection of civilians, including women and children in Donbass, who have been shelled and who have been attacked for years. We haven't seen such a move. At the same time, the invocation of the pretext of paragraph 8 of the resolution establishing the Human Rights Council is a major source of concern, since we have not seen any evidence to base such talk about grave violations of human rights. What is the credibility of the sources of such information? What are the impartial international mechanisms that were providing such information or proving their perpetration? The launching of accusations and the spreading of such accusations through misleading media.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you. We were going to have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi news conference. That will not be happening because Fox News' Chad Pergram reporting that Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has tested positive for COVID-19. We don't know her status right now. We don't know her condition at this very moment, if she's going to the hospital or what here, but COVID-19 for Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. This comes really as there has been a lot of House members recently coming down with COVID-19. There was a super spreader event in D.C. last weekend, and that is what is looks like to be fueling this surge right now in D.C. We'll keep an eye on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of exclusion,
سيكون له تأثير سلبي على حالة التوازن فيه وعلى عالميته وفاعلية دوره، إذ أن هذا التعليق سيعزز هيمنة مجموعة من الدول الغربية على هذا الجهاز الهام وفرض رؤيتها ومعاييرها في مجال حقوق الإنسان واستخدامها كأداة للضغط السياسي واستهداف دول بعين.
Which will be used as a tool of political pressure and the targeting of certain countries. To be more frank and transparent, we believe that such practices represent a threat to the existence of the United Nations organization itself. Therefore, and proceeding from our firm and principled position in rejecting all attempts to politicize human rights, we will vote against the resolution before us, and we urge other delegations to be aware of the dangers of embracing these efforts at confrontation, isolation, and hostility. We call for the rejection of double standards and to keep human rights issues away from all political considerations. If we want the United Nations to continue and survive, we should all say no to such resolutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Señor Presidente, Cuba
Mr. President, Cuba has always advocated for and worked toward a human rights council capable of facing the challenges of the international community in this area. No country is exempt. We defend the objectivity, impartiality, and transparency in the work of that body. Its procedures and mechanisms should work on the basis of true information. The use of the clause on suspension of membership in the Council will not favor finding a peaceful, lasting, and negotiated solution to the conflict in Ukraine. It will not promote the dialogue and understanding which should be prevalent in human rights issues. Only a few days after concluding a regular session of the Human Rights Council, that body was not even given the opportunity to state its position. Mr. President, since the start of the negotiating process on the building of the new council that would follow the Human Rights Commission, Cuba opposed the clause on suspension of membership, given the serious risk that it could be used by specific countries which favor a double standard, selectivity, and politicization of human rights issues. That clause can be activated with the support of only 2/3 of those present and voting. Therefore, abstentions do not count, and there's not even a minimum established of votes required for approving suspension. To be elected a member of the Human Rights Council, a country needs to obtain as a minimum in a secret ballot the support of the majority of the members of the United Nations, that is to say, at least 97 votes. Thus, the rights of a member of the Council can be suspended by the will of a number of states lower than the number of states which granted those rights. The Russian Federation, which was elected as a member of the Human Rights Council in 2020 with 158 votes, could be suspended today by a lower number of votes. That suspension mechanism, which has no parallel in any other body of the United Nations, could be easily used selectively. It is Russia today, but tomorrow it could be any of our countries, especially nations of the South, which do not support the interests of domination and which firmly defend their independence. It was not by chance that the more enthusiastic promoters of the suspension clause, when negotiating the new Human Rights Council, were developed nations with a clear trend to accuse countries of the South which do not follow their alleged models of democracy while remaining silent in the case of flagrant violations in Western countries. Not everyone in this hall share our concerns about the suspension mechanism. They know that the victims of its selective use will always be others. Could this assembly someday adopt a resolution suspending the membership of the United States in the Human Rights Council? Just to give one example. We all know that that has not happened, nor will it, despite its flagrant and massive violations of human rights as a result of invasions and wars against sovereign states, given its geopolitical interests. They have caused the deaths of hundreds of millions of civilians, which they term collateral damage. There have been millions of displaced people and destruction throughout our planet. But this assembly has never suspended any of its rights. We also all know that the suspension clause will not be used against the state that has imposed against Cuba for over 60 years a criminal economic trade and financial blockade, which no doubt constitutes the longest and most flagrant and systematic violation of human rights of an entire people and an example of genocide against a country. It is ironic to note that the country which opposed the establishment of the Human Rights Council and requested in this same hall a vote against the resolution establishing it is the same one that has conveniently now activated, as it did in 2011, one of the most controversial clauses. Mr. President, Cuba will will be consistent with the reservations when in 2006 Resolution 60/251 establishing the Human Rights Council and 65/265 of 2011 on the suspension of the rights of Libya. Adoption of the draft resolution we are considering today will establish a dangerous additional precedent, especially for the South. It is not sufficient to impose resolutions against selective countries and mandates. Now they are trying to take a new step toward legitimizing selectivity and establishing a human rights council, which is increasingly at the service of a certain number of countries, as was the case with the discredited Human Rights Commission. For all of these reasons, the Cuban delegation will vote against the draft resolution contained in document L4. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, just as the rest of the international community, Senegal is profoundly concerned by the terrible cost of the war in Ukraine, which has already led to thousands of deaths, refugees, and IDPs. To this somber picture can be added allegations of severe violations of human rights. Everywhere and throughout history, war is a failure of humanity. Senegal is in favor of peace in Ukraine. Senegal is also in favor of peace in Ukraine because our countries are collateral victims of this global crisis due to its severe consequences, particularly serious for our economies and our people. Senegal is for de-escalation and for the immediate stoppage of hostilities in Ukraine and for negotiations in order to reach a peaceful and lasting solution to the crisis. This is the essence of the communique published on the 24th of February 2022 by His Excellency President Macky Sall in his capacity as the current President of the African Union. This is a communique that calls, and I quote, for the imperative respect of international law, the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, end of quote. This is also the purpose of Senegal's support for Resolution 11/2 of the special session of the General Assembly on the 24th of March of this year on the humanitarian consequences of the war in Ukraine. It's also the what's behind our vote in favor of Resolution 49/1 of the Human Rights Council of the 4th of March of this year on the human rights situation in Ukraine, and in particular establishing a international commission of inquiry on the allegation of violations of human rights in the country as a result of the war. We believe that it is the publication of the conclusions of this commission that will give us a full overview of the nature and the scope of the violations. This overview will therefore give us the exact type of sanctions that should be envisaged. Now, this resolution decides on sanction measures before the inquiry commission that we've established delivers its outcome. So it anticipates on the work of this commission. Bearing in mind all these considerations, the Senegal will abstain on voting from this text to be consistent with the resolution of the Human Rights Council of the 4th of March, setting up an international commission of inquiry on the human rights violations in Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, South Africa is deeply concerned about the continuing conflict in Ukraine, the loss of lives, and the deteriorating humanitarian situation. We reiterate our view that as a matter of urgency, there must be a cessation of hostilities, which would be the first step in a comprehensive response to the humanitarian crisis. South Africa stresses once again that dialogue, mediation, and diplomacy is the only path to end the current conflict. Wars end when dialogues begin, and wars endure when there is no dialogue. In this regard, we welcome the efforts by Ukraine and Russia to hold talks without preconditions. South Africa expresses the hope that both parties will use diplomacy to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine, leading to a durable political and security situation. We maintain that all parties have much to gain from a negotiated outcome and much to lose from unnecessary and violent conflict. The General Assembly must therefore encourage mediation and dialogue and adopt constructive outcomes leading to that. Mr. President, South Africa is deeply concerned at the reports of civilian casualties in Ukraine. As the international community, we cannot be indifferent to the killing and suffering of civilians. The humanitarian crisis that has resulted from the ongoing military operations must be addressed, and there must be an urgent opening of humanitarian corridors and the provision of aid to the civilian population, which, as usual, bears the brunt of the suffering when violent confrontation breaks out. All parties to the conflict must comply with international human rights and humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions, and must respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all member states in keeping with the UN Charter. Mr. President, on 4th March 2022, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution authorizing the establishment of an international commission of inquiry to investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international law and related crimes in Ukraine. The Commission has not yet commenced its work, and we await its findings on the allegations of gross violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law. South Africa is of the firm belief that the tabling of the resolution that we will consider today is premature and prejudges the outcomes of the Commission of Inquiry. We must allow the Commission to urgently undertake its mandate and report to the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly on its outcomes. It is also imperative that all parties to the conflict must allow the Commission to perform its duties without any hindrance and interference. Mr. President, we recall Resolution 60251, which is the basis of the resolution before us and which established the Human Rights Council, also recognizes inter alia, I quote, the importance of ensuring universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity in the consideration of human rights issues and the elimination of double standards and politicization, close quote. Unfortunately, the resolution that we are considering today will further divide and polarize the matter and the General Assembly itself without following due process. South Africa maintains that in considering the suspension of a member of the Human Rights Council, we must be consistent and not selective, as this would undermine the credibility of the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. For these reasons, South Africa will abstain on the resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Mr. President, Egypt does not view the draft resolution before us as a resolution related to the situation in the Ukraine, the principle of non-use of force in relations amongst nations. We rather are concerned of the functions and mandates of United Nations bodies. Our principled position rejects the current tendency since it undermines the purposes for which the organization, its bodies and agencies were established, as well as its credibility and multilateral work. Egypt considers that what we are doing today in considering the draft resolution represents a serious crossroads for the United Nations in its entire existence. The organization's respect for its charter, its rules of procedure, and its methods of work led the international community to rely on it in all international issues based on rules and regulations that are applied in the conduct of international relations with a view to preserving international peace and security that are in danger at this moment. The current draft resolution undermines the methods of work of the organization that have enjoyed the trust of the international community and threatens to undermine the credibility of the United Nations and its organizations, leading to further negative repercussions on the organization's ability to fulfill its role in accordance with its charter and as it has done for 75 years. Egypt does not feel comfortable with double standards and partiality. Many times before, such resolutions were not adopted in cases of human rights violations that are not so far back in time. We are concerned with the violations of human rights and the obligations of all states in this regard, and we believe that such serious violations should be dealt with decisively in accordance with the United Nations rules and procedures in an adequate manner. Based on all of this, Egypt does not believe that the draft resolution is being proposed at the right moment, and we warn of it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we are deeply concerned about allegations of gross violations of human rights and humanitarian law in Ukraine, including recent reports coming from the region of Bucha. The images of extreme violence against civilians and the high number of deaths, many of them with signs of torture and ill treatment, are profoundly disturbing. Our deep sympathy goes to all victims and their families. The Human Rights Council created last month a commission of inquiry with a mandate to establish the facts and circumstances that may amount to violations and abuses of human rights and of humanitarian law in Ukraine. We call on all parties to cooperate with the Commission so that it can fulfill its mandate and provide us with an unbiased and precise.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Obviously, breaking news here with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi testing positive for COVID-19. This is coming from the statement from the California Democrat releasing today, saying after testing negative this week, Speaker Pelosi received a positive test result for COVID-19 and is currently asymptomatic. Her spokesperson, Drew Hamill, said on Twitter the speaker is fully vaccinated and boosted and is thankful for the robust protection the vaccine has provided. He added the speaker will quarantine consistent with CDC guidance and encourages everyone to get vaccinated, boosted, and tested regularly. Breakthrough infections have hit Washington hard in the recent days, with vaccinated lawmakers and leaders announcing positive cases. Just yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland and also the Commerce Secretary and Reps Adam Schiff and also tested positive and made those announcements in the last couple of days. Pelosi, who is 82, is vaccinated and boosted against COVID-19. Her diagnosis makes her the highest profile U.S. government official to contract the coronavirus since former President Donald Trump, who tested positive back in October of 2020. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on this, giving you all the updates as they come in right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you, of course, joining us here as we continue to give you updates here regarding breaking news with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Jackie Heinrich, Fox News reporter there, also reporting Pelosi was seen kissing President Biden on the cheek just on Tuesday's Affordable Care Act, with also remarks from the former President Obama. Pelosi then proceeded to grab Obama's hand and bring it to her mouth as well. So that is from Jackie Heinrich reporting that out, and we will continue to follow it for you. Chad Pergram also saying that Pelosi was not at the Gridiron dinner over the weekend there in D.C. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Always in the mix here for you worldwide. We appreciate you joining us here today. In the meantime, everybody, I do want to go out to some of the Senate side defense hearing, talking about the budget and so much more regarding all the threats worldwide.
Gear through Presidential Drawdown Authority. Now we're delivering on another $1 billion pledged by President Biden. And our budget includes $650 million more for security assistance in Europe, including $300 million for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. And just a couple of days ago, the President authorized an additional $100 million to send more Javelin anti-armor systems, weapons that will provide critical support to the Ukrainians as they continue to resist Russian offenses in the east and in the south of the country. We're also helping to coordinate the delivery of material provided by other nations, which continues to flow in every day. And let me thank you for your strong leadership toward our shared goal of helping Ukraine defend itself. Since the invasion, I've spoken and met frequently with Minister Reznikov, my counterpart, including on Monday, and I've assured him that we will continue this effort. And we'll get him and his troops the tools and the inventory that they need most and that they're using most effectively against Russian forces. We've also reinforced our NATO allies. We've sped additional combat power to the alliance's eastern flank, raising our posture in Europe to more than 100,000 troops. These reinforcements include dozens of aircraft, an aircraft carrier strike group, and 2 brigade combat teams. As President Biden made clear, we will defend every inch of NATO territory if required. And we're making good on that promise. Mr. Chairman, that's my job, one of my key responsibilities to manage escalation and make sure that that we don't find ourselves in a nuclear contest if that's avoidable. And again, there's nothing about Mr. Putin that we fear. And you see the evidence of the kinds of things that we've done in rapidly deploying combat power to Europe and the eastern flank, and what we have done and continue to do to provide assistance to Ukraine. And, not a military issue, but the sanctions that we've imposed on Mr. Putin are going to have a significant impact on his economy for years to come.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Rosen, please.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Chairman Reed, Ranking Member Inhofe, and thank you all for your service and for being here again. We appreciate how accessible you are to this committee and others. General Milley, last month I traveled to Poland and Germany as part of a bipartisan CODEL led by Senator Ernst, several other members of this committee on the CODEL. We had the privilege of meeting the U.S. forces, receiving briefings from commanders on the situation in Ukraine, seeing firsthand the security assistance and training NATO's providing the Ukrainians. And this trip and the horrific is too light of a word, I guess, to use, but the horrific images of the Russian war crimes we've seen since, it really underscores for me that we can and we must do more to support Ukraine defeat Vladimir Putin and defeat what he's doing. So President Zelensky continues to ask for greater American support to close the skies, allow Ukraine to defend itself. I do understand the arguments as to why the MiG-29 specifically might not make sense for Ukrainians' defensive battle, but is there another aircraft they could fly that could be impactful, something else that could provide close support? And I understand we're not in the classified setting. Are there other forms of lethal assistance you could talk about here that might help Ukrainians defend themselves against this brutality?
He's going to have law enforcement.
The most effective is that which we have been providing, which is air defense systems. So the Russian Air Force has not, even today, established air superiority, let alone air supremacy, which is one of the reasons why they're having great difficulty on the ground. So the air superiority mission has not been achieved. Why is that? It's because of the survival of the air defense systems, both the man pads that we've been providing, Stingers and the like from other NATO countries, plus the longer range SAMs that have been provided and that they already had. So that system has denied the airspace, effective use of the airspace to the Russian military. Now that's not to say Russian air is not getting through. They are on occasion, but for the most part they're not being very effective, the Russian Air Force, and that's the reason, is because of the air defense. So the best method right now, and the Ukrainians, I talk to my Ukrainian counterpart every couple of days, they are very, very thankful, extraordinarily thankful, on the 60,000 anti-tank weapons, which is the second system that is really effective, and about 25,000 anti-aircraft weapon systems that have been sent by the United States and our allies and partners. So those are the two weapon systems that have proven most effective, and the one for the air in particular, the best way to deny the Russians, the airspace is through the air defense systems, and that's what they're using.
Well, given the having losses that Russians have been, the Russian military suffered in the Ukraine, we know they're repositioning. Like you said, we're doing a good job. We're getting them the lethal support that they need. How do you assess their ability as they're repositioning and trying to resupply, I would guess, their forces? And
Russian ability?
Their Russian ability and their attack on eastern Ukraine as they begin to reposition themselves more down towards the Donbass.
The Russians have been struggling with their logistical resupply, fuel, ammunition, food, also medevac, et cetera. They've been having a very, very difficult time. Part of that is because the lines of communications that they have, the ground lines of communications, are at risk to dismounted and mounted Ukrainian forces that are conducting ambushes along those lines of communication. So they've really had a difficult time with logistics.
Well, and so on the other side of that, we know if they're repositioning, the Ukrainian military and the ground forces there have to reposition as well. So looking ahead, do you think the Ukrainians have the right equipment and logistics in place to defend against this repositioning that Russia seems to be doing?
They are asking for, and they could probably use additional armor and artillery. And we are looking around through allies and partners to get those type of weapon systems that require no training. Of course, we have armor and artillery, but it's not the kind that they have used before, and we require months of training to get them into a U.S. system. So we are looking around, along with other countries in NATO, to help them out in terms of building them up for armor and artillery. The fight down in the southeast, the terrain is different than it is in the north. It is much more open and lends itself to armor mechanized offensive operations on both sides. So those are the systems that they're looking for, and that's what people are trying to help them out with.
Thank you. I'm going to submit my next questions for the record, but they're really important. They're for Secretary Austin and Undersecretary McCord. It's about housing for our junior enlisted troops. They're not able to receive their base allowance for housing. They're transitioning. The cost of housing is expensive. They're not getting reimbursed in the way they should be. We also have issues for those on CREACH that have to travel a far way to go to Las Vegas and go to work. And so I'm going to submit those for the record. I see my time is up, and look forward to speaking with you about that.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator Tuberville, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today, Secretary. General Milley, good to see you last week. I thought that was a great change of command down in CENTCOM. Secretary Austin, as we all know, in the near future, we're going to get the IG report on Space Command, hopefully move into Huntsville and Redstone Arsenal. We've got a lot of great comments from you and Acting Secretary of the Air Force, Secretary of Air Force Frank Kendall, and of course General James Dickinson. All positive comments. IG report will come out in the future. Any thoughts about the future?
Well, thanks, Senator. As you know, I will never comment on on a subject that's under IG scrutiny. So when that report comes out, we'll make sure that we analyze it as quickly as possible and take on the recommendations.
Thank you. General Milley, last year's NDAA 2022, we got a jump start on the Aegis system in Guam. Hopefully we can continue that next few years. It's going to take a while to get that done, a land base, which I think all of us agree we need. Now we have an Iron Dome there. You know, that's kind of, to me, that would, after visiting Guam a few months ago, that'd be kind of like swatting flies, you know. What do you think in the near future we could do with that Iron Dome?
Well, the Iron Dome is a very effective system, but let me just take a step back for the ballistic missile defense in the Pacific region. Senator Hirono had asked about that earlier. It's a layered system that starts literally over in Japan and comes through the entire Pacific and includes radars and various missile systems that are arrayed throughout, to include Guam, Hawaii, Alaska, et cetera. Specifically to the Iron Dome, it's a great system, and it's a very accurate system, and it's got a very good track record, and there's all kinds of utility for it in a wide variety of environments. So I'm a big fan of the Iron Dome.
Thank you. General Austin, or Secretary Austin, extremely concerned about the situation in the southwest border. According to the latest data, Border Patrol has encountered more than 150,000 illegal immigrants a month for at least the past 12 months, and it's estimated at least 500 illegal immigrants have invaded the border just recently. I'm especially concerned about the trafficking of drugs, fentanyl, and the new drug most people hadn't heard of called ISO, which is 20 times more lethal than fentanyl coming across the border. The New York Post reported yesterday that you approved DHS requests for additional DOD at the border. Is that accurate?
DHS did submit a request for our support, and as we have done in the past, I approve the request. Again, DHS is a lead federal agency in this endeavor. We provide enabling support to DHS when and where we can and where legally possible.
Yeah, it's obviously we need help, especially if we do away with Title 42, which looks like it's coming. Have you done any assessment of, or has Secretary give you any assessment about how many we would need down there if we did do something in your purview?
Secretary Mayorkas, obviously, Senator, will work up his requirements and his assessments and provide those to the President. And, you know, he certainly has not provided that assessment to me.
Has he talked to you about it, you know, maybe in the future?
Not about future requirements. He's only talked to me about current requirements.
Yeah. Okay. I want to pick up where Senator Ernst was at the end of her questioning. I mean, anybody can answer this, but you know, we're going to spend all this money on all this great equipment, and we're all good with that. But it takes people. It takes people to do that, and y'all know that. And I would love to see a better recruiting effort of spending some money, and because we're fighting big tech, we're fighting a lot of areas now. Being an all-volunteer Army, I think we got to put a larger foot forward in getting the best and the brightest young men and women in whatever part of our military. And I think it's going to be one of the most important things we do. We can't fight a war or have a deterrent unless people really understand we have got a fighting force that really is sold out on this country and wants to lay their life on the line. And just your thoughts, both of y'all's thoughts on that, real quick.
I absolutely agree with you, sir. We need to continue to invest in the quality of our force. That's exactly what you've heard come from our Army leadership, the Secretary and the Chief, and it's what you'll hear coming from all of our secretaries. It's what we need, what's made us dominant and the best force in the world, and what we'll need to going forward to continue to be the best force in the world.
And I just want to assure you and everyone that's listening that we have tremendous standards and we have tremendous people in uniform today. As we go forward, we have to take into account the future operating environment, changing the character of war. So our recruiting does need to be adjusted. We need to up our game, and we're going to have to look at, in some cases, look at different recruiting bases in order to get people for cyber and space and some of the other high-tech things, because we're moving in to literally a different era in warfare, and we are going to have to adjust our recruiting to match that future.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you for being here today. Secretary Austin, I want to discuss PFAS contamination near military facilities. This is a big challenge in Arizona. Both the Phoenix and Tucson areas have growing PFAS plumes in the groundwater aquifers. And as we face worsening drought conditions along the Colorado River, groundwater will become a more important source of drinking water for our communities, including on military installations. The Department of Defense has remedial investigations into PFAS contamination in aquifers near both Luke Air Force Base and Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Okay. While I understand that these investigations can take time and rely on scarce resources, affected communities, they can't move forward on permanent solutions with DOD until these investigations have concluded. With conditions on the Colorado River degrading rapidly, I mean, we're in a 1,200-year drought, or the worst drought in 1,200 years, and this one we're in has been going on for 20 years. It's significant. And I'm worried that we may need to rely on these groundwater aquifer sources as sources of drinking water instead of getting all of our drinking water off of the river. So, Mr. Secretary, as the Department makes determinations about which remedial investigations to prioritize, how is it accounting for the needs of communities in regions that have a prolonged drought and because of that has a higher likelihood of a future need of using the groundwater?
Thanks, Senator. I would just like to emphasize to you that the health and welfare of our troops, our families, and the people in the community are very, very important to me. And certainly we will continue to focus on getting these assessments done and work with the appropriate regulatory agencies to make sure that we're doing the right things and we'll move out as quickly as possible. In terms of where we go, how we go forward, I think what you've raised is an important issue. If you're dependent upon that ground source of water, then that needs to go into the equation there, and in terms of what we address first, and that's what it is. We're going to apply with comply with the regulations, work with the regulatory commissions, but certainly take into account the things that you just raised.
Well, thank you. The fiscal year 2022 NDAA requires that DOD produce a schedule. So it would be really appreciated if you would consider the drought situation as that schedule's being developed. Secretary Austin, I also have a question on TRICARE eligibility in our remaining time here. With a 4.6% increase in pay and increases in basic needs and BHS housing allowance that I've pushed for, this budget goes a long way to addressing the needs of our service members. And this builds on the work that the Department and Congress did last year in addressing suicide and sexual assault in the military. I commend your attention on these issues. However, I want to address one other disparity in the military when it comes to pay and benefits, and that relates to health care. I'm concerned about the fact that military families don't have the same health care coverage that Americans enjoy. And what I'm getting at is one specific thing. And I introduced some bipartisan legislation on this to bring TRICARE plans in line with private insurance plans. My bill, the Health Care Fairness for Military Families Act would allow the children of service members to stay on their parents' insurance until they're 26. That exists in civilian life, does not exist currently under TRICARE. So, Mr. Secretary, can I get your commitment that you will work with my office and this committee on efforts to bring TRICARE in line with private insurance plans?
Yes, Senator, you can.
Thank you. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator Hawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. General Milley, let me start with you, if I could. Following Russia's first invasion of Ukraine back in 2014, Congress stood up the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which I hope has been of some help to the Ukrainians in the lead up to this most recent invasion. I want to ask you about that, what we can draw from that with regard to Taiwan and over in PACOM. If Congress were to enact a similar funding mechanism for Taiwan, do you think that would help strengthen Taiwan's ability to defend itself against a potential invasion by China?
I do, yes.
And from a military perspective, is it fair to say that strengthening Taiwan's defenses would help bolster deterrence against China, number one, but also reduce the operational risk to American forces who might be called upon to help Taiwan in the event of an invasion?
Absolutely, yes.
This is, I agree with you, and thank you for those comments. This is why I think it's important to take that action right now and not to wait, get behind the 8 ball. I've introduced the Armed Taiwan Act, which would establish the Taiwan Security Assistance Initiative, modeled on what we did in Ukraine those years ago. And I hope the committee will take it up. I think it's an important initiative. Mr. Secretary, if I could switch to you, Secretary Austin. The Assistant Secretary for Defense, Mara Karlan, wrote prior to her confirmation, I'm going to quote her here so I get it right, that deterrence by denial should be prioritized when it comes to China and Taiwan in particular. And she went on, deterrence by cost imposition can complement but shouldn't supplant deterrence by denial when it comes to deterring China. And Assistant Secretary of Defense Eli Ratner has said something similar. He told the committee, with China as the pacing challenge, Taiwan is the pacing scenario, and that's driven by a strategy of denial. Okay, with that set up, here's my question to you. When it comes to the 2022 NDS and the NDS priorities, can you, and I'm aware we're in an unclassified setting here, but can you tell us that we will see in the unclassified summary of the NDS a commitment to deterrence by denial, especially when it comes to China and Taiwan?
Our defense strategy accounts for the things that you just highlighted, Senator, which is why both of my assistant secretaries have highlighted that. But yeah, that's in the strategy, and we'll make sure that our unclassified version of the strategy appropriately reflects what's in the strategy.
Good. So just to make sure I understand, when you say it's in the strategy, you mean
It's accounted for in the strategy.
deterring by denial, deterrence by denial when it comes to China and Taiwan is in the strategy. Have I got that right?
That's right, and then I can entertain your other questions in the classified setting.
Great, but just fair enough. But just to close the loop on this, you said we would see that reflected in the unclassified summary when that's made available.
What I said was you'll see the unclassified summary reflect what's in the classified summary.
Okay.
We need to be mindful of what's transportable, what we can move to the unclassified session.
Okay. Good. Just staying on this theme here. Assistant Secretary Ratner has also testified that Taiwan is the pacing scenario. I think you've testified to that effect, Mr. Secretary. I know that General Milley has.
I said that China was a pacing challenge.
Okay, great. I think General Milley has said that the Taiwan scenario, the fait accompli scenario, is the pacing scenario. If I'm wrong about that, General, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You correct me. I know that Dr. Ratner has, so let's stick on that.
I've said it before.
Go ahead, General.
No, I've said that before, and that's the scenario. That's one of the scenarios that we use for force development and so on and so forth. But
thank you.
It is clearly the most important.
Thank you. So here is my question then to you, Mr. Secretary. Will we see that the Taiwan scenario, the danger of a fait accompli, will we see that in the unclassified summary of the 2022 NDS?
Again, I'll just say that the unclassified summary will reflect what's in the National Defense Strategy. In terms of specific wording, I won't commit to a specific wording at this point. So.
Could I get you to commit to this? Would you echo what General Milley just said, and that I assume your assistant secretaries reflect your views, but
that's exactly right. They do.
Okay, and so could you tell me in your own words, though, Mr. Secretary? I mean, let me ask you this way. I don't want to put the words in your mouth, so let me ask you: is it your view that the Taiwan fait accompli scenario is the pacing scenario, just as China is the pacing threat? Is that fair to say?
It is a pacing scenario, and I would say that our China policy has not changed.
My time has expired. I'll have a few more follow-up questions, and hopefully also in the classified setting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Senator Peters, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. I understand that as part of the U.S. deterrence measures up to and after the invasion of Ukraine, there are now 3 U.S. armored brigades forward deployed in Europe. That's the most since early to the 2000s, when the U.S. made a strategic decision to permanently move its heavy armored forces out of Europe and bring them back to the United States. Recently, Army senior leaders have said that the strain on the Army's 11 active duty armored brigades, ABCTs, is at a high point, and noting that the rotational units basically need a 3-to-1 rotation or ratio to avoid excessive operational tempo, and that 11 active ABCTs falls short of a sustainable ratio. I also note that while Congress has consistently provided funding for at least 1 brigade of tanks each funding cycle, only 3 U.S. Army brigades have been fielded, the most modern Abrams tanks, including 1 brigade set in Army pre-position stock in Germany that is now being forward deployed to Poland. So my question for you, Secretary Austin, do you think that we need more armored forces now than we did last year as this budget was being developed, both in terms of those armored brigades forward deployed to Europe and those which we could rotate worldwide?
Thanks, Senator. I truly believe that we have what we need currently as we figure out the future footprint in NATO, especially on the eastern flank. If we have additional requirements, then certainly we'll come back and ask for additional resources. I'd remind you that we have over 100,000 troops either stationed in Europe or deployed to Europe or operating in Europe's waters. And so we have a robust capability there now. We were able to do what we did recently, as you heard me say, Senator, because of what you did earlier to provide us with the resources in EDI. You saw that Armored Brigade Combat Team deploy rapidly from Fort Stewart, fall in on pre-positioned equipment, and then rapidly move to Germany. And again, that was all possible because of EDI. We've been able to train heel to toe along the eastern flank because of the resources that you provided us as well. So as we do our analysis going forward, if we need additional resources, I'll work with the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff of the Army and the Chairman and come back and ask for more resources if we need them.
Great, thank you. General Milley, do you think the op tempo on the 11 ABCTs that we have will be sustainable all over the long term, given Russia's apparent expansionist goals in Europe?
Senator, I think that with 11, the 3-to-1 ratio, you got 3 over there, 3-to-1 get you 9. So you need 9 armored brigades, plus we have 1 rotating back and forth to the peninsula and Korea. So I think it's about right, but I'll go back to General McConville, the Chief of Staff of the Army, to make sure that my analysis is correct, and I'll get you a better answer if there's some sort of stress on the op tempo of the armor force that hasn't been brought up to me yet, specific to this contingency. Now, long haul, that depends on how long the long haul is, and that's not known right now. We're taking a look at that, and we're going to adjust as we go here.
Right.
Thank you.
And General Milley, the recently released National Defense Strategy describes China as, quote, our most consequential strategic competitor and the pacing challenge for the department, end of quote. And certainly the department will have to bring the full might of our joint force to bear in order to compete with this challenge. Now Indo-PACOM is a maritime domain, so certainly the role of the Navy and the Marine Corps is very clear, as well as the Air Force and Space Force will also play a vital role. But I would like your thoughts as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and a decorated Army officer. I'd like to hear your view as to the role of the Army in the Indo-Pacific.
The Army has a very important role in the Indo-Pacific, and just go back to World War II. There was, I think, 15 or 20 divisions, Army and Marine, in the Indo-Pacific. Our largest land wars of the United States have been fought in the Indo-Pacific with Vietnam, Korea, and the World War II Pacific campaigns. So the ground forces have a very significant role. But I would say that in any sort of future conflict, if there was one, hopefully there'll never be one with China, then my estimate is that the maritime forces and the naval forces will be the predominant player. But the military forces that are on the ground, Army Special Forces, Marine Forces, and Army Ground Forces will be really significant, especially in areas like air defense, long-range fires, precision fires, and special operations. In addition to that, the amphibious forces of the Marines will be key. So there is a very important, very significant role for ground forces in the Pacific, but the predominance will likely be maritime or air forces.
Great. Thank you, General Milley. Senator Scott, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Senator Peters. Thank each of you for being here. Thank you for your hard work. I know this is a very, this is a tough time to serve. I mean, this is probably, in my lifetime, this is one of the most difficult times to serve with all of our enemies. I share the concerns of the ranking member and many of my colleagues in the Senate that President Biden's budget request does not reflect our current defense needs. After many years of underspending, we recently began to grow the defense budget in line with the threats we face, particularly Communist China. Still, just last year, we had to increase the President's budget by more than $25 billion, and for months now, we've been urging the administration to increase our defense spending so that we can meet our modernization needs, deter and, if needed, defeat our enemies, and overcome the impact of the terrible inflation this administration has caused with reckless spending. So we're living in some of the most difficult times since the Cold War, with Communist China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea flexing their muscles, increasing their hostility to us and our allies. But you wouldn't know it based on this budget request. To me, it's disappointing that the President didn't request a budget that would do a better job putting us in a position that we can deter our enemies and make sure we take care of our service members and their needs. I was disappointed the administration wants to decommission 24 ships and weaken our Navy's power and capabilities. I know the administration said this is enough. General Milley, I think you've previously stated that if you combine Communist China and Russia, that they spend more than the U.S. does now. Beijing just announced a 7.1% increase for 2022. And I think you just testified in the House that this budget assumes an inflation rate of 2.2%. But we all know it's 8% plus right now. All the manufacturers I talked to are saying it's actually more than that. So while inflation could go up and go down, I don't think the budget is clearly enough, and it doesn't seem to me that you think it's enough. So, Joe Biden, how does this happen? You seem to be pretty persuasive. So how does this happen that we end up with a budget that doesn't stay up with inflation and doesn't do a lot more to deter our enemies, especially Communist China?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First, on the inflation piece, I'd ask that Mr. McCord talk about the details of how they did the calculations, et cetera. But I fully support this budget. $773 billion is a lot of money, and it is our duty, those of us in uniform, to make every cent of those dollars count and to deliver for the nation a force that is capable of defending it. And I think, as I said in my opening statement, we can do that on 773. Having said that, there's always elements of risk, and there's always elements to mitigate. But we have to focus on the future. This budget does that. We have to focus on modernization. This budget does that. We put more money in research and development intentionally in this budget than has ever been done in any defense budget. And we have to focus on the pacing threat of China with the acute threat, as we call it, of Russia. Very significant. There are areas of risk. We recognize those areas of risk. But I do think that this budget will allow us to move forward and take the next steps towards protecting the United States.
Could I ask each of you, how comfortable are you that this budget is going to do enough to deter Communist China? And why do you think, what in the budget and what are the things that we're doing that you think are going to be the key things that are going to deter Communist China from trying to expand? First, I guess, would be into Taiwan. Start General Austin, or Secretary Austin.
Thanks, Senator. I think when we look at the challenge of China, we consider China to be a now and forever problem in terms of a challenge. And so we want to invest in those things that help keep us ready, capable, and dominant today, but also recognizing that the challenge of China will evolve over time, investing now in those capabilities that down the road as well. So you've seen us invest in technology in this budget. You've seen us invest in space-based capabilities, cyberspace.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks again for joining us here. Just want to break in with some news here as the UN General Assembly has voted to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council over the war in Ukraine. There was 93 votes in favor and 24 votes against, and 58 countries did not participate. A two-thirds majority was needed to pass. Only yes and no votes count, as no votes do not count there in that two-thirds equation. We'll take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us.
wide. And we're still hearing heartbreaking stories of less senior members of the military struggling to pay their bills, to put good quality food on the table for their families. They're still met, these stories are still met in some quarters with skepticism and denial that the problem even exists. I think that's why it's vital the DoD fulfills its statutory mandate under the fiscal year 2020 NDAA and provide Congress with a comprehensive report examining food insecurity challenges experienced by service members and military families. Secretary Austin, will you commit to me that you'll deliver the DoD study on food insecurity in the military by the end of this month? And if you can't do it by the end of this month, when can you deliver it?
We'll deliver it as quickly as we possibly can. And Senator, let me thank you for your leadership in this area. I've really set out to tackle the issue of economic insecurity across the board. That's why you see the pay raise, the elevation of BAH, and some other things. But certainly, I appreciate the support that you're giving us, and I know you'll continue to give us. But we'll move out and get you the report as quickly as possible. So.
Thank you. I have no question of the commitment of each of the witnesses here today to making sure that we address this issue. That's not been the problem. The issue that I have is that there's still resistance across the department. Secretary Austin, in fact, when you first addressed this issue last November, you tasked the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness to deliver a strategy and implementation roadmap to strengthen food strategy and implementation roadmap with Congress once it's developed to help us better understand how DoD is addressing military hunger?
I will, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. And last year, I led the bipartisan effort to authorize a new basic needs allowance under FY 2022 NDAA. And I'm encouraged that the services are planning to provide this new assistance in their annual budgets. However, questions still remain on how the department will roll out this new allowance. For example, Secretary Austin, the final text includes a compromise that allows you to not count. So you have the discretion to not count BAH as income when determining who is eligible to receive the basic needs allowance. And additionally, families are going to need to opt into this. So they must understand how to opt into the food allowance, which over the years we've learned is often much easier said than done when it comes to program participation for anything you have to opt in for. Secretary Austin, what is the status of developing and implementing the basic needs allowance? And can you share actions that the department intends to take to ensure that all service members are made aware of this new support and encouraged to apply if eligible?
Yeah, as you may know, we're still working our way through this, but I will tell you, Senator, that I am predisposed to making sure that we provide as many benefits to our troops and our family members as possible. And so as we work our way through this, we're going to make sure that it's streamlined so that it's easy for people to understand what they need to do to qualify. And we're going to, again, I am predisposed to making sure that they get as much as they possibly can.
Thank you. Will you commit to using your discretion to not count BAH as income to the maximum extent possible?
I will do everything I can that's legally possible and feasible to give our troops greater capability or greater resources.
Thank you, General. And with that,
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Back to
Senator
you, Chair.
Blackburn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, why don't we make our intelligence reports public?
We share as much as we can from our intel reports, but as you know, we have to be careful about protecting sources and methods,
right,
so that we don't lose capability.
And would you agree that giving our adversaries access to our intel reports is a poor decision?
Exactly. I think that's something that we absolutely work to avoid.
Okay, and so then why did senior Biden officials hold nearly half a dozen meetings with top Chinese officials to give them information on Russian troop movements?
I don't know I don't have insights on any occurrences like that. So.
Okay, it seems the Chinese called up their comrades in Russia and sent Moscow the intel that Biden staffers provided them. and it appears that U.S. officials knew Beijing gave the intel to Moscow. So I would imagine you do not support giving Russia our intelligence.
I am unfamiliar with the issue that you raised, but you are right. I do not support giving our adversaries.
All right, General Milley, under what circumstances, if any, have you advised intelligence sharing with Beijing?
Zero. Never.
Thank you. Given what we know now about how that subsequently shared information, this intelligence went to Moscow, what would you advise for similar scenarios going forward?
I don't think you should give intelligence to your adversary, period.
Thank you. What senior leader is ultimately responsible for this decision of intel sharing? Is it you? Is it Secretary Austin? Is it Jake Sullivan? Is it the president? Who is it?
I'll let my opinion is, I'll give you a couple of answers to that. One is the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for all the intelligence agencies and the
National Intelligence.
DNI, Avril Haines. So that's the person who's technically responsible, but obviously the President is responsible for everything that the government does, the executive branch does. And then each of us are responsible within our areas of responsibility.
Okay. So under what authorities would we share our intelligence with Beijing?
I would ask that you ask these questions of the DNI. However, my knowledge of the system is that the President and/or the Director of National Intelligence, or perhaps the Director of the CIA or something like that, does have authorities, but I don't know what those are specifically, and it's not something I can answer with accuracy.
So it's not a practice you approve of, but we do know that it has happened, correct?
I don't know that it's happened. I'm not aware of what you're talking about, actually.
Okay. We've talked a good bit about Afghanistan today. So did Biden's precipitous withdrawal from Afghanistan, which really fed perceptions of America in retreat, did that play a role in shaping Putin's decision to invade Ukraine?
From the intelligence I've read, it's not clear. I think it certainly is possible, but I also know that Putin had aims on Ukraine long before the end of the war in Afghanistan. In fact, in October,
we all know that.
Yeah,
and so he saw his opening, right?
Well, the forces were building up. They began to build up their forces in September, October. So I think in order to do that, they would have had to have the plans and approval long before September, October.
They have a habit of moving forward at the end of the Olympics. They did it in 08, they did it in 14. We were watching, and the White House chose not to move forward. I want to ask you, you have both failed, and this comes to each of you, to share with us the budget line items for diversity and inclusion initiatives, and much less any way that you would tie those initiatives to war fighting. But public reporting has given us some insight into what is being spent and how some of that money has been spent. And Secretary Austin, earlier this year, there was a report that said the Department of Defense is studying the issue of allowing gender non-binary people to serve in the military. Is that true?
I am supportive of allowing any person that's eligible and can meet the qualifications to serve their country.
And who is involved in the study? Are uniformed military personnel involved?
I can't speak to, at this point, who's involved in any of the studies that we have ongoing, just off the top of my head, but I'll certainly take the question for you.
And what will the living arrangements be made for non-binary service members? Are you all going to come back to us and ask for an appropriation for housing?
Senator, any study that we do, it will certainly be transparent and make it available to you.
And what about gender fluid individuals? How will you handle a service member who identifies as male on some days and female on other days, or polygender
I won't,
individuals?
I don't care to speculate on you know, what we're going to ask you for, or what we're going to, how we're going to qualify people. Again, some of this is in litigation in various states, and you know, I think it's best to take your question for the record.
Okay. I have some questions, Mr. Chairman, that I'll submit for the record. But
Thank you, Senator.
Secretary Austin, I do have some questions on hypersonics.
We will be going immediately, Senator Blackburn, into a classified session, and those questions I think could be answered there. Gentlemen, let me thank you for your testimony. We will adjourn the open hearing and reconstitute the committee and SV 217 at 12:30. At this point, I will adjourn the open session and join you at 2:30 at SV 217.
Always worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He is speaking live right now, and we'll have it for you right here on Live from Fox. We do have Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking at NATO. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
In a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudugin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kiev and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption that's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states have come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights did not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we collective security our NATO allies. As the President has said, President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Two questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kiev needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question, For you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, you know, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown, the President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that. And sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict has ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability.
Does Bucha make it harder to reach a negotiated settlement?
The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, it has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we've said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was Antony Blinken there, Secretary of State at NATO in Belgium earlier, just wrapped up there, but wanted to play out some of his comments there, talking about the atrocities that Russia continues in Ukraine. Let's go out live right now, out to the Senate floor here, because we are all awaiting
do our jobs.
The moment here where we will have the vote here for Judge Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice. Could she become the 116th Justice here in our United States? We will wait and see on that right here. It's expected she will get anywhere from 52 to 53 votes. So we will wait and see on that. That is all she would need, just a simple majority to pass.
The justice we need now. For Americans today, for the generations to come, for our children and our grandchildren, for all of us, I will cast my vote to confirm Judge Jackson, and I'll do it proudly. And I hope the Senate can rise to this moment. I hope it can be the deliberative body the founders envisioned when they conceived of this great experiment. Our independent judiciary, in fact, our democracy, demanded of us. It's history. Remember the votes cast here today. I will proudly vote aye. I yield the floor.
I look right now at Senate floor here, where we will have senators speaking before the vote here after the Senate overcame the filibuster on Jackson SCOTUS nomination, 53 to 47. And we will wait and see there as we are just moments away from that official vote here.
In voting to confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the United States Supreme Court. What a great day it is for the United States of America, for our system of government, and the grand march toward the fulfillment of the sacred covenant we have with one another as an American people, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. Ketanji Brown Jackson's improbable journey to the nation's highest court is a reflection of our own journey through fits and starts toward the nation's highest ideals. She embodies the arc of our history. The very fine product of public schools. Both her parents attended segregated primary schools before graduating from historically black colleges and universities. She is a two-time graduate of Harvard, a former clerk to Supreme Court Justice Bryant, to whom the nation owes enormous thanks for his decades of public service. A former federal public defender who would be the first of her kind to serve on the Supreme Court. A jurist who has gone before the Senate on 3 separate occasions and each time has garnered strong bipartisan support. A judge who has heard cases both in the U.S. District Court and our Federal Court of Appeals. A judge who has the strong endorsement of critical stakeholders from across our justice system, from the American Bar Association, to those who advocate for civil rights, to organizations representing our nation's brave law enforcement officers. All of them respect Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's a wife and a working mom. She is America at its best. That I believe in my heart after meeting with her in my office, talking to folks whom I trust, who know her, and hearing her testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Under intense questioning before the committee, much of it appropriate and necessary, some of it outrageous and beyond the pale. She demonstrated her legal acumen, sharp intellect, and the kind of temperament we need on the bench, especially at a time like this. If there were any doubts about her character, she more than proved her poise, her skill, composure, and the depth of her patriotism through the process. Amazing grace under pressure. As a voice for Georgians in the Senate, I've said from the beginning that people in my state want someone on the court who is fair, eminently qualified, and has a record of protecting the constitutional rights and freedoms of Georgians and Americans. And that's why my office received thousands of emails and phone calls from Georgians in every corner of our state, voicing their support for Judge Jackson's confirmation. So after hearing from Georgians and thoroughly evaluating her nomination, I'm ecstatic to say that Judge Jackson is an excellent jurist who has the temperament and discernment to sit on our nation's highest court. Mr. President, the people of Georgia made this appointment possible by making history last year. So in addition to thanking Georgia for this moment, I want to acknowledge that the historic nature of her appointment isn't lost on me. Like my brother, Senator Booker, I know what it has taken for Judge Jackson to get to this moment, and nobody's going to steal my joy. Yes, I'm a senator. I'm a pastor. But beyond all of that, I'm the father of a young black girl. I know how much it means for Judge Jackson to have navigated the double jeopardy of racism and sexism to now stand in the glory of this moment in all of her excellence. For my 5-year-old daughter, and for so many young women in our country, but really, if we're thinking about it right, for all of us, seeing Judge Jackson ascend to the Supreme Court reflects the promise of progress on which our democracy rests. So what a great day it is in America. Today, the word of justice and equal protection under the law becomes flesh. It lives among us in this. Today, at the highest levels of our government, the administration of our Constitution looks a little bit more like what it says. And it fills me with great pride for our country, how far we have come, and what we can achieve together. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is beyond qualified, and I'm beyond thrilled to speak for Georgia in voting to confirm her to the United States Supreme Court. Thanks, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, while we all gather to acknowledge this historic day and prepare to vote to, in my case at least, confirm Judge Jackson, I rise to bring up another issue. I rise today to urge my colleagues to pass into law common sense legislation to bring down oil and gas costs for Americans. As many of my colleagues have discussed on this floor, Americans across the country, including in my state of New Hampshire, are facing higher costs from the grocery store to the gas pump. As we work together to build a stronger, more resilient economy that strengthens our supply chains and invests in American manufacturing, we must also bring relief to American families right now, an issue that has become even more urgent in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has sent gas prices soaring. As we continue to counter Putin's aggression and inflationary challenges facing our economy, we have an obligation to work together to bring down costs. That's why I'm working to hold big oil accountable for profiting off of the pain that Americans are experiencing at the pump. And that's why I've pushed the administration to release oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, an action I was glad to see the administration take again just last week. As we look at all options to bring down costs, one clear way to provide immediate relief is by suspending the gas tax for the remainder of this year. Earlier this year, my colleagues and I introduced a bill to do exactly that. The Gas Prices Relief Act will temporarily suspend the federal gas tax through the end of the year, helping bring economic relief to families. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 3609, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, reserving
Idaho, yes.
the right to object. Let me begin by saying that my friends and colleagues across the aisle are right about one thing. Gas prices are incredibly high right now in this country. The effort to blame this on what's happened in Ukraine, however, overlooks the real cause of the phenomenal rise in gas prices that we've seen for a year before Putin even invaded. Definitely, the invasion did increase pressure on gas prices, but the problem is that this administration's policies have dramatically reduced the supply in the United States, and Americans across this country know how supply and demand impacts price. The gas tax holiday that is now being proposed is not a solution. It is a political gimmick that would not stop skyrocketing gas prices or inflation. In fact, Larry Summers said in a Wall Street Journal podcast, "I think a gas tax idea is saved only by its triviality from being one of the worst public policy ideas of the decade. It will have little effect over any reasonable horizon on prices. It will be counterproductive from an environmental point of view. It is the ultimate policy gimmick." Rather than accept responsibility for 14 months of reckless spending or the more than 40% increase in gas prices that had already occurred before the Russian invasion, Democrats want to blame higher gas prices on the Russian invasion or corporate greed. They also want to ignore the consequences of their relentless attacks on the American oil and gas industry, the administration's overly bureaucratic permit and regulatory process for domestic energy production, and the misguided policy decisions like canceling the Keystone XL pipeline. The solution to rising gas prices is not a tax holiday, which would offer little relief but threaten infrastructure investments and worsen our national debt situation. Nor is the solution a tax on American companies who increase their production of oil and gas to try to help us become more energy independent. Nor is it stimulus checks, which have the potential, as the past ones have, to increase gas prices even further and push inflation even higher. Nor is it to encourage other hostile regimes to produce more oil. The only lasting solution to our current problems is to bolster American oil and gas production to replace not only Russian imports, but to facilitate exports to support our allies and end their dependence on Russia. Indeed, I, along with a number of my Republican colleagues, have sponsored proposals to enhance U.S. energy independence and undo many of President Biden's misguided energy policies. Republicans believe we can and should be doing more to unleash America's domestic energy potential, reduce reliance on volatile foreign actors like Russia, and deliver cost savings to middle-class families across the country. Hardworking American families need real relief, not political gimmicks. And that's why I oppose this gas tax holiday. I urge my Democrat colleagues to abandon the reckless spending and tax policies that have already failed, but which seem to be contemplated in the President's now newly reintroduced budget, and support proposals that will actually lower prices for everyday Americans. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I do object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, before I wrap up, I just want to point out that what you've just heard, what the American people have just heard, is talking points straight out of Big Oil's playbook. A gas tax holiday is a common sense solution that would provide immediate relief for Granite Staters and Americans all over the country. Big Oil holds thousands of unused permits at their fingertips that they could use right now to increase supply. And instead, what is happening is Big Oil is padding its pockets at the expense of Americans. And let's be clear, this would not take a dime out of the Highway Trust Fund, because this bill instructs Treasury to replenish the trust fund, something it has done half a dozen times in about the last decade. This is something that has bipartisan support across the country. Democratic and Republican governors, Democratic and Republican legislatures are moving to suspend their gas taxes. This is something we could do right now to help American families balance their budgets and make ends meet. So while I am disappointed to see my colleague block this critical legislation, I will keep working to bring down costs for American families and get this bill passed.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all post-cloture time on the Jackson nomination expire at 1:45 p.m. today.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, for the information of the Senate, there will be a roll call vote at 1:45 p.m. today on confirmation of the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Senators are encouraged to be seated prior to the start of the vote and are encouraged to cast their vote from their desk. Yield the floor.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to be waiting for that, so about 45 minutes away from the official vote. Let's continue now to listen to Republicans who will not be voting for Judge Jackson.
And 8, sometimes toddlers or even younger. The horrible assaults that they're videoed undergoing will stay with them forever. Her speeches were powerful. And then over and over and over again, she would give them a slap on the wrist, the defendant, and sentence them to very, very low sentences. She is an extreme outlier on the question of crime. And as a Supreme Court justice, I think we can reasonably expect that Justice Jackson will consistently vote, as she has done as a judge for the last 10 years, for more lenient sentences for criminal defendants, for releasing violent criminals, for lessening the punishment on the very worst sex offenders. This is a nomination that was out of the mainstream, and I believe it's a nomination that jeopardizes the constitutional rights of every American. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. You know, the media has spent a lot of their time talking about the historical nature of this nomination, and indeed, it is historical. And Judge Jackson is well educated. She has a wonderful family. She has spent time visiting with us. But here's the thing. Just as Senator Cruz pointed out for you, she is wrong on the issues. When you look at her sentencing practices, when you look at the leniency that she has practiced when she is releasing criminals, these are all issues that cause us tremendous concern. Now, did we try to get answers from her, straight answers, about why she made these decisions? Indeed, we did. Were those answers satisfactory? Were they fulsome answers that dealt with her judicial philosophy? No, they were not. Indeed, I told her that I was going to ask her about parental rights, about CRT, about biological males competing against biological females. And I was surprised that she did not come ready to answer those questions. And then when I asked her to give me the definition of the word woman, as we were discussing the VMI decision, and Ginsburg saying there are enduring differences between male and female, she said she couldn't give that definition. And of course, we know why. It is because the dark money leftist groups that have been pushing to have a progressive on the Supreme Court have been pushing her nomination and confirmation do not want that definition. They're trying to erase woman. They are trying to push this agenda of woke education. These are some of the reasons for me that I cannot vote to confirm her to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Senator Lewis.
Judge Jackson seems like a great person. She's got impressive academic and professional qualifications. I enjoyed meeting her husband and her two daughters, and I also just enjoyed visiting with her. I'd love to be able to support her. I can't. The reason I can't has to do with her judicial philosophy, her jurisprudential approach, the manner in which she approaches the judicial task. We've heard from some of my colleagues today about sentences that she's imposed, and I'll not elaborate on that because it's already been covered extensively. But I will add one thing. In these child pornography cases, it wasn't just the sentences that were imposed. Those were troubling. And I will add here, they were ubiquitous. They were in every single case of that category that she ever handled. It becomes impossible to argue that these are statistical aberrations, that they're one-offs, that they're unique in some regard, when every single case that she handled, she imposed a sentence substantially below the national average, substantially below where the guidelines and the law would put them. It wasn't just where she put them, and that they were 18 U.S.C. 3553. There are a number of sentencing enhancements that come into play when you're sentencing this type of defendant. Some of them have to do with the number of photos transmitted, whether they were transmitted and received electronically by computer, whether prepubescent victims were involved, whether there was torture, sadomasochistic conduct involved in them. Very often, when you'd read through her sentencing transcripts in these cases, she would more or less sweep all of those to the side and either way downplaying them, imposing none of them, or imposing them only to a very slight degree. because of the fact that she disagreed with the overall approach taken by the Sentencing Commission, an approach that she said was rooted in the fact that when they wrote the original guidelines, they didn't have in mind widespread electronic transmission. And so to have the same number of photos delivered to someone in hard copy would be more difficult and therefore less common. Somehow she reached the conclusion that that means we should sentence these defendants to lower sentences instead of higher sentences. I read it the exact opposite way.
For Louisiana.
When a particular crime has become more ubiquitous, more common, more easy to carry out, and therefore more pernicious, keeping in mind this is the most vile conduct known to human beings, child sex torture that's then put into a commercialized form. I found her reasoning unpersuasive and circular and not consistent with the law. Now, one of the arguments that she made in addition to that was, well, you can't see all the factors. You don't see all the factors that I took into account, and I can't replicate all those for you because I don't have the pre-sentence reports in front of me. So we asked for those. She said she couldn't get them, which I find surprising because she had information that she provided to the White House provided to the Democrats on the committee, and only the Democrats on the committee until we discovered what had happened. And then we said, okay, if you're going to give some information from the pre-sentence reports, we'd like to have all of it. They refused to allow us access to the pre-sentence reports. Chairman Durbin said, okay, well, we can't give you that because it contains sensitive information. And pre-sentence reports do contain sensitive information. We review sensitive information all the time in this body. We have entire rooms that are set aside for that purpose. We have procedures that are set aside for that purpose. We have significant penalties that would attach any member of this body leaking the contents of those for that purpose. We have the ability to redact out names, personally identifying information involving victims for that very purpose, and yet they wouldn't let us have that. That tells us something. Tells us something that connects back up to the fact that she doesn't want to tell us what her judicial philosophy is, instead saying, look at my record. We look at her record, we can't gain access to all of her record. My concerns with her aren't limited to the criminal realm. I wish they were, they're not. Look at some of the decisions that she made on the civil side. On the civil side, particularly involving administrative determinations made by the Trump administration with which she disagreed. You can think of at least two instances where, as a district judge, she knocked down a Trump administration executive determination and action that she apparently disagreed with politically, under circumstances in which there was no viable cause of action and under circumstances in which she lacked jurisdiction. And in both cases, she was overturned, she was reversed by the liberal-leaning U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. These are deeply concerning. They reflect on something very important in our system. We immunize, we take outside of the political realm Supreme Court justices, and we give them presumptive life tenure for a very important reason. But with that comes some real responsibility to operate conscientiously only within the realm of the judicial branch. She's exceeded that far too many times for my comfort. I can't support her.
Senator Graham. Thank you. So this started with a decision by President Biden. He announced during the campaign he would pick an African-American female to serve on the court. And, you know, we've had our differences in our party about that. But the bottom line is there were a lot of qualified African-American women that the president could have chosen. I would expect him to choose somebody different than I would have chosen. I'd expect him to choose someone that would be associated with the liberal camp. I expect all that. Michelle Childs was supported by Congressman Clyburn. She's a district court judge from South Carolina. He called me and asked if, you know, I'm thinking about pushing her. What do you think? I said, well, I know her pretty well. Somebody I could support. I think Senator Scott knew her pretty well. So for whatever it matters, yeah, I think we could get some Republican votes for Michelle Childs. And that's how this whole thing started. Then the left responded pretty fiercely. All of the groups that are associated with this Arabella organization, the George Soros world, basically declared war on nominees other than Judge Jackson. Now I know why. Now I know why they wanted her. And let me give you an example of why they wanted her. The immigration case. President Trump decided to use statutory authority granted to any president for expedited removal procedures for people here 2 years or less. He expanded the Obama policy. The statute in question is about as clear as you could write a law. If you had a contest to write a law to tell a judge this is a discretionary decision, this statute would win. Sole discretion of the Secretary unreviewable. So Judge Jackson, the plaintiff, was in the Arabella chain. It was one of these groups from New York that was getting money from the Soros world. And, you know, they're very activists. They have a right to be whatever they want to be. At the end of the day, she did, I think, legal gymnastics to say that the decision violated the Administrative Procedures Act. If I had to explain to a law school class what activism looks like, it would be the immigration case involving Trump. So this was an audition to the left. I think she passed. Criminal cases have been explored in great detail. And I want to thank Senator Cruz and Hawley and the other members of the committee for asking her hard questions about how she sentences people in the criminal realm. I think that is very fair game. I thought she was incredibly evasive. And what did I get out of the hearing? That her sentencing methodology has no deterrence when it comes to child pornography, in my view. The sentencing enhancing factors of using the internet, a computer, and the volume of information she routinely ignores. She made a policy decision as a judge. I will not hold it against the criminal defendant for the amount of pornography they possess. I think that is a huge mistake. I think every judge should hold it against criminal defendants in this arena for the amount of pornography they possess, because every photo, every image, every video is a destroyed life. She also says, I will not hold it against the defendant for accessing electronic means, because this statute was written to deal with mail, pornography sent through the mail. If you've been paying any attention to this area for the last 30 years, the venue of choice now is the internet. There are 85 million images of children being abused on the internet. I would like to deter the internet from being the venue of choice. So she literally said she thought it would be unfair to punish somebody for just hitting a button because that's so easy. In my world, in our world, I think, every time you hit the button, you should go to jail longer. So if other judges are replicating this, if this is a problem with our judiciary, I want to find out about it and do something about it. So President Biden made a political choice, and he has every right to make that choice. He wanted to satisfy the most radical elements in the Democratic Party. And I think he's been successful in doing that. And I just conclude with this thought, that Senator Booker, who's a good friend, had a fairly dramatic reading of the vote regarding Judge Jackson, highlighting the historical nature that this is the first African-American female to ever ascend to the court. And that's something, you know, that's a good day for America, for the court to look more like the country that the court presides over. But what I will never let go is the idea that was possible because of the filibuster by Democrats of a highly qualified African-American nominee by President Bush, Janice Rogers Brown. The reason she's not the first African-American woman on the Supreme Court is because they filibustered her and denied her that ability. They held her ideology against her. They said she was too extreme, and not one person in the media ever mentioned the fact that they're filibustering an African-American woman who is in line to be on the Supreme Court because the media agrees. What have we learned from this hearing? Double standards abound. That if you asked hard, penetrating questions, then all of a sudden you're a racist if the nominee is a liberal African-American. You can literally filibuster these people, African-American, Hispanic nominees, as a Democrat and get applauded. We don't like that, and we're not going to put up with that. So we're always going to remind the public that the only reason Judge Jackson is the first African-American female to go on the court is they stopped a Republican nominee because of her ideology. To my Democratic friends, we're not going to forget that. And if we get in charge of the Senate in 2022, 2023, we have a majority. I can promise you nominees like this will not make it through. That we'll go back to the old system of collaboration. It's not that
And you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. We are moments away, about half an hour away from a full confirmation vote happening on the Senate floor. Just needs a simple majority, and it looks like right now, just from the numbers here, that Chad Pergram, Fox News Capitol reporter, suggesting anywhere from 52 to 53 votes in favor of Judge Jackson, and that's all she would need there to become 116th Justice of the United States. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, take it back out to the Senate floor when we get it right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, setting up to be a heavily in-demand hour here. And we appreciate you joining us always right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. White House briefing just moments away as well. We'll be looking forward to that to get the latest update on President Biden's COVID-19 testing regimen, just because of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi finding out that she tested positive today. So we'll be looking for that update right here on Live Now from Fox. But happening in the next 30 minutes, we will be going live to the Senate floor, where it will be the final vote here, the full Senate vote for Judge Jackson to become the next Supreme Court Justice. Let's go live on the floor right now. We have Senator Chuck Grassley speaking about the vote coming up here in just moments.
Would apply retroactively. The Senate is currently considering legislation that I co-sponsored with Chairman Durbin that makes some of the First Step Act provisions retroactive. But that's Congress's role, not Judge Jackson's role. Senator Durbin and I wouldn't have been able to broker a compromise on that legislation if senators thought the judges would rewrite the law and insert their own views from the bench. Decisions like this will make bipartisan work, particularly on criminal justice reform, harder to do. That case by the name of Young is just one example of Judge Jackson's lenient approach to criminal law and sentencing. She also declined to apply a number of sentencing enhancements that Congress put into the sentencing guidelines. A case by the name of Make the Road New York versus McAleen is another case that shows how Judge Jackson used her methodology to reach a result that contradicts the plain text of the law. Congress gave the Secretary of Homeland Security, and these are the words from the law, sole and unreviewable discretion to decide whether illegal immigrants should be subject to expedited removal within 2 years. Judge Jackson reviewed the agency's decision anyway, and it seems clear why. She went out of her lane to comment on the policy as, in her words, a terrible proposal. And she claimed that the government attorney made an argument that reeks of bad faith. Reeks of bad faith are her words. In fact, her decision and her rhetoric are unfounded. So that's why her decision earned a strong rebuke from the panel of liberal and conservative judges when she was reversed by the D.C. Circuit. Judge Millett, an Obama appointee, explained it this way in the opinion, quote, "There could hardly be a more definitive expression of congressional intent than sole and unreviewable discretion." These are just a few examples of Judge Jackson's judicial activism, because her record clearly shows she does not believe in or act within the limited and proper role of a judge. So I will vote against her confirmation. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, this Capitol building has served as the backdrop for some of the most notable moments in America's history. In this building, wars have been declared, peace treaties have been signed, and the march toward progress has either moved forward or has been stopped in its tracks. Today, the members of this Senate have the opportunity to take a monumental step forward. We will vote to confirm a once-in-a-generation legal talent, a jurist with outstanding credentials and a lifetime of experience, and the first ever African-American woman to serve as Justice of the Supreme Court, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Judge Jackson's confirmation will be a glass-shattering achievement for America. Consider this moment in history. When the Supreme Court first met in this building in February of 1801, there were 1 million slaves in this nation, a nation of 5 million people. This very building was built with the labor of enslaved people. And at the time the court met, neither black Americans nor white women had a constitutionally guaranteed right to vote. Women had no place in that first Supreme Court chamber, and black women would only enter to clean it in the dark of the night. We know what followed. America's battle to end slavery saw a bloody civil war, decades of efforts to break down racial barriers, and the efforts continue to this day. And our struggle to enfranchise and empower women did not end with the 19th Amendment 102 years ago. It continues to this day as well, as we strive to give our daughters the same opportunities we give our sons. This confirmation of the first black woman to the Supreme Court honors the history that has come before it. It honors the struggles of the past, of the men and women who waged them. And this confirmation draws America one step closer, one step to healing our nation, one step closer to a more perfect union. Nearly a century after our founding, we guaranteed the rights of citizenship finally to every American, including for the first time those who were born into bondage with the ratification of the 14th Amendment. It took a long century later for us to expand the bounds of liberty again. We ensured the federal government could vigorously protect the right to vote, the most fundamental of rights, with the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1967. One victory for progress begat the next. 2 years after the Voting Rights Act, we confirmed the first black American to ever serve on the Supreme Court, Justice Thurgood Marshall. But I'd like to remind you, that was 50 years ago. Now, with the passage of that time, we are beginning to write another chapter in our nation's quest for equal justice under the law. And that chapter begins with 3 letters, KBJ. With Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the highest court in the land, we are not only making history, we are carrying on a great American tradition, elevating one of our nation's best and brightest legal minds to an honored position of service. There's no one more deserving of this high honor. As we've learned over the past month, she is the best of us. She has devoted her life to serving our country. She's done so at every level of the federal judiciary, and at every turn she's distinguished herself. When I hear the critics say she's soft on crime, I wonder how they explain that she was endorsed by the largest law enforcement agency organization in America, the Fraternal Order of Police, as well as the International Chiefs of Police, as well as an army of federal prosecutors who have appeared in her courts. She's dedicated to protecting judicial independence, to advancing freedom and liberty, and deciding every case, as she says, from a neutral posture. That's exactly what you'll find in evaluating nearly 10 years of service on the bench. I hear senators come to the floor and say, well, there's one opinion I disagree with. For goodness sakes, she's issued almost 600 written opinions in 10 years on the bench in the district court. She's been reversed a small percentage of the time. Her work speaks for itself. And when you evaluate it, you'll find out she's thoughtful and even-handed. As the American people saw during last month's hearing in the Judiciary Committee, Judge Jackson has the right judicial temperament. Calm, collected, she answered every question, even when the questions were hostile and confrontational. She answered them with dignity and grace and stood by for more than 24 hours of questioning. She's a proven consensus builder. She's been confirmed by the Senate on a bipartisan basis more than three times, I should say, and soon we hope she'll be confirmed again by a bipartisan majority. She's earned the support from leaders across the political and ideological spectrum, civil rights leaders, leaders in law enforcement, former federal judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans. All of them have lined up proudly to endorse her. Perhaps most importantly, Justice Jackson will help ensure that the law works for the people and that the people understand the workings of the court. For many Americans, what happens in a courtroom can be cold and impersonal. Judge Jackson has made a habit of making it real. She looks people in the eye, walks them through her decision-making with patience and empathy, and she reaches every one of her decisions by following the facts and the law wherever they lead. She said that her opinions can run long. That's by design, because she wants America to rest assured, whether she writes in the majority, the concurrence, or dissent, they want to know exactly where she stands on the most important issues. Serving as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee during Judge Jackson's confirmation has been one of the highest honors of my Senate experience. I want to give special thanks to the man who spoke before me, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa. His friendship and fairness have really guided our relationship throughout this historic process. In the weeks since President Biden announced her nomination, Judge Jackson has already lifted the spirit of countless Americans, inspiring a new generation of aspiring jurists and public servants. Millions of Americans see themselves in Judge Jackson. Black Americans, members of law enforcement families, working moms, public high school graduates, like her fellow Palmetto Panthers in Florida. Everywhere I've gone for the last few weeks when I go home, visiting law schools, going to the grocery store, I've been approached by people who've been following this nomination closely. They tell me how deeply impressed they are with Judge Jackson, even under fire from her critics. Hannah Edmondson is one of those people. She's a law student in Waukegan, Illinois, a city on the shores of Lake Michigan. In a letter to my office, Hannah wrote, and I quote her in saying, "If you can see it, you can be it." And I'm very excited to see America's first black female justice. Reverend Krista Alston is a Baptist minister in the city of Chicago. Comes from a long line of Baptist ministers. She calls herself a civil rights baby. Born in '64, the year LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act. Ricky Jones is also from Chicago. She's been working for civil rights for nearly 60 years, since she was a teenager. Well, late last month, Reverend Alston and Miss Jones, with 4 other people, drove 11 hours from Chicago to attend an hour of Judge Jackson's hearing. Reverend Alston said she was moved by the judge's courage, grace, integrity, and wisdom. She imagined what it will be like years from now to tell her future grandchildren what it was like to be in that room for that historic moment. And Ricky Jones said she never even expected to hear about a black woman being nominated to the Supreme Court, let alone to be in the room for her hearing. She said as she watched Judge Jackson, "It felt like the fulfillment of everything I've worked for my whole life." She thought of all the strong black women who came before her and helped make the movement possible. Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Ida B. Wells, and my personal late friend, the Reverend Willie Barrow, a black woman minister from Chicago who worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King. This moment was about them too, she said. And this moment is possible because of Judge Jackson and who she is, her qualifications, her integrity, her record of excellence. She has earned her seat on the Supreme Court. That's why it's so unfortunate that several Republicans on the Judiciary Committee did not approach Judge Jackson's hearing with that same level of fairness and respect as their colleagues. Thankfully, there are members of the Senate who are willing to rise above the partisan fray. I want to particularly commend Senator Susan Collins of Maine, Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, and their willingness to support a singularly qualified and historic nominee to the Supreme Court. You know, when Senator Romney announced his support for Judge Jackson's confirmation, I couldn't help but remember his father, the late George Romney, who served as governor of Michigan in the 1960s during the height of the civil rights movement. Governor George Romney knew a thing or two about political courage. As a proud Republican governor in 1963, he marched alongside of the NAACP Detroit president Edward Turner in support of civil rights. That same year, when Dr. Martin Luther King organized a march in Detroit, Governor George Romney declared the occasion Freedom Day in Michigan. To my colleague, Senator Mitt Romney, you are your father's son. This week marks 54 years since the shot rang out in Memphis, Tennessee, claiming the life of Dr. Martin Luther King, an American who spoke with greater moral clarity than nearly any other in our history. The night before he died, Dr. King spoke at a rally in support of the city's striking sanitation workers. There was tension in the air. From the moment he set foot in Memphis, he'd received a barrage of death threats. And as Dr. King
We are listening in live on the Senate floor right now. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin is speaking ahead of this historic vote. We are expecting it to pass about 53 to 47. So we will continue to keep you live here on Capitol Hill after some of you step away for a brief break.
His next words proved prophetic. Dr. King said, "I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land." Ricky Jones said that she thought about Dr. King's prophecy when she realized the Judiciary Committee was voting on Judge Jackson's nomination on the anniversary of Dr. King's death. It felt like the prophecy had come to pass. Dr. King didn't make it to the promised land, but Judge Jackson's ascension to the Supreme Court brings us closer to that longed-for place. I'd like to close with one last personal plea to my Senate colleagues. I hope you'll think about this. In the years to come, long after we've left the Senate, one of our grandchildren may ask where we were on this historic day, April 7th, 2022, when America broke down what seemed like an impossible racial barrier and voted to send the first African-American woman to serve on our highest court. I will be proud to say I was on the Senate floor, standing at my desk and casting my vote with pride for the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. I hope my colleagues will join me in sharing this historic moment. And I yield the floor. The absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. For all of our viewers who are watching here with us, we do appreciate your time here today, especially as we are waiting for a vote on the Supreme Court nominee of Ketanji Brown Jackson. This is President Biden's first nominee for the Supreme Court. We're still expecting a few last senators to speak here on Senate floor as we take that live look here. Just heard from Senator Dick Durbin. Of course, he has already voiced his support for Ketanji to be pushed through and confirmed as the Supreme Court Justice. So we are going to be listening in here, staying on top of this story here for you live. Also want to let our viewers know coming up here after the vote, we will be breaking it down with our president of the National Bar Association, Carlos Moore. Will be joining us here on Live Now from Fox at the top of the hour because this vote is expected to take place here in about 10 minutes. It's supposed to last about 15 minutes, which would mean right around the top of the hour we would be hearing the news if Ketanji Brown Jackson is confirmed into Supreme Court. You are watching here live with us on Live Now from Fox, and don't forget we're always streaming breaking news and top stories that are happening across the country. Ever since we had Justice Stephen Breyer announce his retirement, we had been patiently waiting for President Biden to announce his nominee. And of course, after a rigorous process to identify that replacement, President Biden did select a candidate who has a lot of credentials under her belt, and we have been hearing from both sides. We've been inside of the Judiciary Committee's hearing as they had arguments back and forth. They also had questioned Ketanji herself. We heard from a number of people who also were known to her professionalism, knew her career. So we had been bringing all of that here to you. It all leads up to what's happening here today. Again, this vote going to take place. We are expecting to still hear from Senator Mitch McConnell as well as Senator Chuck Schumer. You can see both of them. It looks like they're lining up down at the podiums, ready to speak.
President Biden was elected on the promise that he would govern as a moderate and unite the country. He insisted the radical left would not be calling the shots.
Please. Senator will commence.
He insisted the radical left would not be calling the shots on his watch. But when it came to one of the most consequential decisions a president can make, a lifetime appointment to our highest court, the Biden administration let the radicals run the show. With Washington Democrats in power, the far left got the reckless inflationary spending they wanted. The far left has gotten the insecure border they wanted. And today, the far left will get the Supreme Court justice they wanted. The fringe activists who demand partisan court packing, attack the justices, and describe our Constitution as trash made up their minds from the start of this administration. If a Supreme Court vacancy should arise, they wanted one nominee and one nominee only, Judge Jackson. They spent dark money to promote this person specifically. They pushed her for the D.C. Circuit. Then they badgered Justice Breyer to quit. In February, one of these groups announced Judge Jackson would be the nominee before President Biden actually did make the announcement. So think about that for a moment. The Senate has examined Judge Jackson's qualifications with the seriousness and vigor that a lifetime appointment deserves. Unlike when the parties' positions are reversed, the country was not subjected to uncorroborated smear campaigns, committee boycotts, stunts with cardboard cutouts, or mobs chasing senators around the Capitol. Now, a few of our Democratic colleagues seem to have decided in advance they would claim that Judge Jackson was treated shabbily. I've heard that script recited, even though it didn't happen. Didn't happen. Let's be clear. No nominee before the Senate for any position deserves a cakewalk or a coronation. Tough questions about a federal judge's own rulings and statements are the definition of fair game. My Republican colleagues vigorously inquired, shed important new light on a frequently disturbing judicial record. So I applaud my colleagues for focusing on substance and not following the Democrats' recent precedents into the gutter. Unfortunately, what the Senate's process turned up was disturbing. First, the nominee would not follow the Ginsburg-Breyer precedent and denounced the insane concept of partisan court packing. Second, her judicial record is full of cases where Judge Jackson ruled like a policymaker implementing personal biases instead of a judge following the text wherever it led. And third, her aggressive judicial activism frequently focused on treating convicted criminals as gently as possible. In literally case after case, from deadly fentanyl to open borders to child exploitation, Judge Jackson tilted the scales of justice away from public safety and innocent victims in favor of her career-long passion for softening up criminal sentencing. In Judge Jackson's courtroom, plain legal text and clear congressional intent were no match for what the judge admits are her personal policy disagreements. Even as a violent crime wave sweeps America, Democrats are pursuing a nationwide campaign to make the justice system softer on crime. They're stacking the deck with far-left prosecutors, woke warriors at the Department of Justice, and federal judges who believe criminals deserve lighter treatment. This project is terrible for innocent American families, and every piece of evidence suggests Democrats view Judge Jackson as its crown jewel. So I'll close with this. These debates about judicial philosophy are not just academic. The charged political atmosphere around confirmations, the outsized role that unelected judges play in our national life, these are direct consequences of liberal judicial activism. They're direct results of the efforts to misuse federal courts as a progressive legislature that voters can't kick out. A republic of self-serving citizens should not spend every June watching with bated breath to see if 5 or 6 lawyers will hand down sweeping policy changes with zero basis in the written Constitution. And the solution is not to make the court even more of a super legislature like liberals want, a delegitimizing death spiral that would destroy the rule of law. There's only one solution. The Senate should only confirm justices who will follow the text of our laws and our Constitution wherever it leads, who will leave subjective policy judgments on this side of the street where they belong. That's how we lower the temperature. That's how we shore up the courts. That's how we protect the rule of law. Staff the judiciary with brilliant men and women who understand and embrace this limited role. No other road leads anywhere good for our great nation.
And as we wait for yet Senator Schumer, let's go ahead and send some of you off to a 2-minute break ahead of this vote.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day for the Senate, for the Supreme Court, and for the United States of America. Today, we are here to vote to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson as the 116th Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Now, a few days ago, I spoke with a group of 8th graders from Cheektowaga, New York. Many of them were students of color. It was amazing. When I mentioned that this week we were confirming the judge, you could see them light up, the unmistakable look in their eyes. One day, each young lady thought to herself, I can do it too. You know, it's been a dark 2 years with COVID. People getting sick and dying, many of whom we knew, stores closing, schools shutting their doors. But even in the darkest times, there are bright lights. Today is one of the brightest lights, and let us hope it's a metaphor, an indication of many more bright lights to come. As I've said over and over again, there are 3 words that I think best fit Judge Jackson: brilliant, beloved, belongs. Judge Jackson is in every sense and by all measures a brilliant jurist. She is indeed a brilliant person. By the judge's own telling, she first discovered her calling to the law not in a classroom or by reading a book or by talking to lawyers, but by sitting at the kitchen table next to her dad, filling out her coloring book while her dad poured through case law. Years from now, other parents and other daughters will do the same, and it will be Justice Jackson's opinions that will lay open on the table. The judge's parents, her entire family, should beam with pride that this day has come. At every step of her upbringing and career, Ketanji Brown Jackson ranked among the highest of achievers. And look, we should take a moment to note that Judge Jackson will be the first and only justice with experience as a public defender. We're proud of that, and America is proud of that. It will enhance the court's ability to preserve a basic truth in our country, that all deserve equal justice under the law, from the privileged to the impoverished. In an imperfect world, the judge conquered so many hurdles, and today stands as one of the most experienced individuals ever nominated to the Supreme Court. For this reason, the judge is also beloved by individuals and organizations across the political spectrum. I went through her record carefully, and never did I find one instance of a peer or colleague or associate say one negative word about her. It was incredible. When we go through these records, you often find someone here and there who will badmouth the individual who knew them. Not with just Judge Jackson. And lest we forget, the judge is popular in the minds of the American people. A Gallup poll released after her hearing showed nearly 60% of the public supports her confirmation, 10 points above the historical norm. And there is no question here. The country, by and large, wants the Senate to confirm Judge Jackson. Police chiefs want to confirm Judge Jackson. Conservative and moderate and liberal judges all want us to confirm Judge Jackson. And I thank my colleagues in this chamber who worked in good faith to make sure the Senate can finish its work today.